1. Time starts now. Ninth Circle of Hell. Dorian stabbed Demon King Yama through the chest with a sword the color of blood. It hadn't always been blood red. 7 decades ago, it had been stainless silver, but, alas, when so many, including old Yama here, gifted him new coats of paint so freely, Dorian couldn't say no. Yama's eyes bulged, his fangs hung aghast, and his leathery wings drooped like the boughs of a felled tree. His mouth foamed as the sword's magic took hold, paralyzing him, sucking his life out, life which gushed into Dorian's cultivation base in a great torrent. All around Yama, the remnants of his army were strewn like torn puzzle pieces on the molten ground, a few limbs here, a head there. If you squinted, you could make out the vague outlines of ifrits and jinn and gargoyles. "Finally," said Dorian with a smile, then paused. "Do you know how hard it is to keep track of time in this damned place?" He glanced at the sky as though expecting an answer from the always black clouds. The clouds said nothing. "How long have I been fighting you, do you think? 40, 80 years? 100? It's important." Yama gurgled angrily at him. Blood dripped from his lips. It was all the poor Demon King was capable of. Dorian rolled his eyes. "That's what I hate most about immortals," he said. "You take so long to die." The life force still flowed out of Yama, but it was like draining a barrel through a spigot. The stronger ones always took longer. But this one, Dorian knew, would be worth the wait. If his guess was right, once Yama's cultivation was added to his own, it'd be just enough. Enough to put him over the top for the last time. Another gurgle. Dorian cocked his head. "You're still resisting, aren't you?" Yama glared. Through Dorian's sword, he felt the heavenly Tao of life at work, draining away, but it had to pry each chunk of life from Yama's stubborn grasp. Sighing, Dorian knelt and looked the Demon King in the eyes. "Listen, you're done. It's over. Your empire's in ashes. Your people are ruined. Why bother? Even if you survive, which you won't, you've got nothing to live for." He patted Yama on his scaled back. "Please, give up. It'll save both of us time, and I don't have time to waste." This time, a very angry gurgle. Dorian raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps this will help. In truth, I'm the reincarnation of a god king, the god king of time. Dorian. Heard of me?" At this, Yama's eyes widened. Disbelief, shock, then understanding flitted by in seconds. "Go on, then. You've lost to a worthy enemy. You can die without remorse." Now came a curious, confused gargle. Blood leaked from Yama's mouth in cascades. He slowly lost color. Dorian frowned. "Well, you try being all-powerful for 20 millennia. You run out of things to do after the first. By 5, you're ready to off yourself," he snapped. More confusion in Yama's eyes. You still don't understand." Dorian sighed, draping an arm around Yama's frozen wings. "We're more alike than you think, you and me. We're both addicts to progression, aren't we?" Dorian paused for a response, got none. He forged on. It was nice taking a break to chat after all that murdering. Plus, he had a captive audience, the best kind of audience. "We'd do anything for it. It gives life meaning. It's our purpose for being." He flicked Yama's hairy ear. "Now, imagine you've peaked. There's nothing left to cultivate. Your purpose is gone, and you have all eternity to live without it." A weak sound, almost a croon, escaped Yama's lips. Dorian nodded. "Sounds awful, doesn't it? You'd do anything to get that spark back, even start over and over and over again. In truth, I've done you a favor. Silence. Dorian frowned. Yama? But the demon didn't respond, probably because he was dead. Ah, the life flow had stopped, at last. Dorian bolted upright. All his jesting vanished in an instant. He let Yama's dried corpse fall to the floor. Dorian's heart pounded wildly in his chest. He'd waited centuries for this moment. His core was now full, too full, full to bursting, primed for advance. He assumed a cross-legged position and began one final meditation until... Rank up, Empyrean, level 9, God King. 2 years later, Dorian's estate, Zenith Realm. The Zenith Realm floated above all others on an expanse of endless cotton ball clouds. 2 suns bathed the realm in eternal, joyous shine. Flocks of phoenixes drifted lazily about, soaking in the light. The only physical lands that breached the cloud cover were great peaks dotted with greenery, 1,000-year trees, bushes ripe with Tao fruit, proud gardens chock full of flowers drawn from 100 lesser realms. Atop one of these peaks floated a pagoda built of Stygian jade. An inch of the material would have bankrupted most kingdoms, and wars had been fought over the furs that made the doormat. Within, Gerard, caretaker of God King Dorian's estate, enjoyed a nice soup dinner when the fabric of space tore open in front of him, upending his table and drenching him in broth. Then an unwashed god stepped out of the void, manic. "Time!" he gasped. "Good evening, my liege," said Gerard. He picked a broth-slicked strand of hair from his eyes, unamused. "Might I suggest teleporting elsewhere the next time you return? To the doormat, perhaps?" He gestured to the keeled-over table, his upside-down plate, the sad remains of fish sliding on the floor. "That soup was made from ink shark fin. 4 demigods died catching it." "The time, Gerard!" The man's eyes flashed. He trembled, and the world seemed to tremble with him. Pressure thickened the air like water. "Oh, very well." With a gloved hand, Gerard plucked out a golden stopwatch from a hidden pocket of space. He cleared his throat. "For this run, attempt number 96, from no cultivation to the peak of the multiverse, 566 years, 129 days, and 8 hours. He pocketed the stopwatch. "In plainer words, you've missed your record," he said blandly. "By 26 years. Dorian quivered for a moment. Then came a scream of rage, primal, air-warping rage. It would have shattered the eardrums of a lesser being. A vast whip of power rent the table, then another, until the wood, carved from the tree of eternity, no less, broke to bits. Gerard simply stood there, unfazed, until his liege finished his tantrum. Then, "Do you know how many gods died making that table?" he asked. "I was this close," fumed Dorian as Gerard stirred his tea kettle atop a spare table. "It was one of my best starts yet. Born the scion of high nobles in a lower realm, hit all the cultivation shortcuts perfectly, nearly no setbacks, no run-ins with calamities, and still—" said Gerard, pouring out the tea. He offered a cup to Dorian, who took it with a white-knuckled hand. "The life-sucking business, that was the issue. I chose the wrong heavenly Tao." Dorian sipped. Dragon heart tea was soothing on any other day, but today it was tasteless. A hairy side effect of sucking people dry is that their friends and families come after you. Quite a hassle. I spent 80 years in just one circle of hell. Oh? Drain one snot-nosed brat. It turns out he's a demon chosen. Suddenly an elder pops out, crowing revenge. I drain him, and the great elders come over, then the patriarch, then the ancestors. Then all of a sudden I'm fighting a whole empire of cannibal demons. How silly is that? Riveting, truly. Gerard sipped his teacup with one dainty finger in the air. Dorian shot him a baleful look. Fine, then. Let's hear what you have to say. Gerard's cup stopped an inch from his lips. You know me. I don't do realm-shaking histrionics. I won't bore you with my wine-tasting adventures across the Middle Realms. What of the neighbors? Ah, the Coonpangs, the next mountain over, have birthed a new scion. You're invited to the inheritance ceremony. Don't care. God King Fabro's empire in Lithia collapsed a century back. He's still put out about it and whines to all who'll listen. Dorian snorted. I've never understood the man. After a lifetime on the Jung-Hu, he goes for politics of all things? How does he stand it? Gerard's brow furrowed. Old Man Fates dropped by a number of times, warns of an impending multiverse-ending doom. Isn't he always? Dorian set his cup down. How droll. He's preached the same for 3 millennia. He insists it's imminent this time. Bah, he's drunk off his age. Dorian stood, feeling pumped full of energy, just as he would for the rest of eternity. He stretched, not because he felt sore, just a long force of habit. I've missed nothing, clearly. I'm off to the saunas of Uria for a well-earned vacation. Expect me in a decade for another run. The caretaker perked up. So soon? Dorian grunted. I was so close. It's tantalizing. He stopped. This next one might well be the one. Then he grinned, stepped into nothing, and was gone. 10 years later. Everything was ready. It was time. Dorian and Gerard stood in a cellar in the bowels of the estate, sealed off from the rest of the realm. The cellar had no shape. It was an in-between space, a blank void waiting room dimension. In this cellar there existed only 2 things, 2 portals. The first, the entrance, was warded so only Dorian and Gerard were keyed to enter. The second led to the most valuable room in the estate. That only Dorian himself could access. Start the clock, said Dorian. Gerard clicked, and the stopwatch began. May fortune favor you, he intoned, grave as ever. Dorian breathed deep and stepped into the second portal. The world shifted in an instant. Now he stood at the center of a hall crafted from the multiverse itself. The smoothed floor, the grand columns, the roof all looked like substrata of space. Stars swirled slowly within the material, twinkling. To either side of him were 8 massive thrones. These were the only things given color in this space, and each was tailor-made. On 7 of them sat motionless bodies. Time ticked, but he still allowed himself a little look around. Malachi, the father of alchemy, sat perched on a throne of jade and vines. The trunk of a golden apple tree made the throne's backrest. His breakthrough recipes were still in vogue across the multiverse today, and he'd ascended to God King via a once-in-an-eon pill. It hadn't been seen since. To his side was Yeshima, the true goddess of light, perched on a simple throne built of the same fire that lit the stars. She wore a wreath and was draped in a Spartan robe. She'd become God Queen after her Church of True Light had come to dominate 1/5 of the realms of the multiverse. It was with the chi of billions of faithful that she'd ascended. Then came Salus Godhunter, the most feared mercenary in history, hunched on a throne of dragonbone. He made God King, and a living, by bringing down tyrannical god beasts and devouring their cores. On and on the thrones went. Dorian strolled by them, passing era-defining figures, and stopped at the last empty seat. It was a crimson throne whose insides roiled and spun like blood circulating in an invisible vein. This one for Likesh, the life-stealer. He'd cleared out an entire circle of hell to become God King, and now he too would fall into eternal sleep. Or rather, a sleep as long as Dorian wished. He usually grew bored of his old bodies once he'd finished with them, but it was always fun to take them for test runs every few millennia. Dorian hopped up, settled in, and closed his eyes. Each body shared a soul, separate vessels of the same being. If his current body died, he'd simply reappear in one of these. Even when he didn't occupy them, they were bound forever to him. While in this room, it took but a thought to reawaken each one, or to exit each one. He felt the reincarnation spell tugging on his soul, felt its layers of magic like a primed cannon ready to shoot himself off to a lower realm. Here he took a moment. He always did. He knew he shouldn't dally, but this moment deserved a pause. If he missed his record this time, it likely wouldn't be by a matter of seconds. When he activated the spell, he did so excited, with conviction. His soul was yanked from his body, and he was gone. Attempt number 97 starts now. His soul hurtled through space-time. There was no light, for he had no eyes to see, no sensation, simply nothing, not even a void, a place made of things that were lacking. He hoped, in limbo, for another good start. The spell was crafted to find a random, no-cultivation body in the lower realms. Usually this meant a baby. A young master heir to a great sect would be ideal, especially based in one of the richer realms. Or perhaps a young Xuan Wu or dragon. Those were always great fun. Sometimes he was thrust into an old cripple or some poor villager who'd never glimpsed chi in their lives. Bad starts seldom spelled doom. His Yeshima run, for instance, had started off as a poor village girl, but it would add, at a minimum, a decade to the run. Not great. Usually Dorian was a very patient man. He had to be at his age. But his patience always thinned drastically at the ends and starts of runs. What'll it be? A young master? An alchemist heir? A powerful beast? Please. He didn't need to wait much longer. The spell chimed, a resonance that drew him in across space-time. A body was found. Yes! A soul left, and Dorian's soul barged in. Rank up, NA, origin, level 0, and instantly knew something was wrong. His soul felt like it was an ocean trying to squeeze into a teacup. This was normal, though. Mortal minds couldn't handle a god king's sheer breadth and depth of memory. He freely relinquished all his dows and most of his arts, keeping just the surface-level stuff, what this body could handle. It was a temporary, necessary matter. He'd simply learn it all again as he grew. It'd be faster to learn this time around, too, like triggering a forgotten memory. That wasn't what concerned him. No, his new body's old memories concerned him. He scanned through them, and a weight settled in his new chest. What the... The first warning sign was the realm, Ultera. He'd never heard of it, which meant it probably sucked. Then he moved on to the body, and things got worse. A 15-year-old boy named Io, raised by his sister in a nomadic tribe that wandered the Izod Desert. Here, humans were the lowest rung on the food chain. They spent their time cowering and hiding from the desert's fierce beasts and fighting low-rung scavengers for food. Worse than vultures. No, no, no. But it got worse. Of course it did. Io was in the Rust tribe, one of the weakest tribes there was. Barely second-rate, even in the desert. And Io, it turned out, was the weakest of them all. 0 cultivation, God's awful talent, small, with no resources in 100-mile radius, in a tribe that valued martial strength above all. Io was below trash. And somehow, that wasn't even the worst part. Dorian's head spun. The last thing the poor sot remembered, being beaten to the brink of death by a gang of bullies, playing dead with 6 of his ribs fractured, then getting buried alive by those same bullies. It also so happened that his new grave overlapped with a nest of Izodian leaping scorpions, which shot him full of fatal venom. So, there he lay, born in a second-rate tribe in a middle-of-nowhere wretched desert, in a middle-of-nowhere plain, with no talent and no possessions and no bloodline, buried under 6 feet of sand with most of his ribs broken, with about 2 hours to go before scorpion poison took him. "Fuh!" was all he got out before the sand rushed into his mouth, choking him. Above the sand's surface, twin moons, one white and one red, shone calmly, oblivious. So began the legend of Io. Time elapsed 1 minute. 2. Plan. For a moment, he thought about killing himself. It wouldn't even be that hard. He was halfway there already. Return to his estate, craft another reincarnation spell, try for a less dismal start. He banished the thought. He'd lived through worse before, and besides, if he were to die, it would never be by his own hands. He'd go out fighting. The first thing he did was turn around and spit out the sand. Goodness, there was so much. Then, face down, he tried to breathe. It came in shallow spurts. There was very little air to go around, but little tunnels carved out by the scorpions that had stung him worked as air vents of sorts. Now there was nothing to do but dig. He set to it with frantic intensity, making clawed shovels of his hands, kicking and bucking up. The sand above was loose and gave way before his tears, and he dragged himself upward like swimming up the world's slowest waterfall. His ribs stung like someone had driven a spear through his midsection, but pain like this was only a small inconvenience. His fatigue and dehydration and dizziness, too, just noise. After what felt like an eternity, a hand broke through to the surface. Light! His lungs rattled with fresher air. A last-ditch heave took him over the top, and he was out, panting, swollen, sweaty, but alive. It was night. 2 moons, one white, one red, hung like discolored eyes of the sky. A great streak of white lay between them, a ring of high-up debris splitting the firmament in 2. All 3 gave off their own brands of light, intermixing in witching purples and dark grays and turquoises. In the Izod Desert, it was never truly dark at night. All around stretched sands black as coal, rising and falling in dunes, sweeping in low, murmuring winds across the land. But something else caught Dorian's attention first. Many somethings. At first he thought they were very pale, tall trees, but then his eyes adjusted, and he panned around, breath catching. Giant bones studded the sand. In the horizon, they dared the sky. Up close, they broke the monotony of the black dunes in curved, sheer white verticals spaced a few 100 feet apart. These must have belonged to thousands, no, tens of thousands, of massive beasts. How old they were, he couldn't say. Millennia? More? They seemed unending, easy to mistake for a natural part of the biome. But Dorian knew better. This wasn't just any desert. This was a graveyard. Dorian hacked the last bit of sand from his lungs and grinned. Where there were graves, there was a chance for grave robbery. Maybe this starting point wasn't without positives after all. That was for later, though. Far later. He was still very much not clear of death, as his ribs and his pounding head reminded him. There was also that small matter of the poison, which seemed all too eager to take him in the next few hours. And he was thirsty. So horribly thirsty, on top of all the usual ailments. If he didn't quench his thirst, it might kill him first. There had to be water nearby. If he was lucky, an antidote, too. He frowned. He had a sister, didn't he? She'd raised him, and her tent, if his hazy memories could be trusted, wasn't so far off. Water first, poison second. Plan after. He staggered like a drunkard up the sand dune ahead. A settlement lay across the hump. To his bleary eyes, it was a series of lights swathed in a smudge of dark brown. A blink revealed it to be torches and tents of some sort of leather hide, jutting out of the sand at random intervals. After a few steps, he stumbled into a tent with a red top, which he vaguely recalled living in, and collapsed into it. Black spots poked into his vision, and not from the darkness. Simple room, 2 cots, central pole, lumpy bags, a chest. There, water skins. He dove for one, uncorked it, and drank deeply. It was like someone turned his head back on. He took another swig. His thoughts revved up from their sluggish funk, and he could think clearly again. One issue solved. Now for the poison and the ribs. He prodded at his memories again, but found no recollections of owning any high-grade elixirs, much less an antidote. Bah! Backwater hicks. He'd have to fix that, too. Then a shadow fell across him from behind, and he froze. "Io?" croaked a high voice. He was in no condition to react as a someone tackled him from behind. He fell with a strangled gasp. Wait, no, not tackle. Hugged. And tightly, too. So tightly his ribs ground painfully together. His sister, Kaya. "Don't you ever go out that late again," she hissed. "Do you have any idea how long I was out looking for you?" Her eyes were red and rimmed with darkness, and still she somehow managed to look like she was a princess plucked out of some trite children's tale. Flowy black hair, dainty face, tall frame, taller than him. Memories flooded over him. She was the sole reason he was alive. After their parents had died, leaving only their sizable debts as inheritance, Kaya had taken up the mantle of breadwinner and homemaker, despite being only 3 years older than Io. She was, in short, most things Io was not. Competent, smart, brave, pretty. Io, the little layabout prick, hated her for it. If Dorian didn't feel bad booting him out of his body before, he felt less than bad now. As he awkwardly balanced, returning her hug with surviving this cobra squeeze, he thought about how to play this. She didn't know of his near death or of the bully beatdown, clearly. What happened? Her eyes roamed his face, then scanned down his body, widening. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. I went out to take a leak, but tripped on something and fell. I hit my head real bad." She gasped, and he gulped. "I think I need to lie down for a bit." "Oh!" In a blink, she'd chucked a sandbag pillow and a thick fur blanket at him. "Is your head feeling all right? Hot? Cold? Do your arms feel tingly? Numb? You're not bleeding, are you?" She paced back and forth, still looking him over. Dorian nearly snorted. Outwardly, he smiled. "I'm all right, sis. Just a little sore. Thank you." Just enough to shoo her off, gain some space for him to address the poison liquefying his insides. She paused, then looked at him weirdly, at which point he remembered Io's reaction would have been to throw a hissy fit about her fussing, declare himself perfectly well, then cry himself to sleep. Oh, well, he'd hit himself on the head, or so she thought. A little weirdness was understandable. There'd be a lot more changes than a few personality quirks coming besides. "You rest. I'll make you some bone broth," she declared. She went over to the other side of the room, started wrestling a cooking pot out of a sack. He said. Then he enveloped himself in the furs, hunched in and closed his eyes, closing himself off to the outer world. He combed his memories, old and new, searching for a cultivation method. His body had no chi, and, for now, until he found a proper antidote, chi was all that could stave off his death. But this body had no skills, and all of Dorian's technique knowledge was in jumbled fragments, lost in the reincarnation process. It was beyond the reach of this body's puny mind. At last he found a suitable technique in this body's old memories, the tribe's standard cultivation technique, Peerless Yang Sutra. Peerless Yang Sutra. He flicked through Io's old memories in consternation. He could scarcely invent a less effective means of cycling chi. Its only saving grace, he supposed, was that it required nothing but a hot setting. Buried in the bowels of a sand dune was hot enough. The sutra gave all sorts of esoteric instruction. Draw the heat of eternity into the self, yada yada. But in truth, at the lowest levels, they all worked basically the same. If cycling methods were houses, their insides might differ vastly. But the first step in was always to open the door, and there were only so many ways to turn the knob. The poison rose in his chest like bile, but he stuffed the feeling down with conviction. He got to work and cycled. Level up. Peerless Yang Sutra, Level 1. It felt like flexing a muscle he didn't have. A strand of chi, drawn from heaven and earth, crawled into his body, then vanished almost as soon as it had come. This body didn't have so much as one spiritual vein open. Now he'd unblock his first. 10 minutes of straining passed, and he made scant progress. He'd been wrong. There was turning the knob like a normal human, and there was turning the knob with the arthritic, spasming, greased-up hand that was the Peerless Yang Sutra. No wonder Io was stuck here so long. The technique was peerless only in its ineptitude. Even with Dorian's expertise, it'd take months to reach the first level this way. Far too late. Time to improvise. The full details of better techniques were lost to him, sure, but it was still obvious how this technique was wrong. The same way he didn't need an architect's step-by-step knowledge of how to build a house to know the door didn't go on the roof. He took a solid few minutes to tweak, fix, and improve the sutra's steps. It told him to guide the chi like a rushing river, when in truth the steps should be more precise, like threading a needle of chi through the insides of a lock. Its use of the environ's heat was laughably ineffective, too, like trying to fry an egg with only sunlight. He adjusted accordingly until... Skill learned. Peerless Yang Sutra modified. Level 0 to 1. He'd unlocked veins more times than anyone else alive, in all probability. Now, with his modified version, he gave it another stab. This time, the chi came easier. It took a lot more effort, too. His head beaded with sweat already, but he made a little progress. His brow scrunched up as he dragged the thread in slowly, surely. After some indeterminate amount of time, always impossible to tell how fast time passed in a cultivating trance, Kaya's muffled voice echoed, and he felt a little shove. Must be telling him the broth was ready, but he was in too deep to care. She rustled him again, then left. He kept at it. A little more, just a little. Level up. Peerless Yang Sutra, modified, level 2. Even as he cycled, the mere presence of chi was doing wonders for his body. The poison, doing a solid job bashing his insides, was held at bay. The chi boosted his body's natural healing, fortifying his organs, slowing the poison's march. Now he'd bought himself a half day, he guessed. His whole body was drenched. He approached the final steps, and guiding the chi strand now felt like holding onto a squirming serpent with soaped-up hands. Then it happened. A note. A resonance, like his heartstring and the universe's vibrated to the same tune. A lock unlocked. There was a feeling of wholeness, of that supreme, heart-pumping progress. His first spiritual vein cleared fully, and chi flowed through it like water down a riverbed, frictionless. Level up. Origin. Level 1. Level up. Peerless Yang Sutra modified, level 3. His grin was fierce and primal. Only now could he be called a cultivator. Only now could he use chi. That was the essence of cultivation and its level-ups, the accumulation of chi. Only now had he taken the first step on the path to the heavens, a step his previous body's owner hadn't managed for 15 years. Chi flowed in and out of him, even without conscious effort. He was still poisoned, but with Chi's healing powers, he had at least a day's worth of time to figure out an antidote. More than enough. As it turned out, he'd cycled for much of the night. He still felt fresh, a perk of the breakthrough. Kaya was a sleeping hump in the tent's corner. His suspicions were right. She had finished the bone broth, a white, milk-like soup in a clay bowl. He grabbed it and stepped outside. The sky slowly turned lighter colors, heralding a sun not yet brave enough to peek over the horizon. It was quiet as a grave over these black sands, over the towers of bone. He was here to drink the bowl and to think, to plan. The first thing was to befriend the tribe's alchemist. He was infected with low-level scorpion poison. Even this tribe should have the resources to cure it. But the greater purpose was to apprentice himself to said alchemist so he'd become an alchemist himself and gain access to those all-important cauldrons and herbs. Then he'd use elixirs to boost his cultivation speed and, hopefully, fix this body's abysmal talent. What did it take, 5 hours to reach the first origin realm? Far too long. And each subsequent vein would take longer still. The second thing was to get stronger and fast. That meant learning battle-related skills. Luckily, this tribe valued martial strength above all, a paramount trait for survival in these wilds. He'd need to prove himself a valuable asset fast so the tribe's growth resources all went to him. No sense in playing coy with his talents. Most every plane loved to reward talent, Sect resources, tournaments, treasures, apprenticeships, inheritances, legacies all went to the best and brightest. He'd seize every last one he could. He finished his broth just as the sun rose on a new, glorious day. 3. Alchemist Who. One wrong move could blow his hand off. The cauldron bubbled and surged, its surface a swirl of angry red. Within it were 3 high-grade poisons, a pint of Vordor's spittle, and Kishani grass, all wrapped up in a fine layer of mana, all under Hu Fei Shao's pinpoint-precise control. He brewed the heart-quickening draught, coveted by warriors of all stripes for its astounding invigorative properties, a valuable but devilishly hard elixir. It was also Hu's specialty. He'd spent half his life brewing it and knew it better than the backs and fronts of his hands. He guided the cauldron's energies with his mind, imbuing it in a nuanced pattern. Stir, 1, 2, 3, hold. At this point it was as familiar as muscle memory, which was why he could afford to brew it with only half his focus. The rest of his attention was spent on preparing a delightful bowl of Nobu mushroom soup, which was nearing fully boiled on his stove. The Nobu had been a gift of the tribe chieftain. As the only alchemist in Rust Tribe, Hu occupied a cozy niche of prestige and comfort. He loved eating and drinking and collecting pretty things. He loved it especially when rich, powerful men gave them to him, which they did quite often. In a corner of his mind went the pattern, stir, 1, 2, 3, hold. Cackling with glee, he picked his way across his debris-ridden shop. Well, not debris, spirit beast horns, a crystal globe or two, a choice few mind-enhancing plants, well-inked plates, scrying glasses, all stuff he dragged in like a dragon with its hoard, but couldn't quite bear to relinquish. It was a pain to navigate, though. A few careful steps took him across the room to where his cooking pot sat. Stir, 1, 2... Ooh, a little wisp of tangy aroma drifted over the top, and his thoughts evaporated. He breathed in deep and closed his eyes. The scent was like sunshine in a smell. It made a lake of his mouth, and he licked his lips. Perfect. It's ready. With a steady hand, he slowly poured it into a bowl. There was a clank-clank in the distance. At the door, a customer had come in. "Welcome, dear patron," he said, his eyes still fixed on his soup. The words poured out, rote, unthinking. "Help yourself to any of our offerings on the front shelves. 20% off fasting pills." Oh, those mushrooms looked positively divine, all gray and succulent and mushy. In the back of his mind, a long-entrenched instinct sounded an alarm. There was something he was supposed to be doing, it said, but he couldn't remember what. He frowned. It had come to him, he decided. Mushrooms first. He rubbed his hands, eyes glittering. "My sis sent me to get an elixir of minor healing," said a young voice. Grrr, customers, always intruding on his fun. "Second aisle over," he murmured absently. He picked up his spoon. A beat. Said the voice. "Is that elixir supposed to look like that?" Hu's frown deepened. "Child, can't you see I'm—" Then he remembered what that long-entrenched instinct was for. His head snapped up, and he blanched. The red within the cauldron had deepened to a fuming sangria. Bubbles burst up as though over the surface of a magma pool. A sound somewhere between "hrng" and "ah" came out of his throat. He leapt for the cauldron, grabbed his ladle, spun it twice, but still it didn't settle. Gritting his teeth, he reached in with his chi, casting the imbue spell with all his might, and tried to hold down the burgeoning explosion. But the energies within were a cresting wave, eager to make a disaster zone of his shop. Undeniable. His eyes watered a little. His grasp was slipping by the second. He could only hope to contain the blast. Every alchemist worth his salt had faced a cauldron explosion at least once. He'd live, albeit with a few big scrapes, but his heart ached at the thought. His poor mushrooms! There's no way they'd survive the blast. He blinked. Oh, right, there was a kid here too, wasn't there? The customer, scrawny, small. His eyes widened. First level of the Origin realm? Oh, no. His control hung on the brink. Any slight misstep might worsen the explosion tenfold. Right now, even a droplet of sweat falling in would spell utter disaster. The only thing he could do was open his mouth, eyes bloodshot, to scream a warning to the boy. Then the boy tripped and fell, flailing his arms, and hit a 40-year ginseng perched onto the counter, a vortex of chi hidden in one vegetable, which fell into the cauldron with a happy plunk. It was a little like throwing a spark into an oil-soaked house. Hu saw it all happen with his jaw detached from his mouth. His heart sank into his designer fur boots. It seemed to go in slow motion for him. There was just enough time between the ginseng's toppling to its plunking into the potion for him to imagine the inscription on his gravestone. Here lies Hu Fei-Shao, revered alchemist of the Rust tribe, killed in a freak accident. He loved mushrooms far too much. He scrunched his eyes shut and ducked for cover. The sound that came out of his mouth next went a little like, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" He opened his eyes. He didn't feel very dead. The boy looked at him like his head was screwed on backwards. "Ah?" he croaked again, and probed the cauldron. The heart-quickening draft was somehow perfectly stable. He gulped. How? That ginseng? But of course, its yin properties must have counterbalanced the yang in the brew. A stroke of mind-bending luck. "Huh," said Hu, exhaling slowly. He rose slowly from his knees. Careful where you're flailing. That—" He pointed a shaky finger at the boy. His thoughts seemed to pass like water through his grasp. "That could have— Huh." "Are you okay?" said the boy, looking concerned. Still shaking, Hu stood upright. Yes." He wiped the sweat off his brow. "Of course. Why, shouldn't I be?" "You were screaming?" Hu choked on his spit. He threw up his best poker face. "To a layman's eyes it may look strange, but it is merely a part of the brewing process. I was yelling the elixir into submission. One shout stirs the heavens, it's called. Very advanced technique. Bah!" He waved a dismissive hand, then used that same hand to wipe a second layer of sweat off him. "I shan't bore you with my ramblings. How may I help you?" He grinned, exposing 3 missing teeth. One of his hands was still trembling. "Right. Well, I'd like this elixir of minor healing." The boy held up a flask of blue liquid. "How much?" Hu puffed himself up so that his hefty belly strained against his overalls. He slapped it proudly. "Tell you what, I'm feeling generous. It's yours, free of charge." The boy's face brightened. Just you, mind you," Who was quick to add. "Don't go around spreading that old who's giving out free elixirs." The boy bowed deep. "Many thanks, Master Who." Now, Who wasn't a master. He barely deserved a mister, but he didn't bother correcting the boy. He quite liked the ring of it. The boy made to leave, but he paused with one foot out the door, a curious look in his eyes. "Say, Master Who?" "Yes?" "I've been studying one of my sis's elixir tomes. Could you answer a question I got?" The boy looked at him with big doe eyes. How cute. The bumpkin knew how to read. "Of course," Who smiled. "That elixir is the heart-quickening draught, right?" Who's smile widened. "Sharp eye, boy. Indeed it is. My specialty. What of it?" "Those vials next to the cauldron, the ones with the labels on 'em, they're poisons, aren't they?" Who nodded. "Very good. Adder's tears, queen cobra venom, sand viper venom, all very difficult to use. The queen cobra and the adder neutralize each other, see? And the sand viper adds texture." "The queen cobra and adder cancel each other out?" "Quite so." "Do they do anything else?" "No." The boy blinked. "Then why use 'em at all?" Who wagged a finger at the boy and gave him a patient, grandfatherly smile. "Common beginner's mistake. You cannot simply add or remove ingredients from an age-old formula willy-nilly. There is a great deal of complex math involved. What are the ingredients' energies? How do they interact with each other? How do those interactions interact? It all must balance, you see." The boy cocked his head. "Have you tried taking them out and running the numbers again?" "Well, no, but—" He paused, a mild irritation rising. "This is an age-old formula. It has been passed down for generations, perfected by alchemists of the highest caliber. I have given half my life to it. If it were possible to improve on it, take out the two most prohibitive ingredients, no less, wouldn't I know?" His spittle sprayed out on the last word. The boy cringed a little. "Forgive my impudence, master. 1,000 thanks." He bowed out. Whose eye twitched. His smile tightened just a little, and his stomach rumbled more than a little. "Humph." Hoisting up his trousers, he hopped back over to his mushroom soup. The cauldron was in stasis. No bubbling, no emergencies, no distractions. Finally, he could enjoy himself. He took 2 sips of it, chewed on a mushroom, chewed on a thought, and chewed some more. Took another sip, kept thinking. "Ah, hells," he growled. Shoving the bowl aside, half-finished, he snatched out a piece of parchment, a pen, and started scribbling. "Sand viper venom, poison aspect 184 kji. Ex-Kashani grass, holy plus grass aspect 225 kji. He frowned, number crunched, frowned some more, added a 0, crossed out 2 lines. Half an hour later, he leapt out of his seat with a shout. "By the saints!" He glanced around wildly. Then he dashed out of the entrance, his face beet red, but the boy was long gone. That was weird. Alchemy was necessary to Dorian's plan, but he was having second thoughts about apprenticing himself to that man. But as a whole, he was quite happy. In that brief encounter, he'd managed to shoplift the rest of the ingredients he needed. Classic shoplifter's trick: buy a cheap item as cover to avoid suspicion, then steal the expensive stuff. In his knapsack were 3 herbs and a flask, good for a full antidote brew. The sun had peaked in the sky as Dorian hopped along a path back to the tent, whistling. Things were off to a great start. "Hey!" shouted a gravelly voice. Dorian froze. To his right, coming over a dune, was a raggedy troop of boys. They moved like a flock of birds, tallest in front, smallest in the back. The tallest and ugliest of them, the ringleader, was Kuruk, his brain helpfully supplied. The son of the most powerful hunter in Rust Tribe, Kuruk was practically a prince in these parts. He was the one who'd broken Io's 6 ribs. His lackeys had done most of the grave digging. Dorian's memories of the whole ordeal got a little hazy, but it had something to do with Kuruk's courting Kaya, getting shot down, and taking it out on him. This was only the latest in a long string of beatdowns. Usually they went something like, Kuruk instigated, Io ran his mouth, they fought, Kuruk beat him up, and repeat. He suspected Io's "please stick my head into a latrine" aura had something to do with it. In a tribe that valued martial strength above all, being a runty weakling made you fair game. "So you made it out alive, Cryo," jeered Kuruk. Dorian winced. That was a sad attempt at an insult. Really awful. "How did the sand taste?" His boys laughed as though he'd said something funny. Excellent. Kuruk was just about as dumb as he remembered. The little shard of Io left in Dorian begged him to lash out, throw a punch, show them who's boss. But maybe there was another way to play this, a way that wouldn't earn him a needless and powerful enemy. Dorian stepped up, opened his mouth, and bowed deeply. "Kuruk, I have seen the error of my ways. Forgive me." Kuruk paused. "Huh?" He looked up, his eyes shimmering with tears. "While I was stuck in that sand dune, I saw the truth." He bowed again. "I was rude to you for so long because I was jealous that I was a spineless fool, that I was not as big as you, that I was not as strong, that I was not as handsome, that women would never pine for me as they pine for you," he whimpered. "But in that sand dune, I realized that jealousy wouldn't make me like you, because how could I ever be?" Standing up straight, he smiled guilelessly. "So I won't fight with you anymore. I'm not worthy." Kuruk's big unibrow bent in a confused V. "Huh?" 4. Stung. Dorian kept piling on. Even he felt it was getting a bit much. "I so admire—" "Stop that," Kuruk growled, his fists clenched. "Why are you talking like that? You were mocking me." "Oh, I wouldn't dare." Dorian's hands fled to his chest. "Lowly scum like me, mocking the son of the head hunter? I'd have to have a death wish." "Exactly," grunted Kuruk. "Look at your arms," said Dorian. "They're so big, I bet you could crush my skull with one hand. I wish I had arms like those." Kuruk just looked at him funny. He wore a look somewhere between flattered and constipated. "What's wrong with you? Why are you being so weird?" His forehead creased like a folded towel. "Don't make me beat you up again." Dorian spread his arms. "Do as you please. Compared to you, I'm but a humble ant." The big man kept staring, his bottom lip puckering a little. Dorian peered back, fully earnest. For a second he thought he could see through Kuruk's eyes, down to his soul. A very small man trapped in a very big body. "Heh, whatever." Kuruk snapped. He looked around at his boys, who all seemed equally befuddled. They'd come expecting a fight, not a surrender. All except for one. A lean, sallow teen strode up, his face a cruel mask. He'd been the most enthusiastic of the gravediggers. Now he jabbed out a finger. No, no, no. I don't believe it. Said Dorian. You say you know your place now, do you? Then prove it. He pointed to the elixir-shaped hump bag. I saw you coming from the alchemist's shop. If you admire Big Coo so much, he leaned in, smirking. Why don't you gift him that? It was important in these moments not to freeze. No eyes widening, no short breaths. Keep a wide smile, fluid movements. He'd thought this might happen. There were two main ways this encounter could have gone down. The first way, the original Io's way. He started off hostile, matched their aggression, and got into a good old brawl. He put his odds of victory in this form at less than 1 in 5. He put his odds of leaving with his ingredients in hand and undamaged at 0. He threw this out immediately. You had to pick your battles. The second way was he started off conciliatory, played nice, and maybe, just maybe, he'd end up with one less group of enemies and with his stuff untouched. Wishful thinking. He needed to pivot. A little gamble. First, he made a big show of unholstering his bag. Of course. If Kuruk wishes, who am I to refuse? He shrugged. Then, just as he was about to throw it, he scratched his head, sheepish, like he'd remembered something. I would, but it's for my sister, see? Kaya? Kuruk's eyes narrowed and his eyes snapped up. His voice was a low, angry rumble. Her shooting him down 2 days ago was the main reason Dorian's ribs still ached. Inwardly, Dorian grinned at Kuruk's reaction. He had a hook. She's asked me to get her old Who's spirit wines, he sighed. She's heartbroken. 2 days ago, she was bawling because she was forced to, turn down someone she really fancied. This was laying it on a little thick. Then again, it was about as thick as Kuruk's skull. It'd even out, he hoped. Huh? Kuruk's frown softened. Dorian could practically hear the gears clicking. Who? She wouldn't say, said Dorian, shaking his head. Kuruk's breath quickened. Then he frowned, like it took a second for Dorian's words to fully process. Wait, she was forced? Why? Dorian winced. After our parents died, his breath caught a little. They left us with so much debt. Debt to Chief Rust and his son. He paused. This part, at least, was all true. And Hento Rust, you know how he is. Hento, said Kuruk like an enraged bull. The young master of the Rust tribe did as he pleased. He was handsome, rich, practically untouchable, and spent most of his time high on mind-altering elixirs or between girls' legs. He wants my sis for himself, and every time she has a suitor, he forces her to turn them away. He wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. She's in so much debt, she has to obey. It's awful. It was the best kind of lie, the kind that was mostly true. They did owe Hento's family a great deal of money, and Hento, along with half the men in Rust Tribe, was smitten with her. But, in truth, Hento couldn't order Kaya around if he tried. And, of course, she didn't care a whit about Kuruk either, but Kuruk didn't need to know that. I knew it, he said, his teeth bared. His mood flip-flopped in an instant, and his face lit up like a child's. I knew that wench was hot for me all along. Ha! Then fire filled his eyes, and his hands balled to fists. Hento, the demon! I'll pound him to mush! Hey, big coo, said the sallow teen with a frown. He bit his lip. Something's rotten. I think he's lying. He's playing you. That whole thing with his sister, it's worm dung. Dorian gritted his teeth. This rat. Huh? Kuruk's happy grin was turning upside down and fast. He didn't want to believe it, Dorian saw. He was the sort of man who thought the whole world spun around his big frame. He was the hero of his own epic tale. Dorian just needed to push a few more buttons. What are you saying? Interjected Dorian with a frown of his own. That Kuruk's not good enough for my sister? That she could never really fancy him, so I must be lying about it? Kuruk's face changed colors. Are you, Pooh? He roared, whirling on the sallow teen. Pooh cringed. Of course not. I misspoke, Big Coo. I misspoke is all, he stammered. When his eyes turned back to Dorian, they were venomous. Ignoring him, Dorian forged on. Oh, it'll be a pity when she hears Kuruk stopped her from drowning her sorrows in her favorite spirit wines. No! Roared Kuruk with enough force to scare a few nearby birds into flight. He cleared his throat. That is to say, forget the drinks. Keep them. It was not my idea to take them. He glared at Pooh, who cowered further before turning back to Dorian. You will tell Kaya about me. You will put in a good word. It was strange, seeing such a big man swoon. Tell her that I shall save her. I shall beat Hento Rust's insides to powder if she wishes it. He is no threat to me. He lifted his chin. Take what's mine, will he? Ha! Puffing out his chest, he turned and waved to his crew. Come, brothers, we have a fop to discipline. Which was how Dorian was left without a scratch, with all his possessions intact. He blinked. Even he didn't think it'd go this well. He scratched his chin. Did he feel guilty about throwing Kaya under the chariot? He felt like he should, but he didn't. Shrugging, he turned to go back on his merry way. But before he could take so much as a step, he saw one figure break out from the rest of the gang. Pooh. His look was vicious. Dorian sighed. Drat. This rat wouldn't go away, would he? He'd earned his boss's ire and been humiliated to boot. No doubt he wished to get even. He strode toward Dorian with purpose. Dorian, for his part, kept walking like he'd seen nothing. Very well, let's play. He altered his trajectory just a little, quickened his pace a notch. If there was to be a confrontation, he had just the place in mind. Dorian went, Pooh followed. He went far out, past his tent, and farther, and still Pooh kept tracking him at a distance. Dorian kept pretending not to notice. He rounded a familiar dune, unloaded his knapsack, and waited. When Pooh came over the top of the dune, he pretended he was fussing with the sack's strings. Dorian didn't look up until the boy's shadow fell over him. Then he affected a shocked look and smiled. Pooh, fancy seeing you here. It was all he got out before the boy shoved him to the ground. Cut the worm dung, Pooh hissed. What do you think you're playing at? A swift kick to the ribs, right in the tender parts, had Dorian rolling over and wheezing. You trying to embarrass me, you little Zor-spawned bastard? Dorian stood shakily as another kick aimed at his midsection met sand. A cloud of it drifted into the wind. Not so mouthy now, are you? Pooh spat, reddening. He shoved Dorian again. Dorian sighed. A long, drawn-out sigh. Then he stood upright, shoulders back, and lifted his head, ignoring the pain lancing up his ribs. His entire demeanor shifted in an instant. "I tried to avoid this, you know," he said, a whimsical quirk on his lips. "But you're like a hellhound. Smell blood and you won't stop barking. You're more trouble than you're worth." He pursed his lips. His eyes shifted to the sky. "Do you know how hard it is to dispose of a body?" Pooh frowned. "Huh?" "A body. Human. Dead." Dorian cocked his head and glanced at Pooh. "Not the way your lot did to me, of course. That left all sorts of evidence. Anybody with half a brain could have guessed it was you. I mean the sort that leaves no trace, that draws no suspicion." He paused. "How many people will miss you, do you think? I'd guess not many. There are 10 urchins just like you in your little gang. How many will search for you? Even fewer. Maybe no one. People go missing all the time in this desert." Dorian shrugged. "What do you think? Am I in the clear? Any powerful relatives I should know about? Any life-saving treasures?" "Wait," said Pooh. "Are you threatening to kill me?" He laughed, a full-body affair. "You!" "Of course not," Dorian said with a grin. "I'm simply telling you a story." He took a step in, right up in Pooh's face. On instinct, Pooh swung for him hard. What happened next went very fast. One hand grabbing Pooh's wrist, the other cupping the triceps, a full-body pull and step out. All of a sudden, Pooh stumbled forward with a yelp, just as one arm snaked around his throat, crushing into his windpipe, stifling any shouts. "A boy wanders out into the desert," whispered Dorian. He kicked Pooh's knees out from behind him, and the boy fell, frothing at the mouth. "Too far out, behind a dune where nobody would think to look. Falls into a scorpion den, breaks his legs." The chokehold tightened. Pooh tugged at Dorian's arms, but the grip was locked tight as steel. "Can't climb out in time. They find his withered body in the morning, all puffed up, purple, dead from the poison." Pooh kept clawing, frantic, his legs kicked out, spasming at nothing. Dorian leaned in. "What else could have killed him? There are, of course, no bruises. A stroke of bad luck, they'll say." By now, Pooh's face was going white. "A pity." Then chi boiled at Pooh's fingertips, a pittance of it, barely a technique, but it still shone a raging sun yellow. It'd still burn if it hit. Before he even finished, Dorian hooked a leg over the arm, drawing it away and locking it in place. The technique sprayed into the sand. All the while, Dorian's chokehold tightened. Now things were desperate. Pooh tried clawing, elbowing, but Dorian kept the grip tight. Pooh's last few tries were to flail his fingers up, trying to poke out Dorian's eyes. He flailed like a crippled insect. Predictable. Dorian kept his eyes tucked in. One poke sliced a gash in his temple. Another bounced straight off. They were getting weaker and weaker. At last, the arms slumped and the head lolled. Now was the risky window. The next few steps had to happen quickly and with precision. Dorian kept his ears sharp, searching for the sound of footsteps. At the same time, he lightened the pressure on the choke, releasing the windpipe but keeping enough force to cut off the carotid arteries, to stop blood flow to Pooh's brain. For 5 tense minutes he held the chokehold. Then he let it go, and Pooh's body dropped like a sack of figs. The first thing he checked was the neck. No bruises. He opened Pooh's eyes with 2 fingers and held him up to the light, turned the head. No reaction. He stuck a finger into the eye's surface. No movement. Stuck a finger down Pooh's throat. Nothing. Brain death. Perfect. Then he set to work on the legs. 2 quick inside heel hooks, done in a minute, ruptured the knees and the ankles. The last step was to drag the corpse over to the grave he'd dug himself. The grave Dorian had dug himself out of a mere night before. He dropped the body in. A few last touches, shoveling in some sand, positioning the hands in places that looked natural, and done. The whole affair took less than a quarter of an hour. Dorian looked Pooh in his dead fish eyes, gave him a mock salute, and turned back along the path he'd come, whistling cheerily. Behind him, the winds were his accomplice, mussing his footsteps, covering his tracks. For now, his foes were neutralized, the most annoying of them picked off, and it was barely past noon of the first day. Dorian didn't intend to rest. There was still a poison to cure, techniques to learn, levels to gain, worlds to conquer. He smiled. With any luck, he'd get 3 of them done before the day's end. 5. Prodigy 1. The herbs Dorian had stolen soaked in a bowl of water mixed with a dash of the elixir of minor healing. He wiped off his hands, breathed out, and set the bowl down in a secluded corner of the tent. Done. It'd only need a few hours more before it was alchemy ready. Smiling, he drank the rest of the elixir in 2 big swigs. It staved off his lingering nausea and upset stomach, driving back the poison another few steps. Now it only felt like a lingering unease. The pain in his ribs had dulled to an ache. Soon, he hoped, it wouldn't feel like anything at all. Tonight. From outside, he heard the soft crunch of footsteps on sand, heavy. A moment later, his sister poked her head through the doorway and gave him a once-over. "Hello," she grinned. Then she poked her head back out. When she came back a second later, it was sideways, like a crab. She hefted a long stick laden with 2 giant water jugs over her shoulders. After a few puffing breaths, she dropped them by the side of the tent. "I'm back," she said. She threw her arms out in a pose like she was expecting applause from an imaginary audience. 2 full 10-ulma jugs tapped straight from the core of a cactus. Carried them 7 miles in the heat, alone. Almost got skewered by a worm-trap cactus on the way back, too. You know how many girls in this godforsaken tribe could have done that? Dorian blinked. "Just you?" "Damn right," said Kaya. Then her fierce grin shifted a little. She stalked over, wiping her sweat with a spare tunic. "You know who should have been out there?" "Me?" "Right again," she said. She knelt, taking a close look at his temple. "Feeling better? Does your head still throb? Did you drink that elixir of minor healing I had you buy?" "Yep, I'm all..." "Great." She gave him a hearty pat on the head. It felt almost like a slap. "You get 1 free day to heal up your dull little head, then back to training." Another reason the old Io loathed his sister? Even though she was only 3 years older, she mothered him to death. She was always pushing him to be not him, less weak, less wimpy, less small, more like her. Of late, just after his last birthday, she'd taken to subjecting him to daily drill sergeant workouts. After all, he was already 15 and weak as a lamb. He didn't have a single spiritual vein either, and none seemed forthcoming. At the very least, she'd decided, he needed some muscle. She made it a personal project to fix him up. But unlike with most everything else Kaya tried, here she didn't succeed. By some miracle of physics, Io had come out of months of training looking even thinner. The only gains he'd made were in his dislike of exercise and his sister. She looked at his spindly arms, squinting. "I've seen cactus thorns thicker than that. We'll need to double your barrel lifts. That and a few more dune runs should do." She paused, waiting for Io's usual groan. But Dorian just nodded. Good idea. She stared at him. What? Then she pinched him on the cheek. You realize I'll work you harder, right? Dorian kept nodding, his eyes wide. In the past, I was wrong to discount training, but after last night, I realized if I don't get stronger, I'll only hurt myself and you more. He bit his lip. He'd need to sell this next bit. I haven't been putting in effort like I should. From now on, I'll try my best. He channeled his best impressionable young cultivator impression. Throw a stone in any outer sect and it'd bounce off a menagerie of such hopefuls. The best kind of hope. Young, dumb, 5-year life expectancy hope. She tilted her head, a strand of short black hair falling across her eyes. You must have hit your head harder than I thought, she said at last. Then her grin returned. All right, full of air today, are you? I like it. Keep that same spirit when you're puking at the bottom of a dune. She ruffled his hair heartily. It felt like someone drubbed his skull with a ladle, and Dorian suppressed a hiss. Kaya hadn't just been boasting. For someone in the 4th level of the Origin realm, she was freakishly strong. About that, he said, ducking out of her assault. Yes? He took a deep breath. Just today, I broke through to the 1st level of the Origin realm. Oh? She took him by the shoulders, eyes intent. Don't joke. I'm not, he said. Look. He held out a hand and cycled his little splutter of chi. A faint sheen of white covered his digits. See? She looked at his hand, then at him, then at his hand again. You cycled past the 1st level? He grinned mirthlessly. It only took me 15 years. Is it so surprising? For a long moment, she studied him again. You should hit your head more often, she declared. He hid a smirk and gestured to the soup. Look, I even gathered some spirit herbs to help me cultivate. Who are you, and what have you done with my brother? He grinned and sighed. You found me out. In truth, I'm a reincarnated god king who threw out your brother's soul and took over his body. She gave him a deadpan stare. Right. Very funny. Jokes aside, he paused. Now that I finally got chi, I'm eligible for hunter training, aren't I? She looked at him like he'd truly lost it. Is this a trick? Am I dreaming? You in hunter training? Dorian winced. He spread his hands. Is it so hard to believe I've decided to change my ways? Yes. Well, I'm off to afternoon training regardless. He shrugged, walking over to the door. Oh, and don't drink that soup. My life depends on it. Even though Dorian couldn't see her, he felt her eye roll through his back. Your jokes are getting worse and worse. Jokes? If only. You are our tribe's greatest hope, said Master Tocho as he paced. Hunters are the lifeblood of Rust Tribe. It is hunters who beat back spirit beast hordes when they threaten. It is hunters who battle for the beast remains that make up our rations. He stopped to glance at the sordid cluster of half-naked, loincloth-laden teens before him, 20 or so in all. They stood in a flat plain hemmed in by a circle of stones just a few minutes' walk from the main camp. A flag hung off a totem pole to the circle's side. It was a makeshift training ground. This class is the first step in becoming a hunter. Here you'll be taught the fundamentals of our tribe's art, the Fist of the Rising Sun. He stopped to scan his audience. The faces seemed to change by the week. This class was a constant churn of dropouts and move-ups. Most dropped out within a few months, about the time it took to see their dreams of hunter glory vanish behind a mountain of grueling work. Do not come to this lightly, he stated. By the gods, you do not join this class to gain a hunter's rations come dinner time. You do not join this course to impress your mahjong friends. This is a fundamentals course, true, but it is also a years-long commitment. I shall break you and remake you and break you yet again. I shall forge a new you in a smithy of your sweat and blood. That I promise you." He paused to let his words sink in. "By the end, should you make it that far, you should hate and love me in equal measure, for only then shall you be warriors worthy of a place as a hunter trainee, worthy of learning the fist's elite techniques." He nodded to the handful of faces whose names he bothered to remember. Each had been training under him for the best part of 2 years. He'd taken them all in, soft, doughy, and carved hard edges of their bodies and their minds. They had steel in their eyes. The rest, not so much. There was one little stick of a boy who hadn't even come in proper uniform. He was still in his day's rags and sported a silly smile to boot. Everyone around him at least looked the part, stern faces, buffed bodies. They carried themselves with honor. Tocho lived to extinguish the light from dumb, naive eyes. He'd enjoy breaking this one. "Our work starts now," he spat. "Observe." He settled into a fighting stance. "The first form of the Fist of the Rising Sun. Ray!" he shouted. He twirled his arms about his head, and in the same move, chi cycled through his body in a complex pattern, gathering heat. With a feral roar, he expelled it and punched out, thrusting with his whole body. It looked like a shooting star had birthed in his hand. The bolt burst out with a shrill roar, trailing fiery chi before it cratered into the black sands with a loud whoomp. He nodded smugly. His ray, practiced over decades, was nearing level 7. A fearsome weapon, it had saved lives, his own and of his hunter team, on countless occasions. A rustle of oohs went up from the trainees. "It is said the founder of the technique was inspired by the phoenix," said Tocho. "The brighter the flame, the higher pitched the roar, the more powerful the technique." He sniffed at the array of dumbstruck eyes. "Don't be too thrilled. It'll be months yet before any of your sorry hides manages even a low rumble, I imagine, and this is only the art's first form." Winding his arms back, he resumed his starting position. "I'll do it once more, but slower. Watch closely, for it'll be your turn next." He did, narrating as he went, describing the precise flow of chi through his body, describing the exact visualizations he'd done, the way it took in the heat of the world and returned it in equal measure. He noted in painstaking detail the placement of the feet, the whirl of the arms, the thrust of the body. All of it. Put your hips into it. Only for all of it to vanish the moment he left them to their own devices. Typical novices. Sounds splattered the air, hup and ki-up and ha, as they tried to produce the form. A big oaf of a boy tried twirling, lost his balance, and fell over his feet in a cloud of dust. Others, the more experienced ones, tried punching out with all their enthusiasm, foregoing the setup to no effect. Tocho pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing. The tribe's greatest hope, indeed. Forget a low rumble. Most of the youngsters barely managed to even externalize their chi. Their feeble efforts looked more like tricks of the light than combat techniques. Rags Boy, must be his first time, hadn't even given it a try. He'd just sat there, brows scrunched. Even worse. Sighing, Tocho whipped out his greatest teaching device, a 5-foot-long pole he'd bought years ago from a merchant from Velsia, made of a material he'd never seen, iron bamboo. Half the pupils flinched. The other had never had a class with him before, evidently. Chuckling, he walked up to the oafish, twirling boy the way an end spider stalks a grub. He couldn't recall the boy's face, which either meant it was his first class or Tocho hadn't cared enough to memorize it in classes prior. Probably the latter. "Master," said the oafish boy with a toothy smile. "I've got it." He twisted into another flamboyant try. "Kee! Ow!" He fell over himself, clutching at his thigh. A welt started to form where Tocho's bamboo stick had struck. Such tender, unmarked thighs. Tocho's fingers itched. "Your step's too long. Your stance is too wide. Again!" he barked. Groaning, the boy got up and made another go at it, slower this time. He didn't get 3 seconds in before a slap buckled his arm. "Tuck the elbow! What are you, a crippled Vordor? Again!" It was 6 more bruises before Tocho moved on to his next victim. 5 were for the techniques. The last was to toughen him up and to warm up Tocho's wrist. There would be much slapping before the day was done, after all. The next half hour was full of yelps and squeals. One tall, thin boy, the head chef's son, quit on the spot. "You're a sadist," he crowed, eyes full of tears. "My father will hear of this. Mark my words." "I am," grinned Tocho. "What of it? Sadists make the best teachers. Scuttle off." Finally, 3/4 of the way through a line that had shrunk by 1/4 since the class's start, he got to Rags Boy. Unmarked arms, marked legs, sootless face. Probably hadn't done a hard day's labor in his life. He'd seen this boy's kind as cook's assistants or cleaners or tailor's apprentices or any number of grunt roles. Not hunter material, not in 1,000 years. His fingers drummed on his bamboo stick eagerly. "Well," he said, "I'm waiting." He smiled, showing 2 rows of teeth, and raised the stick preemptively. It hung in the air like an executioner's blade. The boy smiled back at him as though he didn't see the stick at all. He looked at Tocho with eyes calm as a spring pond, and for an inexplicable, infinite, skin-crawling moment, Tocho felt like he'd been seen, past the skin, down to the muscle and tissue and bones. The boy moved. There was a clarion call sound like the chime of a divine bell, like the screech of a phoenix upon seeing the first morning's light, and, for an instant, the world was drenched in a fire bright as the sun. There was silence, a long, drawn-out silence. 20-odd pairs of wide eyes all swiveled to stare at one person. Then a new, foreign sound broke that silence. A meaty, hollow thump as Tocho's bamboo stick slipped from his trembling, frozen fingers and crashed flat on the sand. 6. Prodigy 2. Either Dorian was severely overdressed or he was in the wrong place. He glanced around, an eyebrow raised at the ragtag boys milling around him dressed in plain loincloths. They were of all sizes and shapes, fat, thin, tall, short. The only constant was their cultivation, which hovered in the first and second levels of the origin realm. A few threw him odd looks as he sauntered up. "Is this the spot for basic hunter training?" he asked with a grin. "Yeah," said a paunchy boy who vaguely resembled a tottering gourd. "You lost, kid? Latrine's that way." The boy beside him snickered. This one vaguely resembled the spokes of a wheel, all lanky limbs radiating from a small torso. "Relax," he said, patting Gourd Boy. "Don't be such a wart. It's a new trainee, that's all." He squinted at Dorian, licking his lips. "I know you. You're that wimp Kuruk's always picking on. Kai's little bro, isn't it?" He snickered. Finally get to Origin Level 1? Took you long enough, eh? He gave Dorian a lazy smack on the back. Dorian smiled, shrugged, and briefly considered breaking the offending arm. Gourd Boy's nose crinkled. "Wait, you're whose lil' bro?" "Kaya," said Spokesboy. "You know, the buff hottie with the big—" He made a heaving gesture with his hands, then winked at Dorian like they were sharing a secret. "Oh, her," said Gourd Boy. His eyes glazed over a little, and a big smile broke across his face. "Man, the things I'd do to her." Then a third voice broke in. All right, back off, you two." A tan, well-muscled boy stepped between them. "Feh," said Spokesboy, sticking out his tongue. "Spoil sport." He and Gourd Boy receded, leaving Dorian and his would-be savior. "Don't mind them," said Muscles Boy. "Che and Achak aren't always jerks. They just like messing with the newbies." Smiling, he held out a hand. Dorian took it, bemused. "I'm Muwata, by the way. I've been in basic training almost a year and a half." He thrust out his chest proudly like it was some huge accomplishment. "You can call me Senior Muwata." "You are?" "Io," said Dorian, wondering how he found himself in this conversation. "A pleasure." "This is your first day, right?" Muwata said, patting Dorian on the shoulder like he was a long-lost younger brother. "You should know hunter training's no joke. I'm the only one left of the crew who started on my first day." Dorian sighed internally and resigned himself to the conversation. Which act to play? Dumb newbie version 4 should do the trick. "Whoa," said Dorian, eyes widening. "Really?" "Not just anyone can be a hunter," said Muwata, nodding. "You've got to have the right stuff. Surviving a year in this class is the hardest thing you'll ever do." "Huh?" "It's true," said Muwata sagely. "Believe it or not, a year ago I came to this class just like you. Weak, wimpy, small, a shrimp of a man, barely more than dirt." Dorian's left eye twitched. "Look at me now." If Muwata puffed out any more, Dorian was scared his chest might burst like a balloon. "This class tempers you more than in body and chi, but your soul, too." He wagged a finger at Dorian. "Hear me, young Io. The techniques Master Tocho teaches will shape who you are forever." "Techniques?" Dorian perked up. "What kind?" A glint appeared in Muwata's eye. "Let me show you." He squared up, flexing all his muscles until he looked like an overripe tomato in the sun. Then, with a feral roar that probably reached half the tribe, he twirled, danced, gambled, flexed, shouted, and thrust out his palms. It looked like he'd been possessed by a demon that was also trying to summon another demon. After about 20 seconds, about 10 seconds in, Dorian was sure he'd suffered a stroke, Muwata punched out with a "Ha!" A measly little whimper of bright chi left his hands and plopped onto the sand. Muwata stood upright, chin high, and put his hands on hips, like he was waiting for something. Dorian was speechless. Wow, so cool." "It's not worth mentioning," said Muwata. By his proud smile, it seemed he thought it was very much worth mentioning. "Don't be too excited. It will take you years to get where I am, maybe decades. Master Tocho says I've got mortal-grade martial talent, and it took even me a year of hard practice. You will fail your first 100 times, maybe your first 1,000. Muwata shuddered like he was recalling painful memories. "During your first 6 months, you will be a loser, even more than you are right now, believe it or not. You'll feel like quitting every single day. Never quit. That is what separates someone like you from someone like me." He beat his chest with a fist. Dorian's face did a little involuntary spasm. Thanks? Then the instructor came in and started barking, and Dorian sent a silent word of prayer to himself. Tocho showed the move, Ray, from the Fist of the Rising Sun, and Dorian relaxed a little. After Muwata's little peacock show, he worried this entire tribe was kooky, but Tocho seemed, at the very least, not a charlatan. If Tocho's technique hit something, it might actually hurt. Of course, it was riddled with imperfections. Dorian could try to spin a new technique from it entirely, but he decided against it. The fist's idea was sound enough. It was based off a phoenix, Tocho had said. And besides, making systemic fixes to the tribe's signature offensive techniques on his first day might draw too much undue suspicion. Better to just play the prodigy, he decided, and learn the technique as is. After another showing, Tocho left them to practice. Dorian would start slow, pretend like he was learning it for the first time. In a way, he was. He just had a hell of a lot more insight than most. Hesitantly, he started the Ray's initial motion. "Stop!" He'd barely made a move, and already Muwata was looking at him with a frown. "Wrong!" he declared. Dorian blinked. As far as he could tell, it had been picture perfect. "Bah, I'll show you how it's done," sighed Muwata, shaking his head. Whatever doubt Dorian had that Muwata actually found something wrong vanished in an instant. He could only watch, a funny look on his face, as Muwata executed his hellspawn mating ritual a second time. It wasn't so useless, come to think of it. The more Dorian looked, the more he saw exactly what not to do. He leaned in, eyes widening. Yes, Muwata did the ray like a blunt fireball. In truth, the phoenix was fast and sharp, cutting. The true technique ought to be like a ray of sharp light, a flash of heat. "Oh!" Dorian gasped. "Again, Senior Muwata, again!" To his right, Tocho had gotten out a big stick. He was going down the line, berating the trainees, but Dorian didn't much care. He scrutinized Muwata's form, utterly intent. In his mind, the true technique was taking shape, like a rusted sword polished off. "Now, you try," said Muwata with a self-satisfied smile. With his new technique firmly in mind, Dorian stepped out. "Wrong!" He winced. "Really? Your elbow shouldn't be tucked like that." "Nope," said Muwata, shaking his head. He stroked his chin like it was an imaginary white beard. "It should look like this." He proceeded to demonstrate a motion that was like what Dorian did, but substantially worse. It was analogous to a toddler seeing a masterpiece painting, then trying to replicate it blindfolded, using only a stick in the mud. Dorian's right eye twitched. "I see," he said. "Again," barked Muwata, hands at his hips. Then, 10 feet away, Dorian heard Tocho utter that exact thing in almost the exact same fashion. Amused, Dorian moved again, this time in a 1-to-1 replica of Muwata's first motion. "Wrong!" This Muwata likes playing the wise senior brother a little too much, doesn't he? "Tuck your elbow in more, and your feet are too wide." "Again," said Muwata, crossing his arms. Those instructions happened to be exactly what not to do, but Muwata looked very serious. Dorian scratched his head. Many thanks, Senior Muwata," he said earnestly, and moved as Muwata said. "Wrong again!" To Dorian's vast relief, Tocho was nearly halfway down the line, just a few students away. He listened and nodded, then nodded some more as Muwata kept babbling. The higher the raise pitch, the better the technique, said Muwata, waving his finger like a teacher's pointer. Then he glanced down the line. Well, I've taught you as best as I can, young Io, he said. Master Tocho has come for inspection. He stepped back with a pitying frown. When you mess up, don't give up. Oh, and whatever happens, do not cry. Master Tocho will pounce on weakness like a worm on rotting flesh. He shuddered. Good luck. With a final sympathetic pat, Muwata faded away. Now came Tocho, bald, scarred, looking every bit the battle-worn veteran instructor. He raised his stick, his face a sadistic mask. Well, he said, I'm waiting. Why is it that every person I meet assumes I'm incompetent? Dorian nearly snorted. I suppose Io was pretty incompetent, but these people don't even know me. Is it how I look? He resolved to gain 30 pounds of muscle and grow a mustache after this was all over. For now, he just smiled at Tocho. And moved. Chi rose in him like the sun rose in the sky. In his mind, the image of the phoenix, rising and falling and rising once more, burned like a midnight star. His hands were feathered by light, his arms wreathed in it. The move was fast as the flap of a phoenix's wings, the fire as deadly, and a sound cut through every noise, bright, clear, attention-grabbing. Shwing! Light burst out, blinding, shrieking in pitch, and drove a clean, steaming cut into the packed sand ground. The cut smoldered red in the black, but rather than fill it in, the sands around it held back, as though afraid. Level up, Ray, level 1. Level up, Ray, level 2. Level up, Ray, level 3. Level up, Ray, level 4. Level up, Ray, level 5. Ha! Very nice. Dorian grinned. He'd never tire of those. Then he winced as the notifications kept piling in. 5 levels? Oops. He supposed it was a low-tier technique, but he'd overshot by about 2. I'll roll with it. Nobody moved. Forget a pin. You could hear a grain of sand drop. Then something substantially louder fell, jarring everyone out of their shocked stares. Impossible! Tocho gasped. His eyes bulged comically. You... His mouth moved, but no coherent words came out. At last he settled on, again! He pointed a trembling hand. Do it again! What's wrong, Master Tocho? Said Dorian, cocking his head innocently. Did I do it wrong? Again, damn you! Roared Tocho. Faking a cringe, Dorian complied. Same move, same result, and another molten scar was driven into the sands. Tocho rubbed his eyes. He looked at Dorian like he had grown a tail. There was a long pause, then... How? Croaked Tocho. He seized Dorian by the wrists. You're trained, aren't you? By who? Chief Damien? How many years have you practiced it? Answer me. Ah, squealed Dorian. I've never trained before. Lies, snarled Tocho. I swear it, he gasped. You can ask anyone. My sis is in the elite hunter class. I only just broke through to Origin Level 1. She can vouch for me. Tocho's eyes narrowed. Your sister? Kaya, sir, said Dorian with a swallow. Urk! Tocho's eyes widened. Perhaps it runs in the family? His face scrunched up like a dried grape as he thought. Slowly, his thoughts appeared to turn toward the conclusion Dorian wanted him to come to. Martial talent, muttered Tocho, whitening. Must be, but which? Earth grade or spirit grade? Or even, can it be, Heaven-grade martial talent? What's that? Dorian scratched his head. Then his eyes lit up. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, Master. I actually have been trained. What? For how long? By who? Dorian swiveled around to point one imperious finger at Muata, whose arms were slack at his sides. His jaw threatened to fall off his face, and his eyes were so wide you could fit skipping stones into them. His body trembled faintly. He looked like his soul had left his body. For the past half hour, Senior Muata taught me all about Ray. Thank you for the pointers, Senior, Dorian said with a bow and a grin. 7. Prodigy 3. The sound that left Muata's mouth was like a balloon slowly deflating. Uh-huh, he said. It was all thanks to Senior's guidance, said Dorian, eyes glistening. It was? Said Muata. His mouth was a dazed O. By the expression on his face, it seemed someone had swapped his brain for a fish's. Meanwhile, Tocho's facial features did a gymnastics routine. Like hells it was, he snarled. Marching over, he uncrossed his arms and waved Muata off. He leaned in close, so close Dorian could smell the tangy herbs on his breath, and he studied Dorian's face like it was a treasure map written in a language he didn't understand. I'll ask again. This your first time studying any chi technique? Don't lie to me, I'll know. Dorian nodded fast, blinking faster. Tocho heaved a slow breath, then grunted. So you say? He paused. That last technique, Ray, you picked it up, did you? Just like that? I don't know, said Dorian with big doe eyes, swallowing. I saw you do it, Master, and tried it. It felt right. Humph, said Tocho again. He squinted. Humph. All right. Then... By now, the rest of the boys had gathered around in a loose circle. Watch this! His arms tensed, the veins on his neck bulged, and his body jerked out in a spastic motion, the opposite of the flow of the first form. Chi circulated through his body in twisting, complex patterns. He roared, thrusting out with one palm, and a shocking mass of fiery chi burst out. The roar this time was deep, like a bellow. The blast, which flew in the vague shape of a palm, evaporated after a few feet. The second form of the Fist of the Rising Sun, Flash Palm, he thundered. You get that, boy? I think... Dorian bit his lip. Internally, he held the move in his mind, dissecting the chi flows. Already he saw the basic workings of the technique, its key points, its weaknesses. Try it, said Tocho. With narrowed eyes, he picked up his stick. Flash Palm, go! Dorian pretended to hesitate. But, Master, you've only shown it once. Tocho raised his stick. His arm trembled. Go! After a pretend shudder, Dorian complied. He started, shaky at first, but the chi flowed fast and true. It was like someone had run Tocho's palm through a blurry mirror, smaller, less refined, but that burst of heat, that palm shape, unmistakable. Level up, Flash Palm, level 1. Level up, Flash Palm, level 2. Level up, Flash Palm, level 3. By the gods, said Tocho. His bramble bush beard quivered. It's true, heaven grade. He stared at Dorian's face like it was a treasure map he could now understand. Nobody moved. They all stared at him as though he were a god descended, which he was, of course, but they didn't know that. Dorian broke the awkward silence. What's going on? He asked, blinking innocently. Was it right? Tocho swallowed, nodded once. more of a jerk of the head than a nod. "But, Master, Senior, I thought you said it'd be hard," said Dorian, scratching his head. "I thought it was supposed to take years. What was it you said? Reforge my skin or something? It sounded really cool." "Urgh," said Tocho. "Urgh," said Muata. Tocho swallowed again, and this time it seemed to clear whatever lump stopped him from forming a sentence. He swept his eyes across the rest of the assembled students. "Change of plans," Tocho roared as his eyes flitted back to Dorian. "Yakta, Che, Muata, Achak to me! Now, everyone else, out of the ring!" As the students shuffled forward and back, still in a daze, Tocho pointed to Dorian. "Kid," he said, breathing heavy, "you may very well have martial talent." "What's that?" "The dream of all warriors," said Tocho. His face was still white. "To be blessed by the heavens for combat, to pick up skills at double or triple or 10 times the rate of normal folk. In our tribe, the number of hunters with martial talent can be counted on one hand. But even among talents, there are grades." His hands gripped his staff with white knuckles. "If I'm right, only the chief and his son have the same grade as you." Dorian brightened up. "Really?" Of course, this body had no such inborn talent, but it was very easy to fake talent with 100 lifetimes worth of martial insights. "Only one test remains," said Tocho. His face was grave. "Merely learning skills does not a martial artist make." He spoke not only to Dorian, but to the entire gathered crowd. "The other half of martial talent is combat. For the blessed, fighting with chi is as easy as breathing. If you truly possess heaven-grade talent, prove it. In a 4-man kumite of my most senior students." He swept his arm across the 4 he'd gathered. All were fierce, big, and imposing. Dorian had met 3 of them already. They looked like statues baked hard under the sun. All were also pale as bone. "Yakta, first up!" shouted Tocho. The tallest among them stepped forward, a bald, scarred boy, the sort who looked twice his true age. He sized Dorian up the way a hunter sized up a megapede. "First to drop loses," said Tocho, crossing his arms. Yakta gave a curt bow. "I never heard of you," he said, his voice like grating gravel. His fists clenched into 2 massive boulders of flesh. "Talent, eh? We'll see about that." "Master," said Dorian, his head swiveling around like an owl's. "Wait, we're meant to fight? It's my first day, and he's 3 times my size." "Commence!" Dorian exaggerated a gulp. "Senior, please go easy." With a bull's roar, Yakta charged. With a puppy's squeal, Dorian ran. 2 brute force rays made geysers of sand to either side of him. Low level as it was, Dorian's current frame could barely support his running, and the poison in him halved the smidgen of cardio his body was capable of. He skittered, dashed, yelped, and scrambled in a circle, just barely dodging another ray that would have turned his insides into outsides. He grimaced. Despite the skill disparity, with his body he couldn't let this drag on very long. Just a little more. 10 steps, long enough for the panic to believably wear off. "Fight, damn you!" yelled Tocho. With his reddened, bald head, he looked like a very angry thumb. As though on cue, Dorian wheeled around, still screaming, and loosed 2 wild attacks. It looked reflexive, a beginner lashing out. The first was a ray which took Yakta straight in the chest, halting his momentum and burning a fierce, bloody line across his pecs. He looked down, surprised. Then a flash palm swatted him off his feet in a blast of sheer light and heat. The crowd gasped loudly. The big man looked up at him, dazed. To the side, Tocho breathed so fast he seemed about to have a heart attack. At last he gathered himself enough to say, "Winner! Io!" Dorian looked at his hands in fake wonder, as though he were thinking, "Did I just do that?" What he was really thinking was, "Wow, this body sucks worse than I thought. A fifth of my chi drained for 2 techniques?" To top it off, that little bit of running had his lungs rattling hard, which was just sad. But his audience still stared at him, so he dropped back into character. "Whoa!" he gasped, blinking fast. A slow, dumb smile came over his face, like he was only now processing the last few seconds. Did I just do that?" He gasped like a sudden realization overcame him. "I'm awesome!" Finally, Yakta stumbled up, his face still steaming, and bowed shakily. "Thank you for the pointers," he croaked, and wobbled off. Tocho swallowed at the sight. "Che," he said, his voice cracking. "You're up!" It was Spokesboy, whose face still hadn't regained much color. His eyes lingered on Yakta, then made a slow pilgrimage to settle on Dorian. "Io, was it?" he said with a warbling, oily smile. "That little, tizzy when we first met, that was all a little joke. Just a joke. All in good fun. You understand, don't you? We're all good buddies." "Of course, Senior," said Dorian, nodding. "I barely even remember it." "Really?" Che's smile grew wider, realer. "I only remember that you said something about my sister." He frowned, and Che's face froze. "What was it again? Could you remind me, Senior?" he said sweetly. "Commence!" yelled Tocho. Now, it wasn't like Dorian harbored any great affection for Io's sister or any great enmity for this Che, but what good was eternal life without a little fun? What followed was a little like a slow, elderly fly being swatted by the world's largest fly swatter. Che threw out a quick, jittery ray. Dorian responded with a simple flash palm infused with 1/10 of his chi. The two collided the way tissue paper collided with a freight train. The flash palm broke past the ray and landed like a miniature sun on Che's face. Bah! Yow! A ray sliced into Che's abdomen half a second later, doubling him over, knocking the wind from him. Another flash palm, a love tap of a move, done at half power, had the lanky boy keeling over. I give, he wailed, stumbling off. Dorian glanced to Tocho. The man looked faint. Both fists were clenched tight around his stick, bending it so hard it groaned. "Hey, check," he whispered. Dorian suppressed an eyebrow raise. The lumpy boy shuffled up, looking uncertain. He opened his mouth as though to say an apology or a plea, saw Dorian's grin, and swallowed his words. "Commence!" An instant after Tocho's word, Achak opened his mouth. "I surrender!" An instant after Achak opened his mouth, a flash palm swatted him head over heels into the sand. 24 mouths gaped in unison. "Ooh, what do you think? Is this enough proof, Master?" said Dorian, batting his eyelashes. "You!" Tocho looked a stiff wind away from spitting blood. He nodded stiffly, but it seemed he was a stickler to the rules of the kumite. "One more. Go, Muwata," he said hoarsely. Muwata's trudge up to the field was almost guilty. "Forgive me. I have eyes, but I can't see the sinkhole's depths," he said. His bow was low and long. "Please, give me pointers." Dorian bowed back, giggling. Of course, Brother Muata. For the crime of being a minor annoyance, I sentence you to a hearty smack. A few underpowered rays and a sneaky palm from behind did the trick. With a few light yowls, Muata was left panting on his knees. My thanks, Senior. Dorian surveyed his audience, a sea of wide eyes, lolling tongues. After today, this performance would circulate all over Rust Tribe. The tribe would know there was a new prodigy born, just like he wished. Dismissed! Tocho's loud voice, which had regained much of its authority, pulled him back to the present. Everyone is dismissed. Off with you! He roared. As the boys dispersed, whispering among themselves and casting furtive glances at Dorian, Tocho marched over and clamped a hand on his wrist. Come, he said, and Dorian was dragged along with a yelp. Wah! Where are we going? The tribal chief's tent, was Tocho's curt reply. Now he looked at Dorian with a mix of awe and a hint of fear, like he was handling a legendary weapon. He will decide what to do with you. Minutes later, they stopped outside a tent unlike all others. Whereas Dorian's tent was made from soft, waterproof hide, the chief's was studded with scales that burned in the sunlight. Drake's scale. They cast a proud red glow, like a beacon of might. A strange coldness radiated from them, matting Dorian's skin in cool, invisible sheets. A pressure. A wreath of tusks jutted from the tent's tops, and, over the entrance, the severed head of an end spider peered out, its hundreds of marble eyes unfocused, two yellow-red mandibles hanging loose. Dorian had seen his fair share of severed heads, but to hang one over the door, that spoke to either terrible taste in architecture or psychopathy, and Dorian honestly wasn't sure which was worse. Then another realization hit him as Tocho dragged him up to the entrance. That pressure didn't come from the scales, nor the horns. It didn't even come from that severed spider head. It came from within the tent. This wasn't just a matter of a degree of power. This was a whole other realm entirely. Dorian hummed, eyebrows raised. A vigor realm cultivator in this barren hellhole? Someone interesting appears. Shrugging, he followed Tocho across the threshold. 8. The Chief. Dorian had visited many a leader's home. They went by various titles, chief, clan head, patriarch, king, emperor, but their rooms were all the same, monuments to excess, lathered with enough golds, silvers, and gemstones to inspire jealousy in dragons. But Chief Rust's room almost could have belonged to any of his tribesmen. 2 humble jugs lay in a corner, a big leather chest, a cot, the same stuff Dorian and Kaya had. The floor was raked sands, nothing else. No paintings adorned the walls, no prized weapon racks stood by the entrance, no exotic pet lounged on a shining rug. The room was bizarrely ordinary, if bizarrely clean and neat. Everything was set at straight angles to everything else, simple and functional. Only 3 things set the room apart. The first was the bookcases. All manner of tomes, leather-bound, lined the walls, written in a plethora of languages, ordered by height and series in cascades. There was not a speck of dust or sand on any of the shelves. Dorian could count on one hand the number of people in Rust Tribe who owned enough books to warrant even one such shelf. The second was the desk. It was massive and made entirely of bones. 4 giant thigh bones were its legs, and the massive skull of some feline beast, caved in over the top, was the desk's surface. Two gaping eye sockets, chipped into perfect empty circles, stared at Dorian from the desk's front. The third was the man behind the desk. Here was a huge body of precise geometries, a golem of a man, a square torso, a square head, bulging spheres of muscle on his arms, cords of it running down his legs and chest. His face was a sheer cliff, his eyes the dark blue of a moon seen through nighttime mist. There were no soft edges to him, every part exact, as though all his fat had been pared away by a scalpel. A perk of his vigor physique? For the first time since Dorian's reincarnation, he was on guard. Adrenaline pricked at him. This was the first man he'd met in this life who he'd be hard-pressed to beat. That also made Rust a man he needed to treat with special care. A fierce, taut aura emanated from the chief, like a cord pulled tight, almost to breaking. Once inside the room, the pressure was even stronger. Palpable. It seemed to infect Tocho. He stood rigid and still. Rust's eyes had been fixed on a book on his desk. The moment Dorian and Tocho entered, they flickered up. Only the eyes. Nothing else on him moved. "Yes?" he said. The word was deep, resonant, and clipped. It was the sort of voice that effortlessly drew the ear. He seemed to not even register Dorian's presence. He looked at Tocho like he was the only thing in the world. "Venerable Chief," said Tocho. He bowed to his waist. "I've brought you new talent." He cleared his throat. "This is Io, a lad in basic training. This morning I discovered he's got heaven-grade martial talent." Rust's eyes snapped to Dorian instantly. His gaze seemed to hold a physical weight, pressing down on the head, the shoulders. There was a subtext to the gaze, a sharpness Dorian couldn't quite place. "I recommend him for immediate promotion to Chosen, that is, to become a hunter in training," finished Tocho. Dorian made his brows jump up at the words, like he hadn't expected them. Then Rust's eyes left Dorian, screwing back onto Tocho, and the pressure lifted. That's a vigor physique ability for sure. Nifty. Silence. Rust's gaze bored into Tocho, adding a layer of invisible weight. Tocho was a scarred veteran, hardly the type to cave easily, but now he buckled a little and hunched in. Still, Rust said nothing. Then his eyes narrowed. That little gesture seemed to speak the world. Tocho took a quick step back. "Or perhaps I'm hasty," he said, his hands mauling one another in fidgets. "Certainly it's subject to your approval, Chief. I only mean to groom our best talent for the good of the tribe." Rust grunted. The sound broke his god's-awful silence, and Tocho breathed out. "Heaven grade," said Rust, eyes flashing. "You're certain of it?" Tocho jerked a nod. Rust's eyes swiveled back to Dorian. "Io," he said, rolling it on his tongue, savoring the syllable. He looked up at the ceiling, frowning, like he was searching through a library in his mind and picking out a file. "Io, son of the deceased Ivelta, defector from the Ugok clan and the deceased Nakai, blacksmith of Rust tribe, brother to chosen Kaya." Dorian blinked. He searched Io's memories, but couldn't recall meeting the chief once. He'd only seen glimpses of the man from afar. From what he knew, Kaya hadn't met him either. Does he have the bios and genealogy of his 200-odd tribesmen all memorized? When Rust's eyes drew back to Io, they took on a strange quality, arresting. "I know of your sister and your father and your mother," he said, "but I know nothing of you. You are merely a name, a footnote in other people's stories." His book snapped shut. He leaned forward with deliberation. Then it felt Dorian was caught in a full-force winter gale, the sort that seeps down to your bones. there was a wonky dissonance, too. Outwardly, there was no force, nothing physical, but inwardly, he felt like he was trapped in a blizzard. Dorian shivered involuntarily and gritted his teeth. Hells, is this a useful physique? An awful weird one to have, too. Cold in a desert? Then, Dorian finally placed what that sharpness in Rust's gaze was. Subtle but unmistakable. Rust looked at Dorian with the opposite of patriarchal warmth. He looked at Dorian the way an alpha wolf sizes up an upstart, as though he decided whether to off Dorian before he became a threat to Rust's own rule. Only then did Dorian fully appreciate the danger he was in. He stilled, then mentally face-palmed. In hindsight, he'd been naive to expect he'd be rewarded. If he was the only heaven-grade talent in the tribe outside the chief's lineage, that also made him dangerous. In the future, he might make a fiendish challenger. He could practically hear the morbid calculus running through the chief's thoughts. Let him grow into a possible threat, or off him where he stands. There was a sheer intensity in the chief's gaze now. Dorian had been around far too many killers to know the man would have zero qualms wiping him off the face of Altera. Still, a part of him felt only chagrin. What kind of chief treats his own men like this, even slapping around Tocho, a model subordinate? He winced. The end spider head. That was an obvious first clue. "Who are you, Io?" asked Rust slowly. Hidden in the question was another question. Are you an asset or a threat? The nice thing about playing the frozen-up, foolish boy was that it gave Dorian a good 5-second window to consider his options. At this stage, he was far from a match for the chief if things turned sour. Hell, he wouldn't give himself even odds with Tocho in his current state. That left only softer options, and with the way Rust stared, he'd need to be soft indeed. He ransacked Io's memories with haste, searching for things to pull from. His next words were chosen very carefully. I'm not sure what you mean, Chief, sir," he gulped. Pretend all the subtext, the gaze, the pressure, the question has flown over my head. "That is, I'm just a boy, sir." No threat, no designs. There was a pause. Rust held it over Dorian's head like an executioner's blade, stretched on, wordless, and then Dorian knew Rust's pressure was only his third best weapon, his eyes his second. Rust had turned weaponizing silence into an art form. It was impenetrable, and that made it all the more deadly. Did it mean displeasure, or was he waiting for Dorian to go on? Now Dorian pretended to find his voice. He tamped down on the warbles. "I'm Io, of the Rust tribe, Kaya's brother. My allegiances, my ties, tribe first." He bowed deep, past the waist, even deeper than Tocho's bow had been. "It's a great honor to meet you." His eyes watered a little. Just a little. No tears. Tears could be a crocodile's, but a little watering never hurt anyone. Then he looked to Tocho, eyes wide, before returning to Rust's gaze. "If the chief would have me as a chosen, I would be honored." Repeat honor. Give it a veneer of spontaneity. Rust's face could have been a mountain's for how much it moved. Dorian had lived a great length of time. He'd met a great deal of people. He seldom met people he couldn't read. He loathed those people the most. Thankfully, the chief chose not to milk this silence. "The minimum level for chosen is Origin Level 3. A coolness brushed over Dorian like a giant hand. "You are only of the first level. You have just awakened. Why are you worthy of an exception?" Shit. Deeper. He grasped for something at Io's core, something real. He clenched one hand into a fist. There was a sharp jab in his intestines. Leave it to now for that blasted poison to act up, and, through sheer will, suppressed a coughing bout. No. Right then, total control was imperative, but control was slipping from his grasp by the second. He needed something. Fast. Then a memory flashed to mind, deeply held in Io's mind. Instantly he ran with it. "Well, I always wished to be a hunter, sir," he said. His voice hitched, choked a little, and he threw himself into that emotion, that scene. For an instant, he was Io again. "I'm 6 years old. It's dusk. There's been a beast attack, but all I hear are sickening bangs, cracks of chi techniques, crunches of bones breaking, and shrieks from outside my tent. It's hell to a child, especially one as sensitive as me. I'm screaming, too, if only to drown out the noise. Kaya has dragged me inside. She swaddles me in blankets till I stop screaming, hugs me till I stop trembling. She speaks to me so calmly, so soothingly that she convinces me everything will be okay. She's so convincing it takes minutes for me to notice she's trembling too. We wait there in the dark and in the quiet following the dark, and at last the tent flaps crack open. It's Father. He has Mother's body. Her eyes, stunning sky blues, are still wide, unfocused. Her lips are torn strings of flesh. Her chest is a grisly lattice of bone and blood, caved in. Her heart is lost under a sheet of hardened blood. "The sand wolves caught her as she was out gathering," he says. His voice is broken. He says she went down fighting. Kaya and I nod numbly. We both know it's a lie. Mother was sunshine in a woman, not a fighter. She hadn't even had time to remove her gatherer's gloves. Oddly, that's what I remember most of the scene. Her hands, thin, nimble, dexterous. She lived through her hands. They were always in motion, patting heads, twirling in frenzies as she joked around dinner fires. At first, I don't believe she's dead. I can't bring myself to believe it, even when I'm confronted with her body. I'm convinced it's all a joke. Only when I remove the gloves, when I see her fingers grasping, smashed, limp, do I know it's true. Father says the hunters did their best. He did his best. It was not enough. He tries to hold himself back from tears, tries to be strong for us. He does not manage it. Not 6 months after, he passes too. A year later, Kaya breaks through to Origin Level 1. She's the first girl in the tribe to sign up for hunter training. I wish more than anything to follow in her footsteps. But I never break through to Origin. I cannot, and it kills me. Dorian drew it all in, soaked in it, reveled in it, and spoke, channeling the truth. "My mother was killed in a beast horde, sir," he said. Now his voice was firm, with just a slight waver of emotion. He spoke with a conviction that truth deserved. "There weren't enough hunters to protect us." He paused. Give him a taste of his own elixir. "Since then, I always wished to be a hunter, just like my sister, so nobody in Rust tribe would have to lose anyone like that again." Both of his fists clenched white-knuckle tight. He met Rust's harsh gaze evenly. "If you give me this chance, sir, I'll work harder than anyone. I swear it." The way Rust's face was, Dorian got the feeling gravity could reverse, and he'd still keep his deadpan expression. The words are simple, pure. He doesn't need to believe the words. He just needs to believe the feeling behind the words, the sincerity. It says, "I am no threat. I desire most of all to serve, not to seek power." The pressure was so thick Dorian was convinced he could breathe it in. To his side, Tocho sweated through his shirt. The harsh midday sun hadn't squeezed so much as a droplet out of Dorian, but now he'd become a fountain. Live a million years, and Dorian would never quench that spike of instinctive unease in these moments, that natural jump of heart rate in an untempered body. What he could control was his reaction to them, which was to deny fear any quarter in his mind, to snuff it out the instant it was birthed. If he was to die, it would never be on his knees, never cowering, especially not to a self-important lower-realm psychopath. Respect you? In your dreams, Junior. You are but a speck to my eternity. The only psychopath he respected was himself. At last, Rust uttered 2 words. "Very well," he nodded. "Tomorrow, Tuketu shall initiate you as a new chosen of Rust tribe. You may join the hunters in training. For now." Dorian gasped, intentionally. Rust turned to Tocho, who looked ready to collapse. "Tocho, you shall supervise this experiment. You determine if he is up to par. I hold you responsible." Then the pressure vanished abruptly. It was like someone let the air back into the room. Rust lifted an arm and flicked his wrist in dismissal. "Leave me." Tocho bowed. "Certainly, Chief, certainly," he spluttered. He latched onto Dorian's arm and backpedaled, dragging him out of the tent, back into daylight. Somehow, that was that. There was a 5-second pause where he and Tocho both stood there, silent, like they were creatures adjusting to gravity on a different plane. Now that he was out, the sunlight felt like a caress. Dorian breathed in deep. He allowed himself a smile. The first part of the plan, establish martial talent, is fully in motion. On to the second part, establish alchemical talent. He looked to the setting sun. The day was not yet over. He still had a little show to perform. 9. The sun. Training for Chosen was in 2 days at first light. Tocho dismissed him with a stern warning not to be late. "It's not only you anymore," he growled. "Chief's put me on the hook. Behave." He stalked off, which concluded the warm welcome for Dorian's status as chosen. Wonderful. Now he walked his way back across the camp, weaving between streams of people. Leather workers, smiths, cooks, and the rest were all shuffling home, racing the setting sun. As he walked, he spotted 2 hordes of men and women in the distance, each 20 or 30 strong, dragging the day's catch to camp. One was the gatherers. They searched for rare desert flowers and potent beast bones, mostly. Every few weeks, one would unearth something more serious, buried weaponry, perhaps, or ancient relics and talismans still brimming with chi. These sands were rife with secrets. The other horde was of hunters. They dragged only one thing: adult Vordor. 3 men tall, 2 men wide, with a wingspan that made a mockery of the biggest of Rust Tribe's tents. It was the blackest thing this desert ever saw, like a pool of tar that had been fashioned into feathers, a bulging tumor of a torso, and a great fan of a tail. Its only other colors were pink, 2 claws big enough to wrap fully around a man, and a hairless, pink, 3-eyed head. An alabaster tongue lolled out of its clamshell beak. The hunters dragged it with lashes that seemed to be the repurposed tendons of some other beast. So these things will be my chief enemies? Dorian hummed. With the Rust Tribe's meager strength, all the greater spirit beasts that roamed the Izod Desert, worms, megapedes, end spiders, sphinxes, most undead, and others, were far beyond them. But luckily these beasts also had a healthy habit of massacring one another en masse on occasion. After the greater beasts had the best pickings of their victims' meat, Vordors and humans swooped in to claim the remains. The desert was sorted in tiers, the greater beasts on the highest tier, and a lower tier of lesser beasts, Vordors, humans, and sandwolves, which the heavyweights seldom deigned to even attack, the way a lion ignores an ant. It had bigger prey to hunt. The infighting among tiers, though, was vicious. Humans and Vordors were especially fierce rivals. Sometimes they became prey for one another, like now. Dorian kept walking as the hunters dragged the Vordor corpse. He squinted. Early Vigor realm, he guessed. It must have taken the whole squad of high-level origin hunters, likely veterans, to bring it down. Soon he entered the residential area proper. Rust tribe was gridded into sections. Though Rust were nomads, certain tents always huddled together. The destitute were a section, the parentless another. Full-fledged hunters had their own far larger tents. As a family of two, Dorian and Kaya were nestled at the outskirts, which meant he had to walk all the way through the motley tents to reach his own. As he passed, he swore he heard his name in whispers, mostly children. Eyes seemed to linger on him. The few he caught held hints of awe. He found himself smiling. News of me spreads then. Lovely. By 2 days' time, he'd expect the whole tribe to know of him, and not only for his martial talent. There was more yet to come. For prodigies, fame was its own form of currency. It bought elixirs and treasures and positions untold. He relished the fingers pointed at his back, soaked in the hushed tones washing over him. He stretched out his arms like a cat's as he walked, content. Then, as he neared home, he heard a voice, and frowned. The voice was not unpleasant. In fact, it was all too pleasant. High, trilling, soothing, it could have been the love song of some tropical bird. But it was singing human words in a human love song in a human voice. Accompanying it, played gratingly well, was a lyre strummed softly. Dorian groaned. He didn't need to round the last dune to know who the lyre and the voice belonged to. He came to a scene straight out of a painting. The hair caught his eye first, like a river of molten silver. Twin moonlights played across it so that it seemed to glow, alive. The man underneath was a slender picture of elegance, a lithe form dressed in light, form-fitting robes, a bone lyre snug in his lap. He had the sort of face women wanted to caress and men wanted to punch. Hento Rust, young master of Rust tribe. Dorian blinked. It was absurd to think Hento was Damien Rust's son. It was like a creator god had split a full human in two and given all the harsh, sharp bits to the father, then molded all the softness and sensitivity into the son. If Dorian's memory was right, this wasn't the first time Hento had camped outside his and Kaya's home, serenading her. He returned so often, Kaya had given up on chasing him off. Hento's silver eyes lit up once he saw Dorian. "Io, dear Io," he crooned, sitting up. His face split into a beatific smile. "Lovely to see you." "Can't say the same," said Dorian with a small grin. He moved a step past Hento, then squinted and frowned. Small lumps of gray and blue marred Hento's cheeks and forehead. They almost looked like bruises, but off color. What's wrong with your face?" "My face?" Hento looked terrified. He felt at it with 2 fingers, careful, and touched the lumps. "Ah!" he cried. His eyes welled up with tears. "It was those ruffians, Kuruk and his gang. They ran up and caught me unawares. Oh, I'm ashamed to admit it, but those lowlives got in a few decent smacks." "Right." Dorian kept his straight face. That was my doing, wasn't it? In the day's hectic rush, his setting Kuruk on Hento had totally slipped his mind. I tried to smooth the bumps with ointments. Hento bit at his lip, sniffing. How bad is it? A funny look came over Dorian's face. Hento's face fell. Curses! He cried, shaking a fist at the sky. Then he wheeled on Dorian, intense. A word of advice, young Io. Violence is the last resort of weak men. Funny, said Dorian. I always heard it's the first option of strong men. Psh! Hento turned up his lip. Strong in the least important sense. He leaned in so their faces almost touched. Men like Kuruk might seem strong. Don't be fooled. He can go on, the fool, living his sublunary life, chasing power, that ephemeral horizon, always sought, never attained, climb that dune only to find a higher dune awaits. Dorian nodded slowly. In every life he found idiots like these, big of mouth, small of brain. His old pal Fabro had banned all poets in his erstwhile empire. Dorian started to see his point. Hento, meanwhile, was working up into a fit. The pursuit of power, he cried, wagging a finger, is endless, a road paved with suffering. The power drunkard is a man in constant transition. He always seeks more, never satisfied with what is. His life is an homage to futility. Pursue something higher, dear Io. Dorian raised an eyebrow. He glanced to Hento, to his lyre, to the tent, then back to Hento. Like my sister? For a blissful, awesome half-second, Hento froze. Then he smiled. Exactly! Dorian's left eye twitched. Damn, this motherfucker is shameless. What else is there to pursue but beauty? Grinned Hento. He made to pat Dorian on the head, which Dorian dodged. Hento didn't seem the least bit upset by it. Oh, don't blame me, Io, he said. It is simply my nature. I am but a moth to the flame that is Kaya. I am drawn, unbidden. Dorian's eye kept twitching. Is he aware I'm her brother? Drawn to her personality. Yes, sighed Hento dreamily. Her two lovely personalities. Another piece of advice, said Hento with a wink. Women are like cacti you want to drain. Prickly on the outside, but once you get closer, you'll find there's ways around their thorns. Then you stick your spigot inside. Oh, okay, that's enough, said Dorian, sidestepping Hento with haste. I should go. He nearly wished Hento good luck, then remembered what exactly he'd been wishing for, shut up, and just dashed inside. Send Kaya my best, said Hento from behind. Dorian snorted. A few seconds later, the soft strumming of a lyre started again. He found Kaya in the midst of a slow kata, forms, flowing, practice movements which helped execute the Fist of the Rising Sun's techniques more fluidly. Her head snapped up as he burst in. 2 balls of cloth were wedged into her ears. He waved. Hi! She gestured to the door, mimed singing, and did Hento's foppish extravagant strut. Is he still singing? He nodded. She sighed, pinching her nose. Dorian thought for a second. He could just proceed as planned, but the word spigot floated across his mind. He shuddered, pointed to where Hento was. He wants to... He made an obscene gesture. Kaya rolled her eyes and mimed scissors. Let him try. He nodded with a sigh of relief. Then he walked over to his potion and the few ingredients he'd laid out from earlier. He pointed a thumb outside. Going to drink this and cultivate outside. She jerked her head in understanding, then closed her eyes and resumed her kata. Dorian shrugged, grabbed his stuff, and left. He had just one last show left today. "No," said Alchemist Who. He couched his cheek in one hand and drew a little circle on his desk. He didn't feel hungry. He felt rather full, actually, so full his belly strained against his overalls, so eating more was out of the question. Which meant there was nothing to occupy him but the nuisance standing in front of him. "What do you mean, no?" it screeched. "I mean, no, I won't take you on as an apprentice," sighed Who. "Leave, kid. Ta-ta." It got up in Who's face, so close Who was forced to identify it as a he. Tall, thin boy, kind of familiar-looking. "Do you know who my father is?" he asked. Who gave him a side-on glance. "Why on Ultera would I know who your father is? I don't even know who you are." "My father's the head chef," said the boy. "He will hear of this. Mark my words." At this, Who perked up. "Oh, a Tohi? Tell him I loved his go-squid soup. From where did he import it? The Azcan Oasis? Delightful stuff." With a last frustrated squawk, the kid turned and stalked out, but not before punching Who's poor tent flap as he left. Who sighed. It was the second kid today who'd come begging for an apprenticeship. For alchemists, apprentices inherited the master's tools once they retired or passed. He'd been getting at least one apprenticeship request a week the day he started getting gray hairs. Now that his first white hairs were starting to emerge, and these kids were popping up like leaping scorpions on mating day. Who humphed. Upstarts. It took a lot more than connections and a little dance to become Hu Fei Xiao's apprentice. Outside, moons were making their slow crawls up the sky. He scratched his tummy, frowning. He supposed it did get rather lonely, working alone, and he was no spring chicken. Groaning, he resolved to go drink some ale. The mild pang of joy he'd get from it wasn't worth the vomiting later. He was already so full he feared he might pop like a balloon if he hit a sharp edge. But at his age, you didn't deny your habits. Then, just as he stood, he stopped dead. Out of nowhere, a sharp twang of chi vibrated through the air. It was close, couldn't be more than 30 feet from his tent. It moved in a distinctive, thick churning pattern that he knew far too well. "Alchemy," he said. But as far as he knew, there were no other alchemists in Rust Tribe. A hobbyist, maybe? A neophyte? Then he probed just a little deeper into the sensation, and his heart stopped. That thick churning pattern was the only thing holding together a small volcano of chi. No cauldron, no ladle, just energy. What? Someone's free-form brewing outside my tent with that much chi? Have they lost their minds? Yelping in panic, he ran for the door flaps, tripped on a stray doodad, fell on his face, screamed, "Ow!" picked himself up, brushed off his face, and kept running. This wasn't happening. Not on his watch. Nobody was allowed to blow up his tent except himself. 10. Suspect Alchemy. When alchemy began in the multiverse, those eons ago, nobody knew what they were doing. People ate manticore dung, drank mercury smoothies, and did all kinds of other silly nonsense. Alchemists tended to be an eccentric, reclusive sort to begin with, and there were so few of them that knowledge of best practices was non-existent. Then a few had the bright idea to get together, pool results, and eat less dung. Alchemical communities formed. Tools and recipes and refinements became widely known. Information flowed freely. stress-tested. Then a few communities had the bright idea to get together, pool results, and drink less mercury, at which point alchemical councils and guilds formed across realms, connecting all the best alchemists, codifying the practice into a true science. Then a few world councils across multiple planes had the bright idea to get together, pool results, and not do all kinds of other silly nonsense. Hence the multiversal standard of alchemy was born, a free-flowing network of innovation and enlightenment which stretched across all the middle and upper realms, with each invention systematized, disseminated, and peer-reviewed to death. What followed was several millennia of alchemical boom. New tools invented, recipes found, means of brewing invented. This was alchemy's true breakthrough. It was also completely absent in the lower realms. Disconnected from that network, most lower realms, like Altera, were still rolling around in metaphorical dung. In these realms, alchemy still largely tended toward insularity. Master apprenticeships were the norm, and they were mired in secretive guilds and permits and licenses and cost restrictions. In short, introducing modern alchemical methods here would be a little like introducing carbon nanotubes to a civilization that had just figured out the wheel. They were still on cauldrons and ladles, for hell's sake. Dorian didn't have half the equipment he needed to do anything complex. He sighed as he stared out at Alchemist Who's tent, some 30 steps away. For now, he'd need to use the basics. Emphasis on "for now." He did need to up this body's cultivation talent significantly, and the most efficient means was bloodline grafting, which would transplant another's talent to his own body, preferably some great spirit beasts. The methods of bloodline assimilation on this plane, mostly swallowing a prime bone, then refining the pinprick of beast blood within, were crude beyond measure. Low success rate and diluted to boot. No, for full effect he'd need some more intricate instruments. He squinted, looking around at the giant spurs of bone sticking out of the sands. By the looks of all these corpse parts, there were too many bloodlines buried here to count. It was just a matter of picking the right one. He was getting ahead of himself. He hadn't even a damn cauldron or stirring stick yet. First things first. Alchemist apprentice bait. He stood upright and shot Who's tent a final glance. "You'd better be watching, old man." Then he picked up the elixir, ingredients and all, clasped both hands around them, and closed his eyes. This next thing was the very first form of alchemy ever invented. Free-form brewing, or free brewing, was simple. The cultivator's will acts as the cauldron and ladle and brewing mechanism, too. It was a very chi-intensive and finicky technique. Nowadays, only consummate masters ever tried it. That or idiot newbies who saw it in a reference book somewhere, tried it out, and wound up blowing 4 fingers off their hands. Dorian breathed deeply. He didn't have much recollection of the finer details, which were all lost in the reincarnation process, but he had a general sense of what free brewing was. It had come back to him as he got into it. He remembered it was fiendish at first. He remembered many explosions trying it in past lives. But if there was one person most suited to getting it right first try, it was also him. He had just one shot at this, one set of ingredients. If he didn't get it right now, it'd set him back several days. Come to think of it, it also might set him back a limb, too. Bah, it was just a lower realm potion, after all. How hard could it be? Fun fact, across his many reincarnations, "how hard could it be" were his most common last words. Before he could think himself out of it, he began. The first part was the easiest. It was also a hurdle most people never got over, and it took considerable mental talent to pull off. He split his mind in three, not in the easy multitasking sense, which is not truly multitasking, but rather focus flitting between two things rapidly. No, each mind had its own strands of thought and its own task. Stir, hold, direct. Then he set it to work on the potion. The antidote was, in theory, simple. Low level. It was a simple merging process. Dissolve the ingredients into the potion proper with qi, infuse it in a simple holding pattern, and done. But theory and practice were the same in theory, not in practice. The instant he began, he regretted it. Ah! It felt in those first 5 seconds like he was an arthritic man with cerebral palsy trying to hold on to a squirming snake that was also covered in lube. 4 times he nearly let his hold slip. Qi penetrated into the 3 herbs soaking within the flask, slowly unwinding their properties, releasing their qi. Little qi shockwaves fizzled out in all directions. It all felt a millisecond's lapse in concentration away from utter implosion. Dorian gritted his teeth. Hold. Level up. Free brewing. Level 1. He breathed out just a tad. It was coming back to him, bit by bit, like he was returning to a game he'd mastered in youth, but had long since forgotten. Sweat beaded his brows. The flask heated up fast, almost scalding, as the herbs within let loose their energies, fusing like stars into the mixture. His arms quivered, his teeth gritted, his muscles all locked up, but he was getting a hold of it now. It no longer teetered on a knife's edge. Now came the hard part. Every alchemy neophyte, at least in any civilized realm, learned that the best sorts of brews did more than one thing at once. This potion wouldn't just clear the poison. Dorian also expected a boost in power. Was this necessary? No. Risky? Perhaps. Worth it? He shrugged. He was stuck in this hellscape of a lower realm playing catch-up. Risks were a part of the game. There was also a small part of him that always got itchy when he was in settings where he was too far outmatched. And here, forget the chief, all manner of spirit beasts could stomp him with a big toe, not to mention rival clans. He dallied at his own risk. So he went for it. A 4th part of his mind split off, and now he was entrenched in an insane juggling act. While keeping the other 3 going, he started weaving the qi in the environment into the potion slowly, surely, like he was operating a loom in his mind. As he clenched and sweated, he felt all of it slowly coming together. Hu stormed out of his tent the way a very fat man storms out of a tent. He scanned around, squinting for the culprit. "Show yourself!" he cried. No answer. Growling, he reached out with his spirit and felt the qi in a twang coming behind his tent, around a small patch of cacti and meager shrubbery, and around a dune. He saw a boy in mid-brew, pale, thin. He looked sunken in, like he'd been wrung dry. Indeed, beads of sweat seemed to be fleeing his body like refugees from a war zone. The little idiot was still hard at work free brewing, or rather what he thought was free brewing. Any moment now, Hu was sure something would blow. Then he blinked again. It was a little hard to tell under the night skylights. The moons and the light way made for a perplexing mixture at this hour. But was this that kid from earlier? The one who'd suggested he fix his heart-quickening draft? He rubbed his eyes. Still the same kid, still hard at work at his brew. Who hazily recalled the kid saying something about his sister's alchemy book. The little shit really thought he'd pull an ancient alchemical technique, then sneak out here in the dead of night to try it out? It took incredible mental control to even try such a thing. Hell's whose success rate was only 1 in 3. The kid probably couldn't even tell who was here. If who spoke, he doubted it'd register. The kid was too far gone. But nothing had blown up. Yet. Who blinked. There were no sharp fluctuations of chi, no boiling over tensions. It almost seemed under control, like the kid knew what he was doing. But the kid couldn't possibly know what he was doing. This was a high-level technique, but it was under control. The two facts swirled around Who's head, crashing into each other, unable to resolve. So he just stood there with a half-constipated, half-incredulous stare. What was happening? Had he put the wrong mushrooms in his soup? Huh? Who hypothesized. Should he intervene? If he broke in, the kid might lose the rhythm. That might really screw things up. But if he didn't intervene and the thing blew up anyway, he just ran all this way to stick his face closer to an explosion. He kept standing. He kept staring. The ingredients within were building in color and temperature, flushed with chi, reaching a critical state. 3 more lines creased the kid's forehead, and he gasped, biting down hard, stirring harder. Then shock waves of chi spiked and dropped precipitously, like a pulse gone haywire. Whose eyes bulged. No, he's lost it. The waves were turning to riptides, and Who scrambled back, swallowing, watching them build. Chi tingled like lightning on his skin. The waves built and crashed with fervent, manic energy, spiraling out, and his blood thumped loud as a drumbeat in his ears. Yelping, Who hunched in and braced himself. A mana technique gathered in his palms, ready to stave off the blast. He chewed on his lips, his face scrunched in concentration. Here it comes. Blip, wink, fizz. Who gaped. In the boy's hands, a potion swirled a bluish white, like a thunderstorm trapped under glass. Chi swirled happily within, stable. It glowed with a light not of this world. Brew? Complete? Whose brain felt like all its juices had been squeezed out. Before he had time to unpack all of that, though, the boy blacked out. It was like all his strings had been cut. Slowly he fell, sagging onto his joints, his arms limp and weak, hands unspooling. His face hit the sands first. It wasn't that, though, that caught Who's eye. The potion, unlike any he'd ever seen, slipping between failed fingers, about to spill into the sands, lost forever. Whose breath choked in his throat. There were only 2 things he took seriously, food and alchemy, and it ate at his overworked heart to have either go to waste. What followed was the most athletic thing Who had ever done, which wasn't saying much, really, but Who would still milk it as a tale around campfires for years to come. With a shrill shriek that would put a prepubescent girl to shame, he leaped. Time seemed to slow. His sausage fingers splayed out. His eyes became like a Vordor's, sharp, focused, for the first time in his life. His body took flight the way a very fat man's body takes flight. That is, not very well. And he dove for all he was worth, hand grasping for the neck of the flask. He missed by about 5 feet. For the second time that hour, he face-planted into the sand. He only heard the flask hitting the sand, a dulled thump. Blah! Scrambling, spitting sand out of his mouth, he got to his knees and rubbed at his eyes, his heart hammering. The flask was perfectly fine. The sands swaddled it like a cushion. It was a little off-angle, but the liquid within lay preserved. For a second, Who stared at it, disbelieving. Then he got to shaky feet, panting, and walked up to it. When he told this story to the fellows tomorrow, it'd definitely end with him heroically catching the flask a second from impact, he decided. The boy, meanwhile, still showed no sign of consciousness. "Boy," he croaked. The boy didn't move. His eyes flitted between the boy and the flask. He was very confused. Frowning, he picked up the flask, eyeballed its contents, and still had not a clue what it was. Was it just some kind of happy accident? It must be. It was quite pretty, though, and seemed infused a plethora of fascinating aspects. The alchemist geek in him demanded he take it back to his lab and study it. So he did. "Sorry, kid," he said cheerfully to the boy's prostrate form. Then he walked off, flask in hand, humming a tune. Today was shaping up to be quite a strange day. Then a thought tugged at him, and he paused halfway back. It might be a tad improper to rob a kid of his elixir, then leave him baking face down in the sand. And the kid did seem pretty out of it when he fell. Besides, he was at a loss as to how in the 9 hells the kid had done all that. Luck was the obvious reason. It was definitely luck. But a part of him suspected something deeper. Maybe now was his chance to get some answers. He hemmed and hawed for a good 30 seconds. Then, groaning, he walked back. "Bah, you're lucky I'm so generous," he sighed. He grabbed the boy by an ankle and started dragging him along like a plow. The boy's face made a thick line in the sand as they went. "Come along, then," Who groused, grunting. He didn't know it then, but the boy whose nostrils were currently filling up with sand would change his life forever. 11. Apprentice. He knew he wasn't dead because of the pain. It was a pain he'd felt 1,000 times before, which didn't make it any easier to bear. Groaning, he turned on his side, feeling like his entire existence had been pressed flat, then rolled up like a mat. Overtaxed spirit. A horrid side effect of overzealous brewing. He moaned again. His thoughts squirmed away from him. He tried to think, but it just didn't work. Nothing seemed solid. It felt like trying to chew with all his teeth missing. Then there was that mounting pain in his gut, reassuringly real. Wait, poison? Poison! He was lying on sand. He tried sitting up. Didn't work. He tried looking around, but he only got a kaleidoscope of shifting hues before a whiplash of pain, a molten line in his mind, struck him down again. A sound. A deep voice, warbled voice. "Drink!" 2 fingers pried open his mouth. He tasted the glass mouth of a bottle, then a slimy, fast-flowing liquid that tasted like expired mint. He swallowed by reflex. Suddenly, he could think again. Sort of. Better, at least. The liquid felt like a slap in the face. The shapes around him were all still fuzzy, but they suggested some sort of storage space. A hoarder's paradise, with all sorts of muddled trinkets lying about. There was a desk, shelves, maybe a store? He squinted more. Everything seemed eerily familiar. Directly in front of him stood the plumpest sofa he'd ever seen. Then the sofa spoke. "Hello." "Ah." Dorian hunched in. It felt like cymbals clashed in his ears. A few more blinks cleared his eyes at last. In front of him stood the smiling form of Who, the alchemist. What? Groggily, he tried to piece things together. The brew, losing control, forcing the finish, then pain, lots of pain, and a weird gritty feeling in his nose. Now he was here, in Who's shop. He must have been dragged in. So he did manage to get Who's attention after all, just not as he'd have preferred. He groaned. Not by far. "Good evening," said Who. "You're alive. Huzzah!" Then he crossed his arms. "What you pulled out there was very dangerous, boy. If I wasn't there to save the day, who knows what would have happened to you? Humph." "What?" Absently, Who twirled a flask in his hand. Within swirled a blue-white liquid, a sample of Dorian's antidote brew. His eyes widened. "Well, what do I call you?" said Who, oblivious. "I'm Io," Dorian said absently. His eyes darted around, a sinking feeling in his chest. But, to his relief, the bulk of the antidote lay on the main reception desk, untouched. Seconds later, he registered Who was saying something. He dragged himself back to attention. It felt like he was thinking through mud. "Came running out as soon as I felt the fluctuations. That's when I saw your elixir about to explode. 'Not on my watch,' I roared. Then I dashed in, took control of the brew, wrestled it down, and carried you all the way back here." Who puffed out his chest. "You were lucky. Lucky indeed." He eyed Dorian expectantly. It took a beat for Dorian to realize what he was supposed to do. "Master Who!" he cried, eyes watering. He scrambled up to his knees, then kowtowed. "This one was foolish. This one is not worthy." He chuckled in satisfaction, preening. "Oh, it's nothing much." Then he leaned in. "What I'm more interested in is this." One finger tapped the flask, and the potion within flared out bright with chi. "You stumbled upon a curious little brew," he said. His eyes twinkled. "I'd never seen anything like it." He waggled it in front of Dorian's eyes. "How did a common boy make this strange thing, I wondered? What was it? For the past few hours I ran my own experiments. Know what I found?" A nervous jolt ran through Dorian. He still felt hazy, hungover. How much did he give away? Was he, in his last semi-conscious moments, forced to resort to some higher-level technique to save the brew? He couldn't remember. Did Who suspect foul play? There was a very fine line to walk between extraordinary wonderkind and demon-possessed freak. It wouldn't be the first time he ended up on the wrong end of a lynching. Who didn't seem the type to out him, but if he uncovered anything suspicious, anything a few centuries ahead of Altera's modern alchemy... Dorian stilled. This could be bad. At the least, he'd have some serious explaining to do. In his old plan, he'd have finished off the elixir before Who got his grubby hands within 10 yards of it. What could Who have done? Dorian ran through the plausible options. Structural analysis? Titration? His brain hurt. Does this realm have access to microscopy? Distillation? "I stuck my finger in it and tasted it," proclaimed Who. "It didn't taste like anything," Who frowned. "That was when I knew something was wrong. Then I tried setting it on fire. That didn't work either." I might have been overly worried. "Usually one or the other reveals what the potion is," frowned Who. "But this time I found nothing. Nothing at all. Unbelievable." He set the flask down. Then, abruptly, he slammed his hands on the desk. His face changed in an instant. His frown deepened, a great shift of the folds of his dumpling face. He was probably trying to appear menacing, but he didn't quite have the countenance to pull it off. It just made him look a little sniffly. "Where did you find this recipe?" Who asked. "Answer me!" He roared it like he was a very incompetent actor doing an impersonation of a very incompetent interrogator. "I dunno," cried Dorian. He backed up, trying to drag out the alibi he'd prepped from the sludge of his memories. "It was in my sis's alchemy tome. Some bits didn't make sense, so I changed a few little things, but that's all." "Few little things?" Whose bushy brows made a big V. "It wasn't supposed to go that way," Dorian continued, morose. "I don't know what happened. Nothing blew up all the other times I tried it." "All the others?" Whose voice rose half an octave each word. Dorian nodded quickly. "Yeah, all the other brews," he said, blinking innocently. "What do you mean, all the others?" Who asked. "You've been brewing other elixirs?" Now he rounded on Dorian, drawing himself all the way up, looming. A long shadow fell over Dorian, swallowing him, and he gulped. He still felt like he was made of glass. If someone of Who's prodigious size were to trip over and fall on him right now, it might mean the end. "Where did you get a cauldron?" spluttered Who. "A ladle?" "What?" Dorian scratched his head. "I didn't have that stuff. I just did it in my head." "In your head?" "Yeah," he said. "Free brew, like the book said." Who breathed in once, deeply. Who breathed out once, slowly. "You've been free brewing?" he rasped. "By yourself?" "Yeah," said Dorian, blushing. "I stepped into Origin a few months ago, and alchemy always seemed really fun. I blew up a few things at first, but it got easier after a few tries." "And you picked up free brewing," said Who. His eyes looked far away, dazed. "You taught yourself from a book, just like that?" Dorian shrugged. "I dunno. It felt kinda natural. I was always good at juggling as a kid. It's not that different, is it?" Whose voice still had that mystified quality. "No, not that different, no," he whispered dumbly. He looked like he'd been whacked over the head by a blunt object. Juggling was not that different from free brewing, in the same way basic addition was not that different from multivariable calculus. Now, Dorian's timelines didn't quite match up. If Who started digging into conversation with Kaya and found out Dorian had only just unlocked his chi, the whole ruse would blow. But at the moment, Dorian was so far out of it he wasn't even sure what day it was. He went with it. The only lucky thing about Dorian's setup this time around was that, ironically, the original Io hadn't awakened his chi. A long-time mediocrity suddenly ascending to genius stardom? Suspicious. A chi-less newbie suddenly awakening great chi-related talents? Rare, but plausible. Who had progressed from chewing on Dorian's words to digesting them now? He looked like he was coming around. At last, "Well, what's this hokey, then?" he said, his voice hoarse. He tapped the glass. Dorian shot Who a confused look. "It's a minor feng shi antidote, Master Who." "Minor?" Who growled. "I know what a minor feng shi antidote is, boy. This gloop isn't it." "Well," Dorian scratched his head again sheepishly. "I fixed it up a bit. The recipe was a little off. I thought I'd replace water with devil roots extract, that's all." Whose face was a question mark. "Eh?" "It's just matching the aspects and energies, right? It felt right." Dorian shrugged again. "My ma was a gatherer. She taught me and my sis all about spirit herbs. She cooked with them a lot. It's not that different, is it?" "No, not that different, no." Who looked at Dorian very funny. Cooking was not that different from alchemy in the same way that juggling was not that different from free brewing. Who rippled into a frown, like a stone had been thrown into the pond of his face. Dorian's head, meanwhile, pounded up a storm. This story felt a little harder to hold on to. He always made for a better planner than an improviser. On-the-spot whims had a tendency to blow up in his face, and this yarn had a lot more loose strings than he was happy with. He groaned. This whole plan had been designed to nab an apprenticeship. How did it go so astray? Dorian needed a new plan, a new angle, a rousing speech that would not only erase Who's doubts, but also inspire him to offer Dorian an apprenticeship on the spot. This time he'd need to dig deep. He recalled speechwriting skills honed across decades of study. He drew on the rhetorical flourish that had won him elections in billion-person empires. A stirring speech appeared fully formed in his mind. Eyes shining, he opened his mouth, ready to dazzle. Then Who pointed a finger at him, looking very serious. In a voice fit for imperial decree, he said, "That's it! I hereby claim you as my apprentice!" Dorian choked on his own spit. After a second, "What?" "Apprentice," said Who happily. He rapped Dorian on the head. "Still a few ingredients short of a recipe, aren't you?" "Me? Your apprentice?" repeated Dorian, dumbfounded. His confusion wasn't faked. "This is a good thing, boy," said Who. Now he returned to a frown. "It's one of the most sought-after positions in the tribe, and I've given it to you." He handed Dorian the antidote flask. "This is the part where you say, 'Thank you, Master Who,' and burst into tears." He looked at Dorian expectantly. A beat. "Thank you, Master Who," said Dorian. His eyes welled with tears. "I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy." Internally, he was baffled. Isn't this a little too sudden? Too easy? "Better," said Who, nodding smugly. "As my apprentice, I expect you here tomorrow afternoon. Nay, every afternoon, noon till dusk. I see promise in you, young Io. For an hour I shall train you in the most revered art in the land." "What about for the rest of the time?" "Oh, don't worry about that," said Who, waving a hand. "Minor tasks, sweeping, cooking, manning the reception desk, preparing my ingredients, assisting me, cleaning." Dorian perked up. A job? An unexpected revenue stream? Alongside reputation, money was critical to any prodigy, and while money had limited uses in the small premises of Rust Tribe, when the tribe docked at various oases, he'd have chances to trade for all sorts of treasures. He scarcely believed his luck. "How much does it pay?" he asked, excited. A pause. "Pay?" Who gasped. All color drained from his face. A full-body shudder went through him. He staggered back, a hand over his heart. It was like Dorian had shot him with a literal arrow. He breathed in and out slowly. "Oh, never mention that word again," he gasped. "Taint our new, wholesome relationship with something as crass as money." He shuddered again, this time twice as much. "I could never do that to you, my tiny friend." He waved his hand dismissively. Away with that ugly topic. Back to your duties. You'll also look over some of my recipe books and give your cute little suggestions," said Who, patting him on the head. "Oh, is that what changed his mind?" Dorian hesitated. He should add a caveat, shouldn't he? He'd rather not be forced to comb through every one of Who's recipe books, doing grunt fixes. "I don't know about that, sir," he bit, shuffling nervously. "It's all by instinct. What if it's a fluke? What if I'm wrong, or—"
"Nonsense. You've got a gift, kid."
Who grinned.
"The Dweller grants some of us strange talents. I once heard of a fellow who could tell whether it had rained by the smell of his stools."
He slapped Dorian on the back.
"If you get a gift, don't question it. If I squinted at every gift I got, I wouldn't have half these things."
That explains a lot. Rolling his eyes internally, Dorian resigned himself to the paperwork.
"We'll have a grand old time, you and I."
Who looked at Dorian like he was an egg halfway through cooking. Which was how, less than a day in, Dorian fulfilled his first two preliminary objectives. The solution to his third objective, meanwhile, to not die of poison, literally lay in his palm. Today went smoothly, all told, even with his alchemical mishaps, he thought. Surprisingly smoothly. Almost too smoothly. Which was, of course, when a long, high, wailing shriek pierced the air, a single note which cut like a dagger across the Rust tribe's slumbering calm. Dorian sat ramrod straight, whose words choked in his throat. That sound was ingrained like a callus into Io's memories. It was the very same sound he'd heard the night his mother died to a sandwolf horde, a sound that, if he was lucky, he wouldn't hear for years on end, a sound which came from the hollowed-out horn of a rock, never blown lightly, always taken seriously. It was the Rust tribe's highest-level alarm, and it meant only one thing: evacuate. Immediately. 12. Angels of Death. Dorian rushed outside to find Rust tribe in chaos. Voices clamored. People dashed in and out of tents, frantic, stowing all manner of clothes and foodstuffs. Nervousness tingled on the air like static electricity. What in the nine hells is going on? Behind him, Who cried out. He stared at something in the far distance, something which seemed to turn him to stone. Dorian followed Who's gaze, but he couldn't make out any more than a black speck.
"Run, boy, run!" yelped Who.
Then he leapt back into his tent and tied shut the hard-hided door flaps, leaving Dorian befuddled. To where? A few seconds later, Who burst out again and, with a speed Dorian thought impossible for a man his size, made a mad dash for the town center. Dorian whirled around, seeking out an enemy that wasn't there. As he heard its shrill shriek split the air again, he growled. Things were going so well. As a stream of people rushed by, he grabbed one at random. "What's the alarm for?" he shouted, struggling to make himself heard over its whine. The person, one of the assistant chefs, fresh out of the kitchens by the look of his smocks, yelped. "Don't know. Head said to shelter in the center." Then he shrugged off Dorian's grasp and dashed off, presumably to do exactly that. Right. Sometimes handling Io's memories were like inheriting a library of books he hadn't had time to fully read through. Protocol was to gather every tribesman in the center of town, where the hunters would set up a defensive perimeter. Evacuate there. Dorian's hand curled to fists. He glanced down at his elixir and froze. If he ran back now, what if the flask broke or was lost in the ensuing chaos? How might he explain leaving with a normal elixir of minor healing and returning with blue alien lightning goop? He hesitated and thought for a second. Nah, too risky. So he brought it up to his lips and, before he could think too hard about it, downed it in 3 big gulps. Elixirs never tasted like anything else. This one was like drinking ice and magma twined together, slithering down to his stomach to coil into the core of him.
It hung there in a flashing, roiling glut. Where it sat, pain spiked. Biting down, Dorian set to cycling it with his modified Peerless Yang Sutra instantly. At the same time, he ran. He and 20-odd others followed the path to the center of town, navigating abandoned tents and intermittent screams. Soon, a big circle of guards popped into view, with most of the tribe huddled together behind them in a flat clearing in the sand. Dorian dashed in with the rest, panting, cycling. Most of the tribe's big shots were already gathered. He saw Kuruk at a far end with a small girl at his side, sister, and Hento looking deathly pale next to his father at the center. For his part, the Rust chief was mired in icy calm. His gaze was also trained at that black dot in the distance, which was growing by the second. With his low-level eyes, he couldn't make out much. A thundercloud? He was sure Damien Rust could see it, though, with his vigor physique eyes. Besides a tightening of his lips, his face betrayed nothing. Then a familiar voice leapt out from the clamor. "Where were you?" Kaya marched to him. She looked pissed. "Just cycling. Lost track of time," he said, smiling guilelessly. Technically true, even now. As they spoke, he chipped away at that giant glut in his stomach. Though it had no weight and occupied no real space, it felt deeply physical. It certainly hurt like something physical. You... Kaya looked alternately relieved and about to slap his head into another dimension. "Forget it. Come here." She dragged him in, deeper past the first line of guards, away from the dots in the sky. "Where are we going?" "Away," she said. "When things start getting ugly, I don't want you anywhere near it." She squinted at the sky. "Ugly?" He blinked. The dots were slowly resolving now, becoming lines in the distance. "What set off the alarm? Those?" "Vordors." He frowned and, mirroring her, squinted harder at the dots. "Vordors don't fly in packs, do they? They hunt alone." "Exactly," she said grimly. She was holding his arm so hard he was sure there'd be bruises tomorrow. There didn't seem anything else forthcoming. The closer the dots got, the less the tribespeople chattered. After the initial panicked spurt died down, an eerie calm drew over them, a stomach-churning apprehension. Soon he saw Kaya was right. Vordors, in a pack. Adults, all giant, presumably Vigor realm. It took one seasoned hunter team to down one. Now there were 10, headed straight toward them. That wasn't even the most alarming part. Their wings beat in sync, perfect sync, up, down, like they were corpses puppeted by some divine hand. As they flew closer, higher, their massive inky bodies blotted out the moons and the streaks of stars in the sky. "How?" he whispered. "Look up top," said Kaya. Her voice was a strained calm, like she was forcing it not to tremble. "Lead, Vordor." There was a black spike. At first he'd mistaken it for a misshapen feather, but now, 100 yards away, he saw it truly. "Ugok shaman," said Kaya. A smudge of black in a cloak which blended into the night, a mask of bone so small it seemed to glint, a wink of moonlight. Dorian breathed in sharply. Ugok, the most militant of all the tribes of the Izod Desert. Last he recalled, they were on a warpath up north, swallowing tribes whole in fierce combat with tribes and oasis strongholds alike. All he knew was they were locked in a year's stalemate hundreds of miles away, one versus a swath of the North's great powers. How could one clan match a region's worth of militia? The answer floated in front of him, an answer that was only a rumor to most Rust tribesmen, a boogeyman, an answer that made Ugok a whispered name, something unseen and unreal, and which only surfaced in the deepest, most far-fetched fears of the night. The Ugok devils of the north, it was rumored, could control spirit beasts. The Vordors stopped there, floating and flapping as one, and Dorian almost slapped himself for missing the obvious truth. They looked controlled because they were. Those giant purple Vordor eyes stared into empty space. Even from out here, their powers radiated like the rays of some demonic sun. He breathed deeply in and out, feeling far too small for his liking. Whispers and furtive glances broke out in pockets. It's true! Against the Dweller! Heresy! A deeper worry snagged at Dorian. How are they even here? The Ugok, in theory, ran in parallel to the Rust tribe, stomping in a different region. Unless something drastic shifted in the war. Then a voice, louder, colder, fiercer than the rest, dropped on the noise, crushing it to nothing. "Silence!" Forward strode Damien Rust. An unfamiliar, heavily scarred man strode beside him. Kuruk's father, the head hunter, Dorian guessed. They broke past the perimeter in 4 quick steps, and 2 rival pressures erupted, one cold like ice, one cold like death. Both shoved back at the Vordors in a sphere, lightening the weight on the tribe in a joined aura bubble. Cultivation bases unleashed. The only 2 Vigor Realm tribesmen brought forth together, standing at hair trigger. For a second, the slow, thick flapping was the only sound present. The shaman broke the silence first. "Greetings, Rust tribe. Greetings, Chief Rust." Old, a woman's voice, spoken in almost a whisper, but it carried across the distance like only a cultivator's could. Dorian heard it as though she'd said it right by his ear. "This one is Meng, elder of the Ugok clan. I am here on behalf of His Highness Khan, chieftain of Ugok clan." She surveyed Rust tribe, her mask dipping in a slow arc. Damien Rust said nothing. His calm was unnatural. "The Ugok clan," she continued, "is the rightful hegemon of the Izod Desert. It is with the Dweller's mandate that we command his most sacred creations. It is by her will I stand here today." "What," said Rust, enunciating the syllable, "do you want, witch?" There was the slightest snarl on his lips. A pause. Then she spoke. "The Ugok clan has taken the oasis stronghold of Khal Dur." The words meant nothing to Dorian, but they meant something to the Rust chief. His eyes widened a fraction. It was the most Dorian had ever seen from him, and it hinted to something like shock under that tightly gripped mask of a face. "The war in the north has resolved," said the shaman. "Under our new chieftain, we are Altera's rising phoenix. The Ugok clan stands 40,000 strong. We have swallowed the free tribes of the north. We have forced the Northern Alliance to sue for peace. We turn our eyes westward." "You have said many words," said Chief Rust. "You have not said any that matter." His voice rose, deepening. "What do you want, witch?" The silence that followed was like a well with no bottom. Then the shaman chuckled. The sound was a dragging shudder of the lungs. It sounded like a hacking cough. Only the unmistakable, cruel mirth in it set it apart. "I will remember you," she said. Even from this distance, the weight of her gaze was like a spotlight, and it wasn't even directed at him. Chief Rust did not flinch. The shaman's voice rose too, as though to match his. "I want your tribe." A sharp intake of breaths. There was not only no such reaction from Chief Rust, Dorian wasn't sure the man breathed at all. "The choice is simple," she said. "Surrender or be annihilated." Rust's aura spiked. "You offer an impossible deal." "I do not offer a deal. I offer an ultimatum." "I reject it." No hesitation, no tremor of the voice. Chief Rust faced down 10 beasts of his own tier, and he still spoke like it was a deal he could afford to turn down. Dorian looked around, and each face was a picture of fear. Fear slicked his veins, too, but it wasn't real fear, just this physiology's base reactions. In his mind, he was nearly laughing. After all that, this is how I go. He'd once been held in a knoll prison and tortured for 200 years. They'd flayed his skin off his body, then fed him regeneration potion only to flay it off again. They'd plucked his eyes from his skull, slit the cords from his throat, set hordes of insects to sting and mate in the insides of his ears. They had taken everything from him then. Everything but his humor, his ability to laugh at the abjectness of his own demise. There was a strange silliness in powerlessness, the knowledge that you're done no matter what, that you have lost all control. There was an absurdness in it all. What else was there to do but laugh? He almost let himself do it. This was shaping up to be his shortest run yet. We're fucked. We're all fucked. The shaman seemed to agree. "Fool!" she cackled. "Will you let pride blind you to your timely end?" "You speak too much," said the Rust Chief. Now his aura was overwhelming, fully unleashed. The chi of his Vigor Realm base blanketed the tribe. To his side, Kuruk's father did the same. "You watch your tongue too little," sighed the shaman. In the distance, 11 Vigor Realm cultivation bases did the same, the shaman and the Vordors both. They blotted out Chief Rust's and Kuruk's in a total eclipse. In an instant, Dorian felt underwater. His mind whirred. What else could he do? Jump out and shout his allegiance to the Ugok tribe? He discarded the idea instantly. Forget the shaman. Chief Rust would cut him down first. There was one last-ditch effort he might try now that he thought of it. He'd rather not resort to it, and in all likelihood it wouldn't fool the shaman. But he cycled his chi in an off-kilter pattern from the Peerless Yang Sutra, drawing on the glut in his gut. Just in case. Vordors had a sense of smell 50 times keener than a human's, eyesight 100 times. He was not outrunning them. He was not hiding from them. If this went the way he thought, the only half-serious try was a faked death. A true last resort he'd really rather avoid, mostly because it was low percentage. He glanced around, finding the flabby face of Alchemist Hu, the dead-eyed stare of Tocho, and the stony visage of Chief Rust. He hadn't gotten a chance to exploit any of them for resources yet. It was a setup whose punchline was his miserable death. Not a very good joke. He'd laugh at it anyway. The shaman produced from under her robes a long, gnarled stick. At one end was a gemstone which beamed fractals of emerald. She pointed it. 9 sets of wings spread out at once, casting long shadows over all of Rust tribe. 9 throats screeched a symphony to shatter glass. Then they dove like angels of death, and Dorian laughed. 13. Blood and Bloodlines. The Vordors hurtled like meteors through the air, so pitch black they looked like 9 massive holes torn into the sky. All around Dorian, hunters sprang into action, firming into squadrons and dashing to the front to intercept the threat. 36 cultivation bases unleashed at once, just as the Vordors split up. 4 scythed for the hunter squadrons, their screeches rising to a fever pitch. Another 4, the strongest of them, dove for the chief and the head hunter, no doubt to try to finish them off fast. But the remaining Vordor concerned Dorian most. It headed for the civilians, toward him. The tribesmen devolved into a scattering mess in an instant. Dorian was almost knocked flat by a fleeing, screeching woman, then was righted again by a couple ducking for cover next to him. He scanned all around him as fast as he could, taking stock of the hiding spots, dunes, cacti, behind nearby tents. In the end, it'd amount to little more than buying a little time. With what a molten sphere of chi still weighing him like a bomb in his stomach, though, time was of the essence. He cycled like a madman. It was futile. Nothing he did in the next few minutes would shift the tide of the battle. Already screams erupted from the hunter squadrons to his left as tufts of noxious gas and spittle flatlined them from above. Still, despite it all, if he died, he'd go out swinging. As he took his first step to dive for cover, though, a flash of chi caught his eye. It was a shockwave given visible form, branching like the first rays of an early morning sunrise. The Vordor, mere feet from clawing a civilian, was blinded and knocked off course. Still screeching, off balance, it swerved around to try for another dive. Its feathers smoldered, unhurt, unbroken, but still ruffled. Wrath of the Dawn, one of the most complex chi-intensive techniques of the Fist of the Rising Sun. The girl who had performed it stood square in the center, shielding a swath of civilians. She wobbled on shaky legs, but her face showed no sign of strain or fear or doubt. There was only cold determination. "Chosen!" roared Kaya. "To me!" 5 teens answered her call, all males. They charged, screaming battle cries. One of them was Kuruk, who panted like a raging bull, his hands brimming for chi and primed for battle. If he was scared, he was too angry to show it. But only a third of the chosen, if that, answered the call. Most had taken to hiding, nowhere to be found. Kaya cursed loudly. Dorian followed her gaze to a far end of camp, where Hento Rust shivered amid a cluster of tribesmen like an animal in a trap. He looked one loud noise away from flight. With one last look of disgust, Kaya turned back to her fellow chosen and started barking orders. There was no time to waste. To Dorian's left, the hunters had just barely driven off the first wave of Vordor dive bombs. They'd flown off before they took anything more than glancing damage. Their ranks were broken. A third of the men lay writhing, the skin melting off their bodies into smoke. It hissed sickeningly. Hento had the right idea, Dorian decided. Out here he was too exposed. There were too many variables to consider. Better to lose himself amid a crowd. Or was it? He allowed himself a fraught few seconds to weigh his options. If he ran, he delayed the inevitable. The Vordors would make quick work of the hunters, then rally to aid their fellow Vordors in dispatching the rest of the resistance. Then they'd pick him and the rest of the survivors off. He was certain enough of it to stake his life on it. Literally. If he stayed, perhaps he could help fight back. Perhaps he could use the chi in his gut for one supercharged shot. Perhaps he could change the tide of the battle. Perhaps he could also stop his wishful thinking. He was Origin Realm level 1, for hell's sake. He growled. His weakness was getting on his nerves. At this stage, his resistance would amount to little more than a minor irritation, if that. Even now, he gauged the battlefield, his enemies, how far the shaman was from him, trying to discern a way out, even an inkling of a plan. He found none. He would work best as a support option, but what was there to support? The hunters were almost down to half. To his right, 2 chosen fell to the claws of the Vordor. The only damage it bore was minor burns. Then an unexpected force put its finger on the scale, and Dorian's balance tipped in an instant. He felt it before he saw it. Chief Rust's cold aura was distinctive, unmistakable. Somehow he and the headhunter had held off their own 4 Vordor onslaught up until this point. But now something shifted. A new layer of aura burst out from Rust like a mighty river crashing through a dam. It was Rust's pressure, but amplified tenfold, so heavy and viscous it was given tangible form. Rust's Vigor Realm powers took a new order of chill. In that instant, Rust became a blizzard unto himself. He exuded a sheer cold that drove to the bone. The Vordors were battered back, shrieking. The instant he felt that chill, Dorian knew. This was a power beyond the realm of the human. This was a power not borrowed, but taken from something higher. Bloodline. Now that Rust fully activated it, Dorian felt its full extent. Thick, not a pure bloodline, but shocking for this realm. It strained credulity. With this realm's refining methods, the chief would have needed at least half of the entire skeleton of a high-tier spirit beast to achieve this effect. And where had he gotten such a beast? Fully unleashed, Dorian felt the majesty in the bloodline, a sheer, distilled power. To Dorian, it felt nearly identical to a frost python's. Which was a god-tier spirit beast, a beast that shouldn't exist on this plane. He stared, incredulous. What else is this plane hiding? In that instant, many things happened. Up high, the Vordor the shaman rode suddenly retreated another 100 yards, even farther out of reach. Its Vordor abandoned its steady rhythm for a quick series of wing flaps. Panic? Dorian whirled around. His mind fired 10 thoughts a second. Every veteran of battle could feel the flow of a fight. As Dorian breathed in, his gaze flitting about, he felt there had been a turn. The shaman felt it too. She responded with prejudice. 2 of the Vordors raising hell on the hunters broke away and lunged for the chief. Bellowing, the headhunter leapt to intercept one, battering it with molten pot shots, but the other still raced for Rust. At the same time, the Vordor's Rust had just driven back, regrouped, primed for a second assault. The streaks of shadow merged in an inky whirlwind, descending in a haze of acid and smoke and death. Then Chief Rust took a deep breath and struck back. Icy shards of chi crackled into existence, sharp as a python's fangs. They brimmed with pent-up chi, bucking and roiling furiously in the air. Then they shot out, matching the Vordor's screeches in high, piercing whistles, as though the air itself cried out in pain. It looked like a hailstorm falling upward, scaled up tenfold. The shards shredded into the Vordor's wings, throwing them off course, where they struck the feathers and skin froze over, crystallized. As 2 Vordors got through, unleashing their diseased breaths, Chief Rust hopped nimbly away. The motion sent him yards away, well outside the strike zone. And all around, even mid-combat or mid-flight, the tribesmen of Rust gasped as one. Then Rust gathered himself, pivoted, and a new set of shards filled the air about him. The Vordors swooped again. This time they dove in formation, trying to swerve around the shards, to no avail. The ice swerved around, streaking pale blue, and nailed its targets once more. The gasps turned to scattered cheers. The Chosen, barely fending off their own Vordor, seemed reinvigorated. The hunters loosed a cry. In the sound hid a note of something missing from Rust all fight. Hope. This changes everything. Dorian breathed out, fists clenching, and cracked a smile. For the first time, he gave the chief grudging acknowledgement. Stuck-up prick as he was, the man had a measure of skill. The man also bought Dorian some precious, precious time, and something even more valuable, half a chance. He ran up a nearby dune, keeping well clear of the battle. Then he scoped out the battlefield again, fully alert, soaking in everything. A few basic facts stood out to him. First, the chief was turning the tide against his 6 Vordor foes. It was attritional work, pelting them as they kept up their strafes. Effective. Second, tide turning as it was too slow to win by itself. By the time he drove back his own attackers, the Vordors sicked on his tribe would leave him no home to return to, and that was assuming he could handle the full force of Vordors at once. Now that they only dealt with 2 Vordors, hunters were having more luck, but with their force half gone, depleted and demoralized, even just 2 were proving hellish to handle. And though Kaya led a brave resistance, her Chosen too were flagging. A claw strike had left a jagged, bloody furrow down her side. Nearby lay 2 dead Chosen and a host more writhing from acid attacks. Third, something was off about how these Vordors moved. He'd noticed it when he first saw them, wings all flapping in the same rhythm, in sync, a very human heuristic to conserve mental control. Mental strength was crucial to all cultivators, but beast tamers in particular needed huge natural gifts and training for it. Shamans usually had decades of training in visualization and mental manipulation, hence why the age of the shaman usually bespoke their strength. The one before them, a peak Vigor Realm cultivator, seemed ancient. Her reserves were great, no doubt, but not endless. Manipulating 3 cohorts of Vordors in simple, repeatable attack patterns was a straining task, but easily doable for a veteran beast tamer. Micromanaging each individual Vordor to navigate a minefield of shards, however, that took some serious effort. It showed in how the other Vordors flew. Before they dove in precise patterns, but now they flew in automatic arcs, loosing acid almost at random, lobbing at the crowds. There was a clear reallocation of mental resources toward the assault on Rust, away from everything else. The Chosen and the hunters now had a little space to breathe. Perhaps it was his imagination, but as he glanced to the shaman, she seemed hunched, smaller, like she was under duress. Hitting her directly was out of the question. She was far, far out of reach. But now he deduced it was like she was performing a juggling act on stilts that were also on a tightrope. Despite the tribe's best efforts, though, she was somehow holding. Well, not if Dorian had any say in it. What this needed, he sensed, was a flashbang lobbed right at the center of the act. He grinned. As it happened, just such a thing was burning a hole in his gut. 14. Explosion. As Dorian reached down to his core, ready to drag out the firebomb in his stomach, he paused. Was he really comfortable risking the lives of his tribe? Well, yes, obviously, in the most basic sense. He had many flaws, but sentimentality was not one of them. More importantly, he had no clue how much friendly fire this might bring about. There wasn't much point being a Chosen if there wasn't much of a tribe left to heap glory and treasure on him, was there? Around him the battle raged. Only the chief had any success. Vordor strikes whittled down the rest of the tribesmen. They were well past the point of emergency. There was no time to mull. It was a game of percentages, a roll of the dice. Shrugging, he rolled. First, he peeked around his dune. Nobody in his direct line of sight. A few tribesmen off to the side, but their eyes were all trained up high. Perfect. Now for a veteran's trick. Hunching over, using his body as a shield, he drew his chi like a veil over the glut of chi and started to spew. It was anti-cycling, expelling, drawing out rather than assimilating, and it was a nasty sensation, like his soul itself was puking. What he did was the mental equivalent of sticking a finger down his throat, then catching the vomit that came out. His head spiked with pain as a ball of elixir's chi congealed, brightening, heating up in his palm. It felt like he held a throbbing heart. More and more retched out. His lungs burned. The pain in his head became white-hot between his eyes. Then it was done. A small nova of sheer chi in his hand. He'd carefully wrapped it in a layer of his own chi. Underneath, the elixir's violent energy screamed for release. It was like he'd filled a thin, rapidly corroding container with the world's strongest acid. It wasn't even a real technique. All he'd done was apply a crude wrap. Level up. Chi manipulation. Level 1. Apparently barely a real technique. What followed was even less of a technique. He glanced around again to make sure no one looked his way. Then he twirled, building momentum, and chucked the makeshift grenade with all the oomph his spindly body could gather. It flew like a shooting star. For 2 seconds that seemed to drag on forever, it arched in a gorgeous parabola, dropping straight to the center of the tribe. Then the volatile elixir chi ate through Dorian's flimsy cover, and the mother of all bangs tore the world asunder. It felt like Dorian had suddenly lost his vision. His world became a fierce, unblemished white. A wall of sheer heat knocked him flat on his back. He gasped for air. His ears rang with a high-pitched whine. Through the noise, he barely heard a cacophony of pained shrieks before a wave of scattered sand had him choking. In theory, that was a big enough disruption to totally undo the shaman's strained juggling act. If it worked, it should disrupt her to the point of mental backlash. In other words, blinking the spots out of his eyes and wiping the sand out of his mouth, he listened. From far above came 9 low wails. Yes! These weren't the crisp whips of sleek bodies in aerodynamic dives. These dropped like 9 misshapen, off-kilter boulders. He had only a second to duck his head into his chest, shielding his eyes, as a second wave of sand blasted out and smothered all. Only one sound filled the space that followed. A distant, high screech. He wiped the grit from his eyes and looked up to see the shaman collapsed on the Vordor, which had gone into a spluttering tailspin. After a monumental effort, she managed to seize back control, righting the creature mere yards from the ground. Even from here, Dorian saw the blood dripping out from under her mask. Then the people of Rust Tribe threw off the effects of the blast to find 9 Vordors prone and motionless on the sand. The shaman's control had been snapped. Stunned silence. But the loss of control was temporary. Mere seconds later, the Vordors stirred again. Their wings flapped weakly, and their heads jerked up from side to side as though trying to shake off a weight. That was all it took to shake the tribesmen from their stunned stupor. The hunters pounced instantly, screaming battle cries. Until now, the Vordors had dive-bombed to avoid direct confrontations, leaving only slivers of a second of vulnerability. But grounded, They were easy targets. The hunters threw up a barrage of palms and rays which crashed over their Vordor enemies. The massive beasts keeled over, pinwheeling before they could take back to the sky. To Dorian's right, Kuruk leapt up and smashed at a Vordor skull with abandon, great guttural booms rattling out of his throat. Dorian staggered back, his blood pumping fast. It felt like his head had been filled with wet sand. In the center of all the fighting, the chief had summoned a 2-man-tall spear of icy chi, hard as crystal. In swift motions, he tore into the resuscitating horde around him, spiking them through the wings and chests with brutal efficiency. The shaman never had a chance to recover. One Vordor went down, spewing acid as Chief Rust speared it through the eye. The hunters had disposed of another and crippled a third. Kaya now sported 2 massive wounds down her side and chest, but her Vordor looked even worse for wear. At last it took flight once more, but on uneven, damaged wings. The shaman's cry was like a ghoul's. She coughed up blood. A glob of it dribbled out under her mask. "Heathens!" she screeched. Her voice warbled, half soft, half loud. "Your reckoning is yet to come. Chief Akan will gut you where you stand." Her few remaining Vordors made one last-ditch try to return. Only 3 managed it, all wounded. The tribesmen shot the rest down. Her sorry fleet regrouped with her in the distance. She gave Rust Tribe one last baleful look. Chief Rust returned her gaze calmly. He said nothing. The rest of the tribe was soaked in blood and ash and poison, but other than a few scrapes, he barely looked like he'd been in a fight. Swerving around, the shaman rode with her Vordors into the cloud lair and was gone. Half a minute they all stood there, watching the sky, bracing for a return. None came. At last, Rust turned to survey his tribe. His shoulders loosened. His arms sagged. Where seconds ago he'd been a picture of calm, now his breaths came in harsh spurts, and sweat trickled down his brow. It seemed like he held himself upright through sheer force of will. Dorian cracked a wry grin. The bloodline use must have taken a deeper toll on him than he dared to show with an enemy still present. Even in his frazzled state, though, the man kept his emotions under lock and key. There was no indication of his thoughts as he swept the landscape, taking in his decimated fighting forces, the destroyed property, the quarter of his tribesmen wounded, another fraction dead, a dozen nursing burns from Dorian's firebomb. His gaze only grew more intense. "What was that flash?" he barked. "From where did it come?" He glanced to his hunters. "Which one of you? Speak!" They turned to one another, blinking, silent. At last, Rust sighed. His eyes narrowed, but no answer seemed forthcoming. Rest assured, we shall address this later." He turned back to the rest of the tribe. "Healers, set up wards in the center of town. Treat the wounded. Alchemist Hu shall provide the salves and elixirs free of charge." Hu looked befuddled. "I will?" Then his face scrunched in horror as the second half of the sentence hit him. A second later, the chief's glare nearly knocked him over. "Of course. It's my honor, dear chief. My honor. I am but a humble servant of the tribe," he spluttered, bowing low. Rust turned back to the sky. "Ugok," he breathed. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again 10 seconds later, he spoke with conviction. "The Northmen shall learn the West is not so easily taken," he spat. There was a tinge of anger to him now. His aura grew feral. "Rust Tribe, we are now at war. Make no mistake, that assault is only the first of many." His eyes swept the crowd like spotlights. Healers rushed to the wounded, but for the most part, the tribesmen were frozen. Most shivered as his gaze glided over them. "Our enemy is great," he said, "but we are not their only targets, and so we are not alone." He thrust his chin up. "The Oases shall hear of this. Likely they already have. Our allies shall hear of this too. One unruly clan believes it can upset the balance of the desert. Pure hubris." The beginnings of a snarl slipped out from his mask of calm. "Warriors, come!" he snapped. "I shall address you first. As for the rest, heal. Rest, rebuild. Report today's damages to an elder, and I shall subsidize them from my own chest." The corners of his eyes crinkled into fissures. "We are now at war," he said once more, as though to drill it deep into the minds of his men. "I expect each Rust tribesman to rise to the occasion." He waved a hand. "To me, warriors. All else, disperse." The tribe moved like a horde of cattle waking from a long slumber. They fell back in streams, slowly at first, then faster and faster. Voices rose from low murmurs to fearful gasps. As he joined the stream, Dorian spotted Kaya among the chosen. Wounded, haggard, but alive. She shot him a meaningful glance, then joined with her brethren as the chief led them off. Dorian limped his way over to who looked near tears as he ordered the healers around. Several lugged crates stacked full of healing elixir. Dorian felt like he'd been run over by a caravan. He was in no condition to do much of anything, but as the apprentice it was his duty to help, or at the very least to ask to help. Time for yet another veteran move, the non-offer offer. "Master, how can I help?" he whimpered. His back drooped. He hunched in. He blinked tired, black-rimmed eyes. He batted his eyes slowly, as though even that took great effort. Who looked at the bulky crate, eyeballed Dorian's stick-figure frame, and rolled his eyes. Which was how Dorian found himself trudging home at last after a far too long day. Kaya would be back. Dorian returned to his tent to wait and to rest. He was dead tired, bone tired. After all that fast-paced rush, his body seemed ready to shut down. Sleep and physical fatigue, such ungainly, irksome sensations. He'd be glad to get rid of them. Soon, he hoped. On the surface, all this seemed an awful development, but tribes at war also unlocked their reserves. Tribes at war which had just lost a huge chunk of their fighting force and that needed to train up a new cohort fast. Even more spoils would go to the stars that shone the brightest. He only needed to focus on shining. For the umpteenth time today, he chuckled ruefully. My shit luck. This run is getting unbelievable. Today, right now, it was too early to tell much of anything. Things moved too fast. He'd need to plan things out when the dust had settled, when he had settled. Fatigue dragged on his thoughts. Sleep threatened at the edge of his mind. He stifled a yawn. He refused to succumb. If today had shown him anything, it was that he'd need to move faster than even he'd anticipated. Before he'd thrown out the rest, he'd assimilated a good quarter of the elixir's chi. Now that sat in his core. Even with most of the elixir thrown out, he was well on his way to finishing the second layer. It'd only take one more solid push, he sensed. So, with a metaphorical middle finger to sleep, he plopped down on his cot, crossed his legs, and started to cycle. With the poison gone, it felt like a meridian had been unclogged in his body. Qi trickled down the path of the modified pure Yang Sutra, then in a stream, then a small torrent. His body felt in sync with the world, a small node in a great system spreading across not only the desert, but all this plain. Warmth filled his spirit. He kept cycling, batting back his body's cries for rest. Either minutes or 10 hours could have passed by the end of it. All he knew was that he was running totally on automatic. Fatigue had all but shut his brain off. But one strong strand of will held out, still cycling, waiting for that signal. Level up, Origin, level 2. He bathed in satisfaction. He didn't even have the energy to cheer. His smile was short-lived. 10 seconds later, his eyes swelled shut, and he was out cold. For a while, he drifted in sleep. He'd packed a year into a day. Especially in this body, some rest did him good. But not even in sleep would the world leave him alone. From the darkness floated a vision. Not a dream. Dreams were the random machinations of an idle mind. Visions had intent, sent from somewhere or drawn through a bond of the spirit. The tiny part of Dorian's mind that was still lucid, as much as anyone could be lucid in this state, loosed a string of lurid curses. For Zenith's sake, what now? The vision resolved fully. The first things he saw were the figures in the void cloaks. Not dark cloaks, just nothing. Light seemed to pass through them, and only the faintest of outlines gave away their presence. Dorian wouldn't have caught it if not for the symbols embroidered over the hoods, a golden infinity which arrested the eye, eerily familiar. They stood in a loose circle around the room's only other source of light, a massive tank filled with liquid which shimmered with pent-up chi. The density was astounding. The fabric of reality seemed to bend around it. It wasn't the fluid that caught Dorian's eye, though, but the creature inside. Demon King Yama. Half a wing was missing, and a leg was replaced by what looked like a glacier drake's, but the corpse was unmistakable. Each body part had been stitched back together by an expert hand. Dorian could scarcely see the seams. What? Then the figures raised their hands as one, palms open. Each wore a glove sporting that same infinity. Someone spoke a word. Light flooded the room. Power thrummed on the air as each infinity became a seething swirl of molten gold. They fed to one another in resonance, like strings to the same tune. Chi rushed in a loop, hand to hand to hand, building to a cresting wave, craving a sudden, furious release. It leapt to the tank in the center and jolted the fluid to a frenzy. The tank vibrated, straining at the seams, struggling to hold in the power. The liquid seemed ready to evaporate or explode or both. It distorted, crystallized, flitted between phases of matter. Then it ceased so abruptly it gave Dorian whiplash. All of it had been sucked away in an instant. Yama opened his eyes, and Dorian stared into 2 orbs of sheer gold light. 15. The Chosen and the Spurned, 1. Dorian jerked awake, one side of his face burning. He knew instantly he'd been slapped. The slapper in question stood above him, grinning with all her teeth. "Morning," said Kaya. Groaning, Dorian pulled himself up to his elbows. He felt sore, and his head still ached, but not nearly as much as he'd expected. A soft sheet of sunlight wafted in through the door flaps. His mind was elsewhere. Holding on to that vision felt like grabbing at water. Was that real? Some godforsaken cultists managed to revive an Empyrean of Yama's caliber? Highly unusual. He guessed the vision had been triggered by a residual soul bond. He had imbibed all of Yama's, after all. He rubbed at his temples. Yama's eyes were still seared into his mind. Bah, that was that life. This was this one. Clean break. So what if some overzealous cultists got their hands on a shiny new puppet? Cultists did cultists' things, sure as time went on. It was none of his concern. Maybe he should be more concerned, but he'd made so many powerful enemies in past lives he couldn't remember half of them. Usually, nothing ever came of his feuds. The multiverse was a big place, after all, and he was always incognito in the midst of some run or another. Let those brats be someone else's problem. As Kaya plopped down beside him, he shoved it to the back of his mind. "Listen up," Kaya waved at him. "You awake? Do I need to slap you again?" "I'm awake," said Dorian hastily, dragging himself fully upright. "Good. This is serious." She crossed her arms. "Yesterday, we weren't the only ones attacked." 16 other tribes got hit," she said. A frown creased her forehead. 4 surrendered, 8 perished, and that attack was just the start. Dorian blinked. In the western desert, there were scarcely more than 100 tribes scattered across a massive range. To strike a 10th at once in an opening overture? Unless the West shored up an alliance, and fast, they had a matter of months left, if that. "Chief says he's speeding up training," said Kaya, chewing on her lip. "We're going to meet up with a few other tribes, join forces. The oases are moving fast, too. Last night, Chief spoke to him through scrying glass. The major ones, Azcan, Zola, they're all opening heavy recruiting. You know what this means?" "No." "They're planning something big," said Kaya. Her eyes shone. "They didn't say what it was. Secret till it's all finalized," Chief said. "But they want to get at the best talent and train 'em up fast. Yappa thinks it's some big kerfuffle that ropes in all the tribes and oases." "Oh," grinned Dorian, cocking his head. "A tournament?" "Huh?" "It's a tournament." Dorian nodded sagely. Kaya looked at him funny. "How'd you know?" "It's always a tournament," said Dorian, patting her arm. "If you say so." Kaya looked at him funnier. Then a light bulb seemed to go off in her mind. "Oh, that reminds me." Then, faster than he could react, she slapped him again. "Ow!" he yelped, rubbing his cheek. "What was that for?" "You little—" Kaya stood up, her face suddenly flushed. "Since when were you going to tell me you're a martial prodigy? Heaven-grade talent? New initiate chosen?" Dorian scratched his head. Right, in all that mess he'd totally forgotten. "In fairness," he said slowly, "I didn't know until yesterday either." "It makes no sense," muttered Kaya, pacing around. She shook her head. "You were never good at a damn thing in your entire life." "Thanks. Sometimes I wondered how we were even related." "Thanks. I mean, gosh, with the way you were going, I didn't think you'd live to see 18. "I'm your brother, remember?" he said, wincing. "Aren't you supposed to be loving or supportive or something?" She paused. "Oh, oops. Was that mean?" She forged on. "Joining basic training was one thing, but this?" She ran a hand through her hair. Then she shot him a glare, her brows scrunching together. "Anything else you're holding out on me?" Dorian eyed her left hand carefully. By now he'd identified a pattern. Right hand, hair hand. Left hand, slapping hand. "As a matter of fact, yes." "Huh?" "I broke through to Origin Level 2. Whirling around, she froze. "You did what?" She pinched the bridge of her nose. She breathed in and out slowly. Nuh-uh. No, you haven't. Dorian shrugged. You can check if you'd like. How? An easy excuse popped to mind. It just so happened to segue into the next reveal, too. Alchemist Who gave me a chi pill. She looked at him deadpan. Alchemist Who gave you a chi pill? He returned her gaze evenly. By now he was nearing mastery of the naive blink. Yes, Alchemist Who gave me a chi pill. Her frown deepened. Alchemist Who gave you a chi pill? Alchemist Who did indeed give me a chi pill. Why? She said, her face twisting into a pretzel of incredulity. Did Alchemist Who give you a chi pill? Because I'm now his apprentice. Now, nobody really ever paid attention to Io before Dorian had booted him out. The only person who'd have missed him if he went was Kaya, which meant she was probably the only person he needed to convince. If only she hadn't known Io so damn well. Moaning, Kaya shook her head. She rubbed her head so hard her skin turned raw pink. No, I've had enough. I don't believe you. He saw me with my elixir brew outside and said I showed promise. He grinned. If you want, you can ask him. Ah! Kaya clutched her head like she'd had a sudden onset migraine. You... who? It doesn't make any... What? She squinted at him. She took a very long, very slow breath. For a while, she was silent. Dorian broke the silence. Are you okay? Am I? Hells am I? She giggled. Why not? Her giggles turned to snorts. Vordors are falling from the sky. My bros suddenly the dweller's gift to martial arts and alchemy. I've gone mad. I've cracked, she said dreamily. You've only realized that now? Shut up, she rounded on him. I'm dreaming. That must be it. I don't think... Ow! Dorian rubbed his poor, reddening cheek. Why? To make sure I'm not dreaming. Then shouldn't you slap yourself? She thought it over. Bleh. Nah. She blinked owlishly. You know what? I do feel better. A small grin tugged at her lips. I think I'm starting to get it. A little, yeah. Brother, alchemy, heaven grade, prodigy. Yes, the world's gone upside down. Mm-hmm. She hesitated. Can I slap you again to make things feel more real? This time, Dorian scurried well out of range. He eyed her left hand warily. I'll be gentle, promise, she cried. Sis, you have issues. After a breakfast of roasted Vordor meat, if there was one positive to the ambush, it was that there was plenty to go around. Kaya seemed to have settled down. Her squinting glances had settled down to a steady rate of 3 a minute. She'd only thrown out a host of conspiracy theory explanations, stumbled on a magical super treasure, awakened a latent bloodline, unknowingly blessed by passing wise grandpa, before she tossed her hands up in exasperation and gave up. By the time they were off to the day's chosen training, she nearly seemed back to her chipper self. If she hadn't fully accepted her brother's drastic change, she at least managed to mentally sidestep most of it, which was basically the same thing. As they strode to training, together, a fact Kaya clearly still couldn't seem to wrap her mind around, she moved on to talking about other things. It was all Kaya babbling and Dorian listening, which was how all of her and Io's conversations went. Dorian let the words pass over him. Maybe it was the vision, maybe it was the looming threat of war and imminent demise, but his mind prickled with a little unease. He only zoned back into listening when it was clear Kaya was asking a question. Did you? What? "You didn't say anything about me to Kuruk, did you?" she said very slowly. Oh, right, that. He did set Kuruk on her, didn't he? He winced. "Of course not," he scoffed. "Kuruk, that oaf? He's the worst. I'd never." "Attaboy," chuckled Kaya. She ruffled his hair. "Shouldn't have even asked. You wouldn't betray me like that." Dorian smiled outside and cringed inside. This probably wouldn't end well. Either Kaya got mad or Kuruk did, or both. Somehow he'd expected more time to deal with this mess. Ah, my old nemesis, the consequences of my own actions. What goes up must come down. If only he hadn't lobbed up an anvil. Scratch that. He'd rather take an anvil to the head than an enraged Kuruk punch. Well, too late to run now. The training field conveniently doubled as the center of the tribe, and they were only 100-odd feet away. All the blood and bodies and debris had been scraped off, leaving only a flat clearing of matted black sand. A horde of young men stood in a loose circle, chattering. The chosen, the top echelon of the tribe. There had been less than 30 before. After the attack, less than a dozen stood. A handful were decked out in scale plate uniform, the mark of a chosen at the verge of being a full hunter. He recognized Hento in the mix, who gave a beatific smile and a wave, and Kuruk, who looked so red you could use his face as a color palette. Unchecked fury radiated from him like heat as he glared, bull-like, at Dorian. "What luck! I've been found out." Dorian gave him a cheerful wave. Next to him stood Tocho, looking dour as ever, and the head hunter, Kuruk's father. Without knowing them, Dorian would never have guessed they were distant relatives, much less father and son. Headhunter Tuketu was half his son's size. Where Kuruk was made nearly entirely of muscle, Tuketu was lean, built but not overly so. There seemed to be an inherent explosiveness to him, like his physique was a spring always coiled. He looked like if a storybook knight who'd hit middle age, still handsome, with graying hairs and too smooth skin indicative of a vigor physique. To Dorian's surprise, the man nodded to him in greeting. There was mirth in his eyes. Dorian blinked. Is he aware his son wants to beat me to a pulp? Strange, Kaya hummed. Usually there's more stuff. It was true. The field was surprisingly barren today. The chosen were usually privileged with dummies or targets or special training artifacts, but it seemed the headhunter had something else planned. As he and Kaya neared, Tuketu cleared his throat. Silence drew like a curtain over the chosen, so fast it seemed rehearsed. 16 eyes fastened on Kaya and Dorian at once. "Welcome, chosen Kaya! Welcome, initiate Io!" said Tuketu. The first thing Dorian noticed was his gaze. Playful, sure, but also intense. Not cutting and weighty like Chief Rust's, but arresting. His gaze was the sort to make anyone feel truly seen, warm as sunlight, the kind of gaze you could bathe in. His demeanor was effortlessly joyful. His aura was like a big warm coat. Tuketu shifted from Io back to Kaya. "I hope your rest has been smooth. The tribe is most grateful. Last night you were a true hero. You've brought honor to the name of the chosen." Kaya bowed, a tinge of red on her cheeks. "It's my duty, Master Tuketu." Tuketu turned to the rest of his chosen. His aura flipped in an instant. Now there was an edge to it, sharp enough to cut. A few chosen flinched. "If only more of your brethren could claim the same." He clasped his hands behind his back. "We are all gathered. Let today's session begin. My pupils, we must speak of last night." His demeanor shifted wholly. He seemed a beleaguered father saddened by a wayward son. "To be a chosen is a privilege. You are chosen to defend the tribe. But what did I see in the heat of battle? Rank cowardice." His eyebrows drooped in disappointment. "Hiding, fleeing, everything but rising to the task. Last night, half of you failed this tribe." His sigh was slow and drawn out. "A chosen who cannot fight is no chosen at all, is he?" He paused. "In wartime it is imperative we train valiant, strong soldiers post-haste. Chief Rust has given me access to a plethora of the tribe's long-stored treasures for just this task. Treasures of a caliber none of you have seen." At this, nearly everyone perked up. "But tell me, dear pupils, do the cowards among you deserve them?" He shook his head. It swung like a pendulum. This time his sigh had extra weight. It was a sigh of resignation. "Itahe, Mohe, Tumu, Usti, step up!" 4 teens, pale, trembling, waded to the front. Tuketu held out a palm. "Hand in your insignias. As of now, all of you are no longer chosen. You and your families lose all chosen's privileges." Cries of protest erupted. One chosen, a bearded, bulky man, fell to his knees. "I beg of you, master, reconsider. My family's but my ma and my daughter left. She's only 3, master. I only ran away for them. Please, we've barely enough as is. Without the chosen's pay, the rations—" "Perhaps you should have considered that when you ran, tribesman Mohe," said Tuketu amiably. "Your logic is wrong. If you had fallen valiantly in battle, the tribe would have cared for your family. But you did not. The tribe has not failed your family. You have." A formless pressure descended. Tuketu had unleashed a fraction of his cultivation base, a threat. "Your insignias, now." Mohe swallowed. He dug out a metal token as though he tore it out of his own skin, and with a slight unclenching of his fist, let it drop to Tuketu's palm. The rest followed suit. "Leave," said Tuketu with a sad smile. "None of you are welcome any longer." "This is a grave mistake," cried a short, stocky chosen as he turned to go. "The tribe needs warriors. Gutting the chosen now is suicide." "We have no need of warriors like you. Begone." Tuketu didn't take his eyes off them until they vanished behind a tent, out of sight. "Hento Rust," said Tuketu. He didn't even look at Hento, but the pretty boy flinched anyway. "Your father's status is the only reason you were not among them, but my patience wears thin. See to it you do not force my hand, yes?" Hento nodded quickly to the back of Tuketu's head. Those 4 weren't the only deserters. If Tuketu was strict in his measures, today's cohort might be cut by half, but it was clear he was only killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Then Tuketu's full-on grin returned full force, like it had never left. He turned back to address the crowd of chosen. All of them looked a great deal more on edge. "Let this be a small warning," said Tuketu. "These are dire times. There are great opportunities in store, chosen. Treasures, training, elixirs, the lot." He crossed his arms. "But never forget that none of your positions are secure. To seize the tribe's resources, you must prove yourselves the most deserving." This was music to Dorian's ears. I like this Tuketu. He's a tool, but at least he's a meritocratic tool. Prove yourself most deserving, eh? He was practically salivating at the thought. Plus, the man can put 2 sentences together. Is Kurak adopted? As though on cue, Tuketu's eyes came to rest on Dorian. "Some things end, and some begin," he said softly. There was a hypnotic quality to Tuketu's gaze, but unlike with Chief Rust, this one had no bloodline backing. It was simply in the way he carried himself, like he deserved the world's attention, and he knew it. Io, the tribe's latest heaven-grade talent. I expect great things from you, said Tuketu. He reached out and pressed an insignia token to Dorian's palm. To mark your initiation as chosen, I grant you the only treasure you will not have to earn. Dorian brightened. Finally. Then Tuketu touched a ring on his hand. At first, Dorian had taken it to be a plain metal ring, but the moment Tuketu's fingers grazed it, it glowed with a script written in white chi. Interspatial ring? Low grade? It was the first he'd seen in this realm. Tuketu pulled his treasure out. 16. The Chosen and the Spurned, 2. It was a pill, and it was literally lightning in a bottle. The pill's insides fizzed and jolted about like it was trying to break free of the casing. Dorian side-eyed it with a little apprehension. This, said Tuketu, is a vigor spirit pill. When the tribe last docked at the Azcan Oasis, Chief Rust personally bartered for a batch. They were made by a grade 4 alchemist. It is a pill made from rare ingredients found only in the depths of the Azcan sinkhole. Ingesting it aids cultivation at the origin realm and increases the odds of breaking through to vigor. Truly a heaven-sent pill. Now it is yours. He pressed the thing into Dorian's palms. Dorian stared at it, eager and the slightest bit apprehensive. For volatile pills, the multiversal standard of alchemy dictated a dampener be inserted in the pill's formation, something to take the edge off, calm the violent spasms of chi. No such thing existed here. It probably did, as Tuketu said, but taking it raw would be a little like undergoing surgery without an anesthetic. Well, Tuketu raised an eyebrow. 1,000 thanks. Dorian bowed low, making a show of trembling with excitement. As he did, he took a close whiff of the pill. No scent. A faint echo of chi drifted off it, hinting at a water aspect. He gleaned nothing past that. Without a formula, it'd be impossible to replicate. Oh, well. Take it now, intoned Tuketu. It will sting some, such is the nature of these pills, but it will help your growth tremendously. Sting some? Dorian squinted at the thing, suspicious. Even as it cackled in his palm, he felt chi lashing out at him. For an origin level 2, it'd do a lot more than sting. If given to the average rube, like the previous Io, it bordered on dangerous. Is something wrong? No, Master, said Dorian immediately. It's abnormally strong. Is he messing with me? Does this have to do with my tricking his son? Surely not. Still, Tuketu eyed him expectantly. He dragged this on too long. There was nothing else to do, really. Here goes. Bracing himself, Dorian brought it to his mouth and swallowed. Tuketu nodded, satisfied. Kaya cheered. Kuruk glared. Hento snapped his fingers. Young Io has been gifted this pill because of his great promise. Tuketu made a point of making eye contact with each one of the chosen remaining. Show promise, prove yourself worthy of the tribe's investment, and you, too, will prosper. 2 seconds had passed, and Dorian was already pre-cycling, readying his body for the blast. 3 seconds, 4, then the pill finally made its way to his stomach. Sting some was the understatement of the decade. Chi blew out like firecrackers in his stomach. It felt like he'd swallowed a swarm of angry bees trying to burrow their way out to the surface. He gritted his teeth. Instantly, his face reddened, his eyes watering involuntarily. The rest of Tuketu's speech was drowned out by a high whine of pain. I was right. I was so stupidly right. He cycled furiously, trying to take in the chi. It wasn't as bad as the elixir, certainly nowhere as ponderous, but what it lacked in weight, it made up for in sheer bite. Soon it spread to his whole body. He felt like he'd been lit on fire from the inside. Every vein bulged on his skin. He stood there, unmoving, as a dull roaring drowned out the whine of pain, the sounds of the world. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Tuketu glancing at him, assessing. This is not only a reward, but a test. It dawned on Dorian instantly. He fed me a pill he knew was beyond my level. He's not only rewarding me, he wants to see what I'm made of. Though it felt like he was being cooked alive in his own skin, he bit down on every instinct to cry out. Instead, he threw the man a strained smile and a nod. To his surprise, Tuketu returned the gesture. There was even a hint of approval in his eyes. After 30 more grueling seconds, during which Tuketu talked and Dorian roasted, a faint sheen of black appeared on Dorian's skin. It sublimed into the air, smoking off him in tufts. Impurities cleansing. So Tuketu had spoken the truth. The pill would increase his body's latent talent. In this case, it was burning out the gunk in his meridians. It'd speed up his cycling a degree. He needed all the degrees he could get. Only a body with few impurities could ascend to the vigor realm. By the time Dorian had siphoned off the brunt of the pill's volatility, assimilating half the chi, Tuketu had finished speaking. Dorian could only tell because the man's lips stopped moving. After this small encounter, it wasn't only Tuketu who'd gotten a sense for who Dorian was. In a move, Tuketu had shown his cards too. This man throws his trainees to the fire. Those who survive, he showers with favor. The Chosen formed into a standard grid formation. Dorian followed along, marking out his spot, chest puffed out, shoulders back, pretending he knew what the hells was going on. By now, the pain had fallen 3 notches. His ears finally decided to work again. "Warm up," Tuketu was saying. "Master Tocho shall demonstrate the first kata." With a rough grunt, Tocho leapt into a horse stance. Then his arms slowly shifted in smooth arcs, a not-quite dance, aesthetic but with a fighter's ferocity. There was a logic to the way his body moved, pivoting off the balls of the foot, into the legs, shifting the hips, turning the torso, an unbroken kinetic chain. He cycled his chi in tandem with the movements. As he did, sunlight clung to him like a second skin. He positively glowed. "The first kata, daybreak," said Tuketu. He gave Tocho a curt bow, a picture of courtesy. "Thank you, Master Tocho. Aptly done. The kata's purpose is to draw energy from the celestial bodies to aid in cultivation. It energizes the body and replenishes the spirit." He jabbed a finger in the air. "By now most of you know better than to mistake simplicity for ease. There is a reason it is only taught to Chosen. Fundamentals are not the basics. Conflate them at your peril." He inclined his head. "This kata doubles as a cycling method. Naturally is a far more effective one than our tribe's default, the Peerless Yang Sutra. It is also much more difficult. Most of you have tried it for months with naught but mild success. From some of you, however, I expect greater things." His eyes flickered to meet Dorian's for an instant. "Once more, if you please, Master Tocho. Slower this time, so I may offer a full account of the move's specifics." By the time the second run had finished, Dorian was reasonably sure he'd gotten it all down. These lower realm bumpkins with their silly, flashy moves. The kata was not bad, per se, but he counted 2 wholly unnecessary twirls and 3 stops at nonsense, unathletic stances. And the footwork! It was evident Tocho was no natural martial artist. To Dorian's eye, the movements were wooden, stiff. He'd likely only achieved this level via hundreds of hours of painstaking repetition. No amount of practice, however, could ever match the effortless ingenuity of talent. It was a guilty pleasure of Dorian's in any speed run to take special care to curb-stomp the silly, talentless schmucks who thought their years of hard work and determination counted for anything. He wouldn't try it with Tocho, of course. Amusing as it might be, showing up the instructor straight up wouldn't end well. As Tocho barked at them to start drilling, he turned to his now brethren. It's not like I'm lacking for fools. Maybe I should establish myself by beating up one. He kept an eye out for any notables. In particular, he scouted out the pecking order. Who inspired the most reverence? Who deferred to whom? There was Kuruk to the side, alone, puzzling through the kata's basic steps with searing intensity. He took 3 steps, twisted his massive torso, and toppled. Then there was Hento, who opted to whistle to Kaya rather than try the move. A death stare from Tocho had him scrambling back to practicing. For her part, Kaya seemed tops in competence. She had Earth-grade martial talent, and it showed. She might be missing steps or throwing in nonsense improvisations, but there was a natural fluidity that still eluded most of the other chosen. To her left, a hairy boy did a rabbity punch, shouted, "Hacha!" overshot the chi, set the hairs on his arm on fire, and dove into the sand to put it out. Dorian would have awarded the boy's diving form more points than his kata form. It was a better showing than basic training, but not by all that much. Dorian nearly snickered. In this tribe, as it often was in the lower realms, power levels went up, but idiocy was a constant. Meanwhile, Tuketu and Tocho strolled and marched about respectively, offering pointers. Tocho spat long, exacting lists of mistakes. Tuketu, meanwhile, seemed content to sit back and offer one-word judgments. Dorian made a few testing motions, pretending to feel his way through the moves. Most of his attention was on Tuketu. He wanted a feel for the man. "Poor," was Tuketu's verdict for one chosen's try. He moved on to the next. The hairy boy tried again. This time he managed not to set himself aflame, but earned only a wrinkled nose from Tuketu for his effort before the man drifted away. "Decent," he said as he got to Kaya. "Very decent." From his interspatial ring he plucked out a pill and tossed it to her. "You earn a chi-gatherer's pill. Well done." So that's how things work. Dorian's eyes lit up. He licked his lips. "I see." This time Tuketu came to his son. His smile dipped to a thin line. Kuruk still struggled through the first half of the kata with little success. Dorian winced. All the boy's blessings had been dumped into his physique, clearly. He moved like he was hung over. There didn't seem to be a talented bone in his body. "Useless," said Tuketu. His eyes narrowed. The word didn't echo, but it might as well have. Kuruk cringed. His lips were almost in a sneer. "After all these months, still, what have you been doing when I'm out on hunts, fool boy? Twiddling your thumbs, playing fetch with your hellspawn?" A crease went across Kuruk's forehead. He looked down. "They are not hellspawn. They are crows. Baby crows," he muttered. "Oh, son, they could be basilisks for all I care. You spend more time on them than you do your training, don't you? Perhaps I should strip you of your chosen title so you can devote your full attention to raising the blasted things instead." Kuruk gulped. His massive chest heaved with the motion. "No, I tried. I'm trying," rumbled Kuruk. "I practiced lots, really." Kuruk stood almost a full head above his father, but he somehow managed to look very small. Tuketu sighed, a corner of his mouth turned down. Perhaps you need more motivation. Perhaps I should put one of your little birds down." "No!" Kuruk yelped. He tugged at Tuketu's sleeve. Tuketu batted his massive hand away with contemptuous ease. "It's hard, Father. I'll do better. I'll do better." "Of course it's hard. That is no excuse. You insist on using it as one anyway." Kuruk's massive frame shifted and squirmed. "I'm sorry." Tuketu sighed. He patted Kuruk the way a man pats a dog he's thinking of putting down. "Son, every day I hope that today is the day you cease to disappoint me. Every day that hope only disappoints me further." With one last firm grip on the arm, Tuketu left Kuruk standing very still, looking very pale. Now Tuketu trained the full brunt of his smile on Dorian. "Our newest chosen. I'm sorry I've made you wait all this time. Why don't you show me your kata?" 17. The Chosen and the Spurned 3. Despite its fussiness, the first kata was a neat technique. It was the first status-type move he'd seen in this world. It was a cycling technique, which also buffed the body and cleansed the spirit. There were echoes of the essence of the true phoenix embedded within. Distant, nearly inaudible echoes, true, but it made for a decent move nonetheless. Plus, it had a nice, rustic charm to it. It was like stumbling upon a village of monkeys and finding they'd fashioned a crude spear out of sticks and twine and stone. Breathing deep, Dorian cycled. He stepped out and flowed. His move wasn't accurate. He missed steps, on purpose. But as he shifted and spun, his body hummed to the tune of the universe. He flowed as a human body was meant to flow, in full accord with nature, and nature, feeling him as kin, embraced him. Sunlight seeped into his skin, warming his insides. He felt it in the shadowy nooks and crannies of himself, patching up the rougher, torn bits inside him, flowing like an endless river from head to toe. This is the difference between the genius and the rote. The rote warrior might perform the moves in the right order at the right time in the right shapes. The genius performed the move to its fullest intent. Level up, Daybreak level 1. Level up, Daybreak level 2. Level up, Daybreak level 3. He breathed in and out, a beginning, an end. Every particle of him seemed to vibrate very fast. He drew the cycling into the vigor spirit pill, dispersing its energies into his body faster and, with a firm hand, soaking him in chi. Sunlight and smoke played off each other in a flickering yellow-black storm. His body was rejuvenating by the second. His talent rose in quick spurts. By the time he finished the first dance, he was halfway up level 3. He opened his eyes and grinned. This time there was an equal mix of surprise and jealousy. The hairy Chosen's mouth formed a small O. Kuruk stared at him with a gaze laced with pure hate. After his own showing, this must really hurt. Kaya's suspension of disbelief, which had held the way common glue held together heavy machinery, had snapped. She looked at him like she was seeing him for the first time. All around, eyes narrowed, too, yellow with envy. For his part, Tuketu merely smiled. "As expected," he said slowly. "This was your first real try, yes?" Dorian nodded, smiling back. "Yes, Master Tuketu." His eyelashes fluttered. "How'd I do?"
Translation, this is the part where you give me the good stuff. Tuketu chortled. Good. Then he tapped his interspatial ring and pulled out a brown-streaked vegetable. It looked like an octopus that had reincarnated as a plant. 100-year ginseng, announced Tuketu calmly. Instantly, the envy in the dozen odd eyes around him spiked. To the worthy go the spoils, said Tuketu. He didn't turn to address the rest. He didn't need to. He pressed the ginseng to Dorian's palm. Continue your work, pupil. He moved on. Subtle, Tuketu, subtle. Dorian held the ginseng in one palm and continued the daybreak kata, pretending obliviousness. Now 3 streams of chi, the pill, the ginsengs, and the suns, rushed into his core. He's not only rewarding me, he's using me as a motivator for the rest of the Chosen. The unfortunate side effect? I seem to have become a pincushion for glares. It was nothing he wasn't used to. He didn't know nearly all these people, nor did he particularly care to. All he needed to scout out were the higher-ups, the ones who might challenge him for resources. Kaya was the closest, but so far there seemed to be none. He rubbed his hands together, grinning. All mine. Then Tuketu stopped before Hento Rust, and Dorian was forced to amend his statement. Hento didn't only look pretty, he moved pretty too. Dorian frowned. He wasn't sure what kind of grading system these lower realms used. In these places, heaven was stuffed into so many names it had lost all meaning. But the young Rust had a natural feel for the martial arts. Like Dorian, he moved with harmony. 1 in 10,000, maybe. But the headhunter seemed less than impressed. A waste, he said. You move well, you fight well, but all the skill in the world cannot compensate for who you are. I award you nothing. To Dorian's surprise, Hento did not splutter. He did not cry out or scream that his father would hear of this or grow agitated. Instead, he seemed to shrink a little, like a flower in a cold wind. A second later, he slapped a wry grin on his face like a mask. What can you do? His face said. Unfortunately, Tuketu saw it. Smiling, are you? He said. His voice was soft, edged with danger. Do you find your cowardice funny? That had Hento gulping. He opened his mouth to say something, then bit down on his tongue. Tuketu laughed. Say your mind, young Hento, or are you too afraid to address me, even now? Hento's face reddened. You're just intolerant of difference. You're a bully. He sniffed. The words rushed out of him the way water rushes out a broken dam. I can't stand you. You're no better than your son, you heinous goon. The moment he finished his words, he clasped 2 hands over his mouth. His eyes widened. Now his face said, Did I just do that? Tuketu just looked at him. I am sorry you feel that way, he sighed. I am not here to be your friend, Hento Rust. I am not here to be anyone's friend. I am here to mold you into what you can be. The only thing I don't tolerate is how you squander your potential. Hento wouldn't look him in the eyes. That's all I've ever wished for you. Ever since you were a wee lad and your father and I led hunter squadrons side by side. Look at me. Slowly, rigidly, Hento did. You are a heaven-grade talent of the tribe. You have the world in your palms, greatness in your grasp. Yet some lessons, it seems, simply don't stick. Your father could not make a man of you. Neither can I. Dorian watched as he cycled, mildly amused. Say what he might of Tuketu, the man knew how to push buttons. At this, Hento stilled. Don't you speak of my father, he whispered. Weirdly, Tuketu seemed almost proud. His handsome face wrinkled expressively. This is what I want from you. Fire! Yet it dies fast as it comes." Hento bit his lips and said nothing. Tuketu put a hand on his shoulder. Hento didn't move away. Maybe he couldn't. "After yesterday, I think it's time we address the crux of the matter." He raised his chin. His eyes looked down on Hento. "Don't think I don't know what you think of me, or of your father, or of this position." A wry smile graced his face. "You say we are brutes, don't you? Mere mindless slaves to power. You use that word, sublunary. Cute. Do you know what I think?" He leaned in. This time Hento was forced to look down. "I think you're a sham. Dress it up all you like. Hide behind your words. When the Vordors come, when the beasts attack, with the Ugok strike, where are they? What will protect you then? Where were your words last night, little philosopher?" Tuketu drove one sharp finger into Hento's chest, right above the heart. The boy flinched. "You disdain us in order to cope. When pressure comes, the truth of you is stripped bare. I was there when you were born, boy. You were not but a scared little boy then. You were not but a scared little boy last night. A boy in fancier dress." Hento batted the hand off, growling. It was the most aggressive thing Dorian could ever recall seeing him do. "You think you know me?" "Don't I?" Tuketu stepped in even closer. Hento scrambled back, nearly falling over himself. "Stop that!" "Hide! Run!" cried Tuketu. "Prove me right!" Now Hento vibrated. He couldn't seem to stop himself. He dabbed at his eyes. "That's enough," he whispered. Tuketu looked at him stonily. The silence between them dragged its feet. Then he sighed. He stepped in and draped an arm over Hento's shoulder. The boy flinched once more, but let it happen. By the look on his face, he seemed lost, existentially lost. "Tell me this. Are you content, drinking, chasing women, smoking, wasting to nothing, living your small, sublunary life, returning to dust in a scant few years, too scared to grasp for eternity?" Hento breathed heavy. He looked utterly confused. His words seemed stuck in his throat. He clutched at himself as though denuded. "Are you content to be a coward, Hento? To die without having left your fingerprint on the universe?" Hento's lips trembled. Something changed in his face, a hardening. At last, in a strangled gasp, "No!" Saying the word seemed to physically take something out of Hento. Tuketu should have been a politician. The smile he trained on Hento was building. "Good," he said. "Then join me. Step out of your fear. Try to matter." Hento swallowed. In a mouse's voice with a stricken face, "I don't know how." "I cannot tell you how to erase a demon in a thought," sighed Tuketu. "The only way is to try and try again. Until now you have not been willing to." His breaths catching, Hento huffed in and out. He looked up to Tuketu. The tears were drying from his eyes. "Teach me," he said hoarsely, clearly. Tuketu nodded in approval. "Let us start small. Show me your heart." A cruel, devious glint lit Tuketu's eyes. Dorian had a sudden gut instinct as to what would happen next. Heart thumping fast, he sped up his cycling to as quick as he could muster. Tuketu wheeled to Dorian. "What a coincidence! A second heaven-grade talent among the youngsters of Rust Tribe. In a generation, most tribes would be lucky to muster one." He put a finger to his lips. "But we're not yet sufficiently acquainted. I know what Hento is made of. At last, he is willing to change it. Tell me, Io, what are you made of?" Dorian frowned, opening his mouth, but Tuketu held out a hand. "It's a question you don't need to answer now. You'll answer it soon enough. Tuketu slipped off his interspatial ring. This is one of my personal interspatial rings, he said. Within lies a plethora of treasures, herbs, elixirs, pills, even artifacts, enough to boost you to the upper ends of the origin realm, enough coins to erase the brunt of your family's debts. The sunlight caught it at an angle. It radiated a golden halo which seized everyone's eyes in an instant. He placed it gingerly on the sand. His voice rose to a crescendo. Warm-up is over. The day's first exercise will be a duel. He clenched a fist. Behind him, Hento dabbed the last of his tears from his reddened eyes. Whatever was hardening earlier had firmed. His lips were pressed to a thin line. His teeth gritted tight. Our two heaven-grade talents have a chance to prove themselves against each other, continued Tuketu. There was a sharp intake of breath. But Io is merely at origin level 2, and Hento level 7. The premise is unbalanced. The stakes must reflect the odds, said Tuketu. He regarded Io evenly. If you win my ring and all its contents. Then his gaze dropped on Hento like a stone. Prove your conviction. If you lose, you have failed me for the last time. I strip you of your title as chosen. Dorian blinked. Didn't expect that. He's really willing to condemn the chief's sole heir? Hold on. If I win, might I face the chief's wrath? Another finicky calculus. Hento, meanwhile, staggered a step. He looked as though all the blood had been drained from his body. Well then, pupils, Tuketu grinned without humor. Show me your worth. Begin. 18. The Chosen and the Spurned, 4. Tuketu raised his hand, and all the other Chosen fell back. All around Dorian and Hento, a circle of runes rippled to life, hemming them in. A makeshift arena. But before Tuketu could finish, Dorian stepped up. Wait. Tuketu raised an eyebrow. The runes died down. 1 moment, gasped Dorian. 5 seconds passed, then 10. By now everyone stared at him like he'd lost his head. Then, level up, origin, level 3. His chi crossed a new threshold. Now it felt like a small pond rather than a puddle as it flowed within him. He ceased his cycling at last. The ginseng fell, withered, and fully drained to the ground. This time, a small ripple of chi signaled the breakthrough. If the Chosen around him were jealous before, a few were positively foaming at the mouth now. For a beat, there was silence. Kaya's voice broke it. Oh, come on! She looked like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not fair! It took me 6 months to get from level 2 to 3. Dorian smiled contently, bathing in that warm, leveling sensation. The Vigor Spirit pill was now nearly fully digested, too. His talent had, he guessed, gone from abject awfulness, by this realm's standards, to simply mediocre, nearly decent. How much can treasures boost me? A limited amount more, probably. The real gains, the ones that'll let me exceed the limits of this form, are bloodlines. He stretched out his hands. The impurities hadn't only been under the skin. He looked cleaner, cleared up. His body brimmed with new vigor. Very good, said Tuketu dryly, his head tilted just a fraction. You are to be congratulated. Is there anything else, Chosen Io, or shall we get on with it? Only one more thing, Dorian grinned. I can't fight young Master Hento on such terms, Master. You're afraid? Tuketu's eyes narrowed to dangerous slits.
I'm afraid of winning, said Dorian. He shrugged. Young Master Hento is the son of Chief Rust, as we all know. If winning means demoting his son from Chosen, I wouldn't dare offend the chief so. Hento looked at once pleased and insulted, mostly confused. Even Tuketu looked a bit incredulous. It didn't take an immortal god king to guess what was running through his mind. This little cretin is negotiating the terms of his victory? Does he know he isn't supposed to win? That there's a human's chance in hells that he wins? Tuketu had set this fight up plainly to test them both on the inside. He wished to see how Hento showed his conviction by dealing with an aggressive upstart with nothing to lose. He wanted to see how Dorian handled a challenge he could not defeat. In his mind, Dorian wasn't a serious threat, clearly. Dorian kept up his earnest expression. Humor me, Tuketu. Alter the terms. After all, his words were genuine. Then Tuketu laughed. Laudable spirit, he said. You think exactly right. In every fight, you must be confident of victory. You must be doubly confident of the consequences of the fight. He thought for a moment, then turned to Hento once more. In the event young Io wins, I'll spare you demotion. What is of equal value to you? He looked down Hento's body, taking note of the garb of dark, night-smooth silk. Perhaps those robes, custom-made, aren't they? I'll wager they'd fetch quite a price. Hento's eyes widened comically. He opened his mouth to object. The task is simple, sighed Tuketu. You merely need to beat a beginner. It is, in theory, a simple task for you. The stakes should be irrelevant. He crossed his arms. To me, you are no true chosen. Speak less. You haven't the right. Make something of yourself first. Hento swallowed. Rest assured, this is only the start, said Tuketu. His brows were a severe line. His eyes scanned the rest of the chosen. The young master's status absolves him of nothing, he barked. From now on, the same applies to all of you. Chosen is a privilege. See to it I do not find you unworthy of it. When he turned back, there was a hint of impatience in his eyes. Enough interruptions. Stepping away, he snapped his fingers. The runes blazed to life. A small formation. Golden walls of chi crept up, forming a barrier. No doubt it'd hold against any attacks either of them threw. Meanwhile, Dorian took stock of his enemy. The young master still looked quite confused. Hold on just a moment, he said, his sing-song voice a pitch higher than usual. He seemed to be rousing out of a shocked stupor. I meant to prove myself by fighting him? He rubbed his eyes. His old self seemed to be coming back to him. No offense meant, of course, he said to Io. Though he still seemed shaken, he managed a sly grin. You are an adorable squirt, but merely level 3. He shot Tuketu a glance. Not that I seek greater challenge, not at all. But isn't it, as you say, an easy task? He winked at Dorian again. Again, no offense, dear. Frankly, sighed Tuketu, you will need to back up your words. After last night, I have no faith in you. The smile froze on Hento's face. I suspect Io has something you do not. Tuketu raised an eyebrow at Dorian. They say hungry Vordors are the most vicious. How hungry are you? Humph, said Hento. His nose wrinkled like he'd smelled something rotten. When he looked at Dorian again, he wasn't angry, maybe, but distinctly annoyed. Even he had some pride, it seemed. Very well, so I'm the villain today, am I? Easy pickings? He frowned. I'll make this fast. He looked over to Kaya with fawn's eyes. You'll forgive me, won't you?" Her glare could melt steel. Tuketu looked at him nonplussed as he stepped back. The runic walls finished forming. He spoke a single word. "Begin!" Luckily, during all the chatter, Dorian had time to plan. In fighting, skill was merely a force multiplier. If most only utilized their powers to 1/10 of their full capacities, Dorian squeezed every drop out. He won because he was multiples more effective across every phase and layer of the fight. The first layer? Strategy. What did he know of Hento? The man was skittish, scared, frazzled, dazed. He responded poorly to the explosive and the unexpected. He was on edge after Tuketu's psychological dissection, which Dorian still considered more rhetorical gimmicks than anything, but it had the undeniable off-putting effect. And if Hento was off balance, all Dorian needed was to push. Tuketu hadn't finished his word before Dorian dashed forward. In the next instant, he swerved, pressed a palm to the ground behind him, and forced out a fast flash palm. It collided with the dune in a geyser of sand. First, there was the bang, and then the flash and the sand cloud. Unexpected, explosive. Second, the palm served as a booster. It launched Dorian halfway across the makeshift ring in an instant, enough that Hento leapt back, a surprised squeal on his lips. Could he have stood his ground? With the power discrepancies, certainly. If he'd been given a few seconds to gather himself, he might have even done it. Which was why Dorian was on him in an instant. It was the same principle which had able people scrambling away from an aggressive insect. For just a moment, he needed fear to supersede reason. It worked. Instantly panicked, Hento chucked up an attack Dorian didn't recognize. It seemed like a rope fashioned of sunlight. Whatever the case, Hento was in no condition to time and aim precise shots. It was thrown hopelessly fast and sloppy. It missed Dorian and skittered into the barrier. Another layer of skill? Execution. Already Hento fell back, circling out. A fighter's basic instinct to defusing pressure, moving to open space. A lesser fighter, likely any of the chosen here, would have followed him in a circle. To crack the fragile, especially without giving them a chance to breathe, to strike back, Dorian needed pressure. But just running at someone willy-nilly was not pressure. That led to being kited. Pressure was the systematic denial of space. Dorian had literally written the textbook on martial combat. He might not know specific chi techniques, but he knew the principles of fighting better than he knew himself. Now he drew on the basic concept of fieldcraft, the ability to use one's surroundings to one's advantage. It was a wide-ranging concept that played out in vastly dissimilar ways across differing terrain. In all terrain, though, one thing was true. The enemy could only move if he had space. So Dorian started to cut him off. With big leaps, he ran, not for Hento, but where Hento was going. When Hento saw it, he reversed course with a yelp, and Dorian did the same, in the opposite direction. Hento chucked out another rope of light. The technique itself was intricate and well done. Thrown too fast, though, it also skewed way off. This time, Dorian didn't even need to dodge. Clearly, Hento hadn't expected a fraction of this resistance. As Dorian closed in, he seemed claustrophobic. Now came the kicker. First was the ray, but rather than load a heavy, intricate shot, he put almost nothing on the strike. Instead, he focused on throwing it with pinpoint accuracy to a spot 5 feet in front of Hento, cutting off Hento's path. He was banking on one thing, that Hento would see the flash and react automatically, that in his flight, in his panic, he'd skid to a halt. And once more, Dorian was right. There were now only 10 odd feet between Hento and him. Dorian closed the distance like lightning. The sequence was simple, thrown a little sloppily, enough to make an observer think all he was doing was being an over-aggressive neophyte. He pivoted, zigzagged, lunged to avoid a wild ray by Hento, shifted into a switched stance, and, at point-blank range, 5 feet away, chucked another ray up high. This strike was also meaningless. Empty volume thrown right at Hento's eyes. All flash, no power behind it. This time Hento had the wherewithal to block it fully. He realized too late it was yet another trick. Its only purpose was to draw Hento's attention, blind him with light for a second, force him to block, lose track of Dorian for just a moment, enough for Dorian to close the remainder of the distance. Skilled as he was, not even Dorian had total confidence he could consistently bridge a 4-level difference, especially at this power level. But that was against a prepared opponent. In that whole sequence, he hadn't given Hento a second to breathe or think straight. Now, it was over. Above, he heard Hento's voice rise to a shriek in a register that put prepubescent girls to shame. Dorian drove his fist out, aimed straight at the liver, and threw all of himself into the strongest ray he was capable of. This time, he held nothing back. It was so close that nobody could see it before it'd land. He could afford to throw it with everything he had. Every single correction he could think of was dredged up in an instant as he spun into the move. More than half of his chi vanished in an instant, birthed into a supercharged blast of sheer light and heat, a molten, hemorrhage-inducing shot aimed straight to the weakest point of Hento's liver. He knew, even as he threw the shot, that this was the end. Level up, Ray, level 6. Level up, Ray, level 7. Level up, Ray, level 8. Level up, Ray, level 9. Then something very strange happened, and Dorian's blood chilled. It wasn't only from the sight. The temperature suddenly dropped 10 degrees. A cold spiral of icy blue chi had burst into the air, a whirlpool which caught the ray in its center, slowing it, siphoning off the power, cushioning its blow. When the shot connected, it only succeeded in bending Hento over and knocking him back a step. When he stood, breathing heavy, he was far from knocked out. Then the spiral vanished as fast as it had come. What? An enchanted treasure? A spell tied to his robes? But no, the moment the chi came into being, he knew exactly what it was. What Hento was. That was a technique. Not just any technique, though. A bloodline technique. You're kidding me. Now Hento had regrouped, panting. Dorian didn't have the chi for another concentrated pursuit. Shit. He could only watch as Hento stood upright. His aura was laced with a familiar undertone now, one Dorian had the displeasure of experiencing up close a mere day before, but from Hento's father. Frost Python bloodline. Stepping back, Dorian cycled his chi with renewed vigor. He'd just put the brunt of his gas tank into one strike. Now he'd lost that oh-so-crucial element of surprise. A rueful smile played on Hento's lips. He said, "I'm ashamed you forced this out of me. Well done." Then he got into a fighting stance, and the playfulness vanished in an instant. "My, you had my heart fluttering. A sublime attack." He frowned. "But now it's my turn." Then he glared at Tuketu. "You want me to stop running? Fine." Shards of chi, the same technique which had brought down the Vordor horde, crackled into the air. They glinted like broken-off icicles in the sunlight, promising fast and spectral violence. Dorian gritted his teeth. This just got a hell of a lot harder. 19. The Chosen and the Spurned, 5. The shards hissed and crackled into being in a small sphere around Hento, a spawning zone. Hento whipped out the embroidered sleeves of his silk robes in a flourish. The shards shot out, arching like spears, and Dorian was reduced to frantic dodging. His eyes flitted between them, noting their trajectories and speeds as he screamed at his limbs to move. The issue with newer bodies was that they never felt quite right until he'd worn them in. The major things were the lack of muscle memory. The dodge of an experienced fighter was nearly automatic, aided by years of physical instinct. Now he had to think through each and every small motion, which meant even with all his dodging and running and diving and whirling, a shard still snuck its way through and scored him across the back. He kept running, shunting the pain into a corner of his mind. All the while, he cycled furiously, trying to recover enough for a counterattack. Perhaps the only benefit of having a pittance of chi was that it didn't take long to replenish. Fleeing, bleeding, and dodging shards by finger widths, he dashed at Hento again. Predictably, he was met with a barrage of strikes, which flew at him head-on. 2 nicked him on the sides in flares of pain. Where they touched, the skin hardened, deadening. Grimacing, he retreated and forced himself to reassess. All the while he ran, dodging for all his life's worth. Skill might be a power multiplier, but at a certain point, 10% of the enemy's firepower used effectively exceeded 90% of his own. That was when he was well and truly screwed. Before Hento unveiled his bloodline, he was sure it hadn't gotten to that point. Now, though, he wasn't sure of anything. How pure was the bloodline? How much had Chief Rust invested? How many skills did it grant? What was its true nature? All frustrating unknowns. So far, Hento had shown 2 skills, a ranged icicle shot and a shielding skill. Was that all? At his level, possibly. But possibly wasn't good enough. Dorian was not risk-averse, but these 50-50 situations were the worst, especially if a run hinged on a win. If he got in the habit of slipping into them over the course of centuries, the odds would inevitably tip the other way. He took a deep breath. He needed to right his head. Win or not, this run wasn't over. But this was a matter of weeks, perhaps months saved, maybe more. Where else would he get an interspatial ring this early? He sighed as another shard cut him across the thigh. It seemed it was time for another veteran move. The instinctual thing was to sit at range and try to win a battle of attrition. It was what most fighters would do. Dashing into the shard's spawn points was asking to be made a pincushion, after all. Wouldn't it be better to sit outside, trade rays for shards? No, that would only lead to a slower but inevitable demise. He had a fraction of Hento's chi and even fewer projectiles, and what rays did get through might just be absorbed by that shield. Slow playing things was out, which only led to one choice, a very fast and possible demise. He needed to run in to deliver a clean, more damaging blow. The question changed from what to do to how to do it. So, for the next 20 seconds, during which he yelped and spun and got laced with 3 more shots, he looked for just one thing: spawning patterns. In mental attacks, humans always used heuristics. It was a means of preserving mental strength. With the shaman, it was flying the Vordors in set patterns. With Hento, it was cycling through 9 or 10 distinct spawning patterns. To the untrained eye, it might look random, but after 3 successive cycles and a gash across the chest, he was starting to piece things together, to puzzle out a route. He growled. It was like running calculations on an abacus. Intolerable. Ideally, he'd hit the brain-refining stage of the Vigor realm soon. For now, he'd need to take his chances. His body still hummed with adrenaline. His nerves felt on fire. Even dulled, though, the pain dug at him from all sides. Was he woozy already from blood loss, or was that the effect of the shards? Moving his legs, which had taken a few on the thighs and the calf, felt like lugging metal pipes. "It's over, little Io," called Hento. He grinned like a cat. His confidence seemed to be rushing back into him, puffing out his chest like hot air. "Give up! I'd hate to hurt you more." As though to underscore his words, a slip on the sand had Dorian hurtling into a shard. It cut him heavily across the brows. Blood seeped down into his eyes in an instant. It was the worst cut yet. Shit! From the sidelines came a shout. "Make it a fight!" Tocho's face reddened. To his side, Tuketu stared in stony silence. "Don't just run, damn you! Bring it!" Which turned out to be perfect timing, because now Dorian had no time to waste. The shout came as the latest volley finished. The shards were starting a new cycle. The pattern flashed in Dorian's mind. It was never a question of making it through unscathed. That was impossible. Instead, the route that'd eat the least damage surfaced in his mind. Wiping a splattering of blood out of his eyes, his chi half replenished, and feeling like he was dragging his body through mud, he went for it. Left, pivot right, eat first shot, somersault forward, slip under, eat second shot, duck shot from behind. There. He dashed in, left, pivoted right, dodging 3 shards but eating one straight on the cheek, hissed, somersaulted to avoid another, slipped 3 up top to eat a second shot, and staggered. Drat! His leg was more compromised than he thought. It had already been dragging along, slowed by the shard's effects. Now it stopped listening to him for just a second. A second, sadly, cost him an icicle, which speared him so hard it knocked him off his feet. The cleanest hit yet. He felt like he'd swallowed pure lightning. For a second he saw only white. The only plus, it hit him in the back, which meant it propelled him right to Hento's feet, on his knees. Dorian didn't believe it. He looked up. By Hento's shocked gaze, he didn't believe it either. Dorian couldn't let him get his bearings. Any chi attack was not only too slow, Hento would only dissolve it with his whirlpool shield, which left him only one option. Then Dorian grinned 2 rows of bloodied teeth, looked down to the hems of Hento's prized silk robes, and spat out a glob of blood. What happened next seemed to go in slow motion. Hento's eyes popped out so far it was like they were going to fall out of his head. His mouth gaped dumbly. He recoiled in utter horror, yanking his legs all the way back to dodge. He fell forward, hands splayed, legs shunted behind him, back hunched, in one of the least aerodynamic positions a human being could possibly be in. Dorian watched on his knees, half amused, half incredulous. Even he hadn't expected this much of a reaction. He tried jumping up. No luck. He breathed in, and it felt like a lung had collapsed. Whatever had struck him on the back had hit him clean. He yelled at his left arm. Left arm did not reply. "You're kidding me!" It was definitely the shards. He couldn't tell if it was poison or freezing, but his whole body felt weighted down and far away. This all took place in less than half a second. In one last-ditch effort, he flexed out his right hand and found that it, thank fate, obeyed. So he hauled it up as fast as he could muster. He saw the tiny motions of the eyelashes, the slight curves of the mouth down, down as Hento saw the motion, saw its implication, moved to react. As fast as he possibly could, Dorian forced out a ray. Its sound was a thunderclap. In the same instant, Hento drew up the whirlpool. A blink too late. Had he not been midway through a flailing fall, it might have worked. But as it was, the ray whipped by an instant before the shield formed and nailed Hento right in the eyes. Ah! Hento fell to his knees, clutching his face in both hands. The shards vanished. He shuddered on the ground, trembling, and loosed a drawn-out groan. Dorian was a little taken aback. Did it do that much damage? Really? Maybe he'd hit a more sensitive spot than he thought. But he hadn't put much at all into that ray. At most, it should have felt like a strong sting. He'd been planning to follow it up with a flash palm, this one loaded with everything he had. But now it seemed the fight was over at the first strike. Somehow. He blinked. "Get up, you feckless wuss!" roared Tocho. He looked beyond enraged. He smashed his staff into the sand, scattering a black cloud. "Oh," replied Hento. "Gah!" He progressed to squirming on the ground. "I yield! I yield!" he cried, his voice warbling tearfully. Then Dorian understood. He put his palm down, perplexed. Oh, he's just a bitch. A weirdly anticlimactic end, but a win nonetheless, so Dorian couldn't complain. All he could think of as he watched Hento writhe was, what a waste of talent. What kind of ludicrously measly pain tolerance was this? In hindsight, exactly the sort of pain tolerance he should have expected from someone like Hento. Tuketu had a tortured look on his face. It looked stuck between amusement and rage, and, for a moment, it seesawed between the two. The balance tipped. Laughter, full-throated, belly-shaking laughter. It continued like that for a good 20 seconds. Everyone stood there awkwardly, unsure what to do. At last he seemed to recover himself. Hento had gotten to his knees shakily. His eyes were reddened, but fine. He almost fell over again once Tuketu marched over with murder in the hard lines of his face. "I should gut you where you stand," said Tuketu. He was still smiling. His eyes did the opposite of smile. Hento gulped. He stumbled back. He opened his mouth. He closed his mouth. "You sure had me fooled," Tuketu snorted. "For an instant I thought you had grown a spine." He patted Hento on the back, or rather he clubbed Hento on the back. Hento doubled over, coughing after each strike. "You owe our young friend here your robes," he said softly. "I expect you to hand-deliver them once this is over." Hento nodded slowly, sniffling. He seemed hollowed out. Dorian glanced up expectantly, eyeing the ring on Tuketu's hand, but Tuketu seemed not to notice his gaze. "And you, Io, what a performance! You've shown me and the rest of your chosen brethren what a warrior should be." Dorian nodded from his knees. Seeing his predicament, Tuketu raised a hand to his head. "I'm a fool. Of course you remain injured. Have this." He magicked out a healing pill from his ring and dropped it in Dorian's hand. Dorian swallowed it in a gulp. The ring? But Tuketu had turned back to Hento, and it was like he was a whole different person. "If it were not for young Io's mercy, you would be a chosen no longer," he snapped. If Hento's head could hang lower, it would hit the ground. Tuketu paused. "Well, you made an effort. It's progress." Hento perked up like a puppy at the last word. Likely it was the first positive thing he'd ever gotten from the man. He looked shocked. Nodding, Tuketu kept on. "We can't hope to fix your nature in a day. You've taken a first step. Next time, I expect a leap." Hento's head nodded the way a butterfly's wings fluttered. The cheap pill must have been high grade. Warmth spread to all of Dorian's limbs, washing off the frozen sensations. In mere seconds, he felt strong enough to hobble to a knee, just as Tuketu turned back to the rest of the chosen. "A worthy opener bout to dueling day," he intoned. "Next up—"
"Excuse me," said Dorian sweetly. "Aren't we forgetting something?" Tuketu turned around with a weighty slowness.
"Pardon?" he said, raising an eyebrow.
"That ring," said Dorian. He blinked innocently. "Isn't it mine now?" 20. Luck and Loot. Tuketu said nothing. His face gave away nothing. He looked at Dorian with a puzzled frown. After a pause that verged on uncomfortable, he broke out into a sudden smile. "Of course, I did promise that, didn't I?" He chuckled. "In the rush, it must have slipped my mind." "That's okay," said Dorian, nodding agreeably. He held out a hand. "You're a curious one." Tuketu studied him like a hawk. "So, you fought Hento. I still did not think for a moment you'd win." His smile was turning lopsided. "I made that promise offhandedly. Yet, against all odds, Hento has proved even more ineffectual than I'd believed. You've won." "Well then, I'm happy to do you proud, Master." Dorian matched Tuketu's smile with equal intensity. Tuketu's smile tightened just a fraction. "You made the promise. You can hardly go back on it now, can you, in front of all the rest of us?" "There are quite a few valuables in here," he said, his voice conversational, like they were having a dinner-side chat. "They would prove quite a hassle for me, for the tribe, to replace." He looked Dorian straight in the eyes. Those pupils were heavy with implication. Is he trying to goad me into being polite and refusing the gift? Ha! The worth of Tuketu's goodwill might be worth something, but if what lay in that ring truly could boost him to the upper echelons of the Origin Realm, as he'd said, there was only one way to smooth this over. Or, at least, sort of. Dorian called it the idiot defense, a tried-and-true method, one of his favorites in earlier runs. He'd used it once before on the Chief. Now it was time to brush it off for another run with the second-in-command. His eyes welled up. He rubbed at his sniffling nose. "Master is gifting me that many treasures?" He brought his hands to his heart, then dropped deep into a bow. "Oh, Master is generous beyond measure. Truly, the teacher opens the door. This little one isn't worthy. Of course, as a faithful student, this one is honored to accept Master's gifts." Then he grinned the biggest, dumbest grin he could. How would he deal with subtext, especially if refusing said subtext meant offending Tuketu? Simply pretend he was too much of an idiot to get it. Judging by Tuketu's exasperated grimace, it was working. "A word of warning, pupil Io. Some burdens are too heavy to bear. Sometimes too big a blessing turns to a curse." As though overcome with emotion, Dorian dabbed at his eyes. "I understand, Master. Don't worry. I would be honored to carry Master's burden." The lower half of Tuketu's jaw gnashed together for a solid 5 seconds. He looked as though he were carefully controlling his face. It was blank, void of emotion, every muscle held still. Dorian kept looking at him, kept smiling. "I'll hold this smile the rest of the day if I have to. You're not wriggling out of this one, pal." Then a resigned grin touched Tuketu's lips. "I did promise it, didn't I? Congratulations," he said dryly. He plucked the ring from his hand in one smooth motion. Without the slightest hitch, he deposited it in Dorian's palm. He did it so smoothly and so quickly Dorian could have believed it meant nothing to him, that he wasn't a whit sad to part with it. Tuketu looked Dorian in the eyes one last time. This time there was even more hidden meaning.
"There are many resources within," he said slowly. "Some arcane, perhaps too arcane for you to handle. Use them well. Should you find you wish to return any, do come to me, yes?" Return treasures. Comedy. True comedy. Dorian nodded. There were tears in his eyes. A very useful basic skill, the ability to fake tears on command. When they wouldn't come easy, this was most effectively done by drudging up a past memory. This time he used the time one of his closest lovers was tortured to death in a past life. His smile was radiant. "Gratitude, Master. I'll never forget this," he hiccuped. "By the look in your eyes, neither will you." He resolved to sleep with one eye open tonight. He half expected assassins. Dorian sat out the rest of the training, observing the rest of the spars and performing a slow kata. Injury was his excuse. Poor Hento, though, was forced back into sparring, this time a low-stakes bout against a bald chosen. This time, humiliated, Hento pulled out his bloodline instantly and mopped the guy straight out. When their eyes met once more, Hento looked away instantly. There was a mix of strong emotions under there, Dorian could tell. As far as he saw, Hento was unmolded clay. Despite glaring weaknesses, there was still strong potential in him. Perhaps he could even be of use in future. A rare bloodline warrior, with his soft edges sanded off, of course, might be a relationship worth snagging. Dorian kept the idea at the back of his mind. Kaya was the second highest talent, but she more than bridged the disparity between her and Hento in work, grit, and sheer will. Her spars were often close combat, bloody affairs. She was a mauler, a marauder who melted others down. Her physique, too, was top tier. That was some monstrous strength for this realm. He'd need to keep a closer eye on it. She'd make yet another useful addition. Kuruk, meanwhile, Dorian would need to do something about that one. Hopefully, he wouldn't need to resort to anything permanent. The rest were only of mild interest. The hairy one seemed wholly incompetent. Dorian couldn't figure for the life of him how he'd gotten in. Connections? Bald fatty number 1 was decent. Bald fatty number 2 was mediocre. He quickly lost interest. The practice soon came to, for Dorian, a relatively uneventful end. Major players scoped out, treasures gotten, potential established. All in all, a decent start to the day. Kaya was incapable of shutting up on the walk home. "Ooh, what's he got in there, d'you think?" She was bruised, bloody, but could hardly stop bouncing up and down. "Dunno, but I'm not opening it till we're at home, in private." "Phooey." She stuck out her tongue. "Very mature, sis." "What could there be? A worm skeleton?" "Doubt it." "Elixir of eternal life?" Dorian snorted. "That's a myth." "Well, in this realm, anyway." "A dragon?" Dorian sighed. "You can't store living things in 'em, sis. That'd lead to all kinds of issues." She put her hands on her hips. "And when did you become the expert in magic space rings?" She humphed. "If there's a dragon, I get to name it." 500 steps later, and with most of Dorian's will to live depleted, they finally arrived back at their tent. They entered, got in, and tied the flaps shut. Then, fending off a Kaya who looked ready to explode, he at last opened the ring. At just the first items, his eyes started glittering. 400-year ginsengs, he announced, palming them all. "Ooh," crowed Kaya. He licked his lips. These would make for great elixir fodder. Draining one raw was already a great boost to his cultivation, but if he got his hands on a real recipe... She snatched it from his hands. "Hey!" "Psh, relax," she said. "I'm only looking. Don't worry, you've earned them. I won't take what's yours. She sniffed it, then held it up to the light. It's a ginseng, not a map, said Dorian. Shush. Rolling his eyes, Dorian pulled out the next item. Items, plural, a set of thick, leather-bound tomes. The cover of the first seemed hand-etched, but the words had Dorian grinning. Excellent! Cloud-treading steps. A technique manual! Kaya dropped the ginseng in their chest and dashed over. Her eyes widened. I wonder what it does. It's called cloud-treading steps, sis, he said. What do you think it does? Brother dearest, she said casually, you might think you're special stuff now, but here's a word of advice. She snaked an arm around his shoulders. Never insult someone who can crush your head with a biceps curl. Dorian ducked slowly out of the guillotine that was his sister's arm. Point taken. He flipped quickly through, skimming the pages of each tome. Qigong technique, 6 levels, vigor realm. Nice. This'll come in handy later. He put it to the side. She looked at him like she couldn't even be bothered to raise an eyebrow. What? So you've suddenly awakened heaven-grade talent in reading, too? He ignored her. Instead, he scoured deeper into the ring's contents with his mental sense, feeling for compartments. Ah! His grin widened. Huh. In response, he pulled out a pharmacist's worth of pills. Oh! There were pills of all shapes and sizes, and half of them he couldn't identify. A good third were healing-related, it seemed. Another bunch? He picked one up, smelled it. Was that a hint of ash? Poison, he guessed. A few seemed keyed with opposing ingredients. Antidotes? For now, not useful. What was useful were the stimulants. More than a dozen pills with a black stripe down the center. Even Io had known of these. Rare but valuable pills, usually given out to tribesmen as a reward for great merit. After taking one, the rate of one's cycling would increase nearly 2-fold for the next several hours. And the best part was, at risk of serious death and injury, they could be stacked. For now, he set those aside. He'd have some good fun with them later tonight. 3 other pills, though, caught his attention. If the Vigor Spirit pill had been lightning in a pill, these were starlight. Silver, smooth as fluid silk, wistfully circulating the way an old winding river meandered. He left silver heart pills in here? Kaya leapt to her feet. She looked like she was barely holding back a louder whoop. Gimme! She snatched one from his hand, then looked at it so close her eye almost touched it. Holy! It's true! He couldn't blame her. Usually these were only reserved for tribe elders like Tocho or Hu or Tuketu. Taking each meant a drastic boost to cultivation speed. It was said that taking it cleared out all chi impurities from the heart, even extending one's lifespan 3 decades. They were among the tribe's most closely guarded treasures. This feels wrong, Kaya grinned. We shouldn't have these. You're right, said Dorian brightly, snatching it back. I should have these. Hey there, I'm your sis, your dear, loving sis. You threatened to crush my head with your biceps 5 minutes ago. She winced. That was in the past. People change. What happened to not taking what's mine? Well, fine. For the supposedly mature one, she sure could pout. He paused and weighed his options. On the one hand, he could take them all. It'd sure boost his talent the most. But on the other, after 2 pills, there was likely significant diminishing returns. And this was his sister. Was screwing her over here over a pill worth it? Especially if, he suspected, he'd soon be capable of cooking up better ones? Okay, he conceded. You... She snatched a pill from his hand and swallowed it whole in one swift motion. "Oh, thanks, lil' bro." "Can take a pill," he finished, one eye twitching. "Just one." Other than a few curious trinkets, none of which seemed to have any real value or use, there was only one unexplored compartment of the ring left. Dorian pulled out its contents. A foreign aura filled the confines of the tent. An aura that had once belonged to some great living spirit beast, now preserved in a blood-soaked relic. To say Dorian could not believe his luck, good and bad this run, was an understatement. "No way," Kaya breathed. She leaned in, wiping her eyes. "Is that a prime bone?" 21. Calculations. What bloodline was it? Dorian couldn't tell by cursory inspection. Frowning, he leaned in and felt for the energy signatures. Then he tried channeling his chi in, feeling for a response. He got back a hot, unstable, angry essence, some kind of bear or boar or bull, perhaps. Still, he couldn't tell. Interesting. Kaya was still ecstatic. "No way," she said again. "Can I?" Then she snatched it straight out of his palm. This time he'd even started to draw his hand back in anticipation, but Kaya's hand speed was a sight to behold. He gave her a deadpan stare. "Yes, thanks for asking." As she ogled it, he tried to make sense of it. It was long and curved, a large fang or a small horn. He leaned toward boar, but some species of spirit boar in a desert? Was it gotten through trade networks? How big was Alterra really, outside this vast and mostly barren desert? As for the bloodline's nature, it was slightly less oppressive and robust than the frost python. Its effect was wholly different. Rather than freeze and slow, it incited the blood to boil. Its aura was a call to violence. Despite Kaya's histrionics, all Dorian felt was mild disappointment. The thing about bloodlines was, once he imbibed one, he was stuck with it, and to ingrain another bloodline down the line, he'd need to remove this one. A painful, immensely complicated process he wasn't even sure was possible on this realm. So a solid second-tier bloodline simply wasn't good enough. Not for a years-long commitment. Even with every conceivable purification and upgrade, he'd wager this bloodline would max out its potential at demigod, perhaps even celestial. This desert had intriguing depths, but maybe he'd expected too much to get a top-tier bloodline straight off. "Is it dragon teeth?" gushed Kaya. Dorian made a face. "What is it with you and dragons?" "I always wanted one," she said distractedly. "If I ever got rich enough to emigrate to an oasis, it's the first thing I'd get. They'd make such good pets. Cute, low maintenance." She caressed the horn. "Uh-huh. So what are we supposed to do with it? Swallow it?" "I think so," said Dorian. Then, as she licked her lips, "But don't. That's mine." She shot him a nonplussed glance. "Sheesh. You know me. I wouldn't do that to ya." Then she went back to looking at the bone the way a widow looks at a locket of a long-lost lover. To assimilate the bloodline wasn't as simple as swallowing it, of course. Once within, the user refined it in a specific cycling pattern to integrate the bloodline within. For bigger prime bones, they consumed it in sections. This method also lost upwards of half of the bloodline essence within the bone. Dorian rubbed his chin. What to do? He had a strong suspicion, but no certainty, that there were true apex bloodlines on this plane. That bone must be worth a decent sum, but if there were at least 2 such bloodline relics in one dinky tribe, he was sure he could find a third. In time. If he wasn't using this prime bone, then he supposed he could stash it. It'd make for a solid bargaining chip. But if all went to plan, he'd soon be bargaining with bigger chips than this anyway. And despite her words, Kaya did seem eager for it. Which all led him to a choice he made sure to vet very carefully. First, he ran through his thoughts. Was his reasoning sound? Yes. Was it based off some lingering feeling of affection left over from the previous Io? He frowned. Admittedly, just a smidge. He'd need to get around to stomping that remnant fully out. But was it clouding his judgment enough to affect his logic? He thought for a second. No. One of his cardinal rules, never get attached. To anything, to objects, people, even identity. Attachment drove people insane. It was a principle crucial to the success of all his endeavors, especially speed runs. So, he asked himself, am I doing this out of altruism? Am I doing this out of love? Once he was certain the answer was a resounding no, he opened his mouth with a smile. Actually, I changed my mind. Take it. What? Kaya looked like she didn't believe her ears. He shrugged. Swallow it. Refine it. Go ahead. What? Shh. Dorian's smile turned enigmatic. As a wise man once told me, if you get a gift, don't question it. Just take it. She swallowed, her wide eyes flickering between him and the bone, uncertain. Are you sure you don't want it? She bit her lip. It could be a once-in-a-lifetime chance, bro. Dorian blinked. She was way too nice. It was not a good thing. Frankly, it was a miracle she'd survived this long, that this dreg of an environment hadn't sanded the kindness out of her. I'm sure, said Dorian easily. It's yours. She held his gaze and saw the faked sincerity in his eyes. Her own eyes watered a little. Aw, bro. She rushed in and enveloped him in a bone-crunching hug. Dorian sucked in a breath. Black spots appeared in his vision. How did an Origin Realm human get this strong? He could scarcely believe she didn't have a bloodline already. Then she let him go, nodded once, and raised the bone to her lips, trembling all the way. She swallowed. Her aura flickered and shifted in an instant, overlapping with the bones but not melding, not yet. She scrunched up in concentration and went into the first moves of a kata, cycling furiously, trying to diffuse the bloodline, wrestling with its contents. In seconds, she was lost in another world. Soon her aura would gain a new tint, too, and Dorian in turn would gain a stronger ally with some added loyalty to boot. At this stage, it was worth more to him than one measly bone. Grinning, he emptied out the rest of the ring. There weren't any more surprises, a few more inscrutable trinkets here and there, and a pouch full of coins, 90 lira, good enough to pay off the bulk of their debts. That was all. Stretching, he sauntered over to the door flap and stuck his head out. There was maybe an hour and a half before noontime before he'd need to shuffle off to Who's place for alchemy apprenticeship, which meant he had an hour to play with his new toys. He settled down and scooped up 2 silver heart pills in one hand. In the other, he held 100-year ginseng. He got to work. The energies of heaven and earth cocooned him, seeping into his body and soul. His progress was slowing, to be expected, but he was still a solid chunk of the way through the 3rd level of the Origin Realm by the time he set off for Who's shop. When he left, Kaya had dropped to a lotus position, sweating river stones, so red she could have been cooking in a pot. He left her to it. All he thought about on the way there was money. The chief had hinted they'd soon meet up with other tribes. That meant migration, trade, exchange. Lira was the universal currency of the Izod Desert, backed by repositories of spirit stones held at each of the major oases. It was money that'd buy him treasures galore. With Hu, more than anything else, it was money he aimed to earn. Alchemy was not only a godsend for his cultivation, it was also a damn profitable profession. Now that he was an apprentice, he had a simple plan. Race past those initial learning stages, get into the lab, mass-produce pills, and squeeze out every last lira this tribe had to offer. He was still high off this dream as he stepped through the tent flaps of Hu's shop. The man in question was bent over a cauldron, sweating profusely. He snapped up at Dorian's entrance. "Ah, my intrepid apprentice!" Hu waved him over with a hearty smile. "Just the boy I'm looking for. Let's get started, shall we?" "Yes, let's." He rubbed his hands. "What do we learn, Master? Stirring techniques, plant properties, essence mathematics? I'm ready for anything." Hu got a twinkle in his eye. "None of those, my silly apprentice. Even better." Then he grabbed Dorian by his smock and heaved him over 10 feet in 3 big waddles. "Behold!" Dorian was not sure what he was supposed to be beholding. "These dirty flasks?" "A fundamental tool of our honored craft," said Hu, nodding. "Without them, we have no elixirs." He patted Dorian's head. "Your task is to clean them until they shine. There are 40. He picked a rag off a nearby table and pressed it to Dorian's palm. "Good luck!" Hu turned like a big, tottering gourd. "Wait! Isn't there supposed to be your instruction today?" "Instruction?" Hu paused. Right. How could I forget?" Hu slapped his forehead, then waddled back and snatched back the rag. He wiped it twice on the flask. "And that is how you use a dish rag," he announced. He put it back in Dorian's hands, then gave him a wink and 2 encouraging backslaps. "Ta-ta!" He waddled away again, leaving Dorian speechless. "Really?" He sighed. If this was what it took to get to the alchemy, he'd suck it up. With a resigned dip of his head, he set to scrubbing. 30 minutes later, he reported back to Hu with 40 squeaky clean flasks. "Done?" He grinned. "Now, about the alchemy." Hu strolled over and inspected the flasks. "Good. Excellent. Stupendous work." "Thank you. Now, let us get to the meat of today's work." Dorian's sore wrists cried out in relief. "Yes, let's. Please." "Spoons!" Dorian let himself be dragged over to a bucket where it seemed Hu kept the last month's worth of dirty spoons. Some still had bits of meat slouching off them. "Spoons," said Hu, wagging a finger, "are a fundamental tool of our honored craft. Without spoons, we have no elixirs." Hu pressed another rag to his hands, then lugged over a big water-filled pot. He smiled. "Well then, get to it." "Pardon my impudence, Master," said Dorian, keeping his tone dead even. "But I was under the impression the instruction would be more alchemical in nature." "Ah!" Hu recoiled. No, my dear apprentice, you've made a fundamental mistake. Have some patience. You wish to run before you can walk." "And walking is scrubbing spoons." "Precisely." "Pardon my impudence again," said Dorian, one eye twitching. "How?" So curious, too curious." Hu flicked him with a finger. "If you must know, I shall explain it to you after." Scrub, scrub! Which was how Dorian found himself spending another hour scrubbing every dirty spoon Who had. By the end, his wrists ached, his back ached, and he felt vaguely homicidal. Twitching, he staggered over to Who. "Done," he rasped. "Maybe please get on with the alchemy instruction." Who looked up. He looked up from his book. "Ah, yes, you're still here." "One more task," said Who with a big smile. He pointed over to a rack where several pairs of dusty leather boots stood. "Shine those." It took a monumental effort for Dorian not to stab the man. The only reason he stomped over was because this, at least, seemed fast. 10 minutes later, he stomped back. "About the instruction on alchemy," growled Dorian. "What? Oh, yes." Who sat up, put down his book, and smiled contentedly. "That was your instruction, apprentice. Well done. You're dismissed." A vein bulged on Dorian's neck. "Sir," said Dorian tautly, "how has doing things that have nothing to do with alchemy helped my alchemy?" "Why," exclaimed Who, shooting up, "it has everything to do with alchemy." He dashed over to the flasks. "Look!" He snatched up the rag and set to scrubbing the flask. "The motion of your wrist on the flask, flick up, flick down, is the exact movement you use to stir an elixir." He ran over to the spoons and mimed scrubbing them with a hand. "The motion of your thumbs on the spoons is the exact movement you use to unstopper a flask." Harumphing, he drew himself up to full height. "In secret, dear apprentice, I've been teaching you the fundamentals of alchemy all along." This was quite possibly the most bullshit excuse Dorian had ever heard. "And the shoes?" Who froze. "Ah, the shoes. Who thought for a second. The second turned into 10, then 20. Said Who at last, scratching the back of his neck. "You were on such a cleaning spree, I could hardly let it end there, could I?" The only thing stopping Dorian from reaching out and strangling the man where he stood was one question. "When," he said, "will we get to actually brewing?" "That?" Whose eyebrows waggled like a caterpillar. "Don't think you're ready just because you've done a little free brewing, young man. Brewing with instruments is entirely different. You'll need to build up strong alchemical habits for that, which I'll do by doing your chores. And adding your little fixes to my recipes. Don't forget that," said Who with a nod. Dorian did a full body twitch. "And how long must I do this before I'm allowed to brew?" "Oh, you! Bah! Again with the impatience!" Who scratched at his chin. "We'll give it some good time before we evaluate you, see if your habits are up to scratch. Let's say 10 years?" Who was a dead man walking. 22. Buying it. Dorian took a breath, a deep breath, the sort he could feel all the way through his chest, up to his head, up to his spirit even. Anger and annoyance surged in him. He felt it as a ball of twined energy in his chest, a quickening of his heartbeat, a shortness of breath. He stepped back. Admittedly, he wasn't always in complete control of his emotions, sometimes to an embarrassing degree for a god-king of his stature. But in moments like these, and with a spike as big as this, an alarm in his mind was set off, a concern that pulled him out of the mess. With an effort of will, he stopped feeding into it. He cut off circulation to it and let the ball fade out. To him, anger was the most unhelpful emotion at the best of times, but lashing out at something this dumb was unforgivable. If he let an airhead alchemist derail his plans, he deserved what came to him. Instead, he remembered his goals. He wished to get into brewing as fast as possible. In part, he wished to make as big a profit as possible. Who wished to keep him as a glorified servant, doing all the dirty work? How might he align their interests? Who didn't seem willing to budge far, true, but it was all a matter of framing. An idea came to him, a really good idea, a mad cackle-worthy idea. "I understand, Master," he nodded, brightening. "It's my duty to do the menial tasks. How could someone of your talents be wasted on washing spoons or shining shoes? It's my honor to take them off your hands. Such chores are beneath you." "That's right," Who smiled. "You're getting it." "What other tasks might I take off your hands, Master?" Dorian opened his eyes wide, imploring. "It's my duty, after all." "Well, I've got an idea." Dorian walked over to a shelf where a box full of flasks stood. Mere days ago there had been 6 full boxes. Now, after the Vordor attacks, there were only 2. These were the healing pills Hu was required to make for the clan chief. Dorian had seen Hu's minions lugging them around in the aftermath of the battle. They were rote and a pain in the behind to produce. A basic elixir, one of the first taught to any beginner alchemist. Its only difficulty was the tedium involved in brewing it. The first couple batches might have been fine, but there was only one alchemist in Rust Tribe, which meant Hu doubtless had to spend hours upon hours each week on the task. "Master, what if you let me brew the elixirs of minor healing, the ones you gotta send as rations for the hunters every week?" Hu rubbed at his chin. "I've free brewed them before," said Dorian earnestly. "You don't even need to teach me. I'll take care of it myself." Hu rubbed his chin harder. His brows drooped down. "It'll be much harder than mere scrubbing, you know." "If it frees you up for more important things, I'm up to the challenge, sir." He gestured to the rest of Hu's potion stock. "Master, your genius is wasted on basic brews. I'm happy to take him on." Then Dorian leaned in conspiratorially. "Plus, after I finish the weekly quota, I could brew up some more batches to sell." "Oh?" There was now a glimmer in Hu's eye. "I could make a few changes to the recipe," whispered Dorian. "I already got some ideas for it. Then I could go tent to tent and sell these upgraded elixirs of healing." "Tent to tent?" Hu's face rippled in a frown. "Alchemists don't go tent to tent. We're dignified, above such riff-raff tactics." "Alchemists don't," said Dorian agreeably. "But alchemy apprentices might. Let me try taking over brewing this one base elixir, Master. I won't disappoint you, I swear." Hu's hands fell to his hips. His lips spread into an indulgent grin. "A magnificent vision. You've got spunk, boy." He patted Dorian's head. "A little too much spunk. Simmer down. It's no good for apprentices to dream so big. You've got the fire for it, but let's not get ahead of ourselves, eh? Why don't you stick to cleaning?" He doesn't wish to relinquish control just yet. It must be a power thing. But clearly Dorian's words rattled around Hu's head like a fishbone stuck in a throat. After a pause, "Say," Hu gave him a side-on look, "how much do you think you'll earn?" Dorian shrugged. "Maybe 70 lira?" "Whoa, 70?" Hu squared up to face up fully. The glimmer in his eyes grew stronger, but Dorian also saw skepticism in those trembling jowls. "Where'd you pull that number from? That's—" He choked on his spittle. More money than he earns in a week, probably. Now he had Who's attention. Well, the rations of elixirs aren't enough to go around as is. I'm sure after the big Vordor scare, a lot of folks would want an upgraded healing elixir as insurance. Who blinked. His mouth moved from side to side as he thought. You spin a nice tale, he chortled. But you might be letting your imagination get the better of you. By the look on his face, though, he hadn't quite managed to blink the coins from his eyes. How about this? Dorian pointed to a rusted old cauldron. It sat sadly in a corner, wedged between two mounds of assorted trash. That's not in use, right? Let me cook up a few batches. I'll be quiet. You won't even notice me here, sir. I'll try selling a few after. Who knows? Maybe I'll make you some money. Try, Who humphed out. He chewed on the thought. Dorian waited. It was a nicely constructed tactic. He hit at two of Who's greatest weaknesses simultaneously, his loves of money and laziness. If Dorian was right in his assessment that Who was, at his core, a simple creature with simple wants, he should be in the clear. Indeed, after another few seconds' thought, Who grunted. His eyes narrowed. All right. Against my better judgment, you get one batch. Just one. He held up a finger for emphasis. If you do a bang-up job of it, and your selling goes as you say, maybe I'll consider letting you take it all over. Dorian bowed to his waist instantly. Master, I won't disappoint you. As a reincarnator, there were different kinds of pleasures he chased. Each was distinctive. The pleasure of leveling up was one. The pleasure of flaunting his powers was another. But a third, wholly distinct pleasure was getting filthy rich, disgustingly rich. Deny me an alchemist's education? Deny me a lab and a full catalog of brews? So be it. He grinned. I'll sell the most basic potion there is, and I'll still drain this tribe dry. An hour later, he was nearly finished with the brew. The process was simple. The ingredients were common. In the end, Dorian had needed to rebuild half the elixir's formula from the ground up. As it was, the base formula was a bloated monstrosity of cancel-outs and ingredients that somehow delivered a healing effect. This is what happens when you found elixir formulas off trial and error while foregoing any shred of logic. Dorian rolled his eyes. With a few tweaks, he managed a near 50% increase in efficacy with a quarter fewer ingredients. As he finished up, Who strolled by and took a sniff. Oh, you have changed the formula, you little rascal. I'll keep the old one for the regular rations batches, Dorian said with a grin. That way we can charge a premium for these. Who turned to Dorian slowly, looking like he'd been struck by lightning. Premium? He rubbed his hands. Wonderful thinking, boy. Wonderful. Dorian smiled awkwardly. When the extent of your business acumen is 20% off a random good every once in a while, I guess you're easily impressed. The next 5 minutes were spent filling flasks with the newfound liquid, which looked like fruit juice and smelled like blood, and stoppering them. Then, with a crate of 25 in stock, and he was oh so grateful for his recent buffs, not 2 days ago he'd have collapsed under this weight, he set off. Alchemists had a reputation for haughtiness and pride. In this case, it was well earned. Having an alchemy apprentice visit in person, then, was enough to flatter a tribesman already. Plus, news of him had spread like wildfire across the tribe. A good chunk now knew him by sight. Even before he'd hit up his first tent, he felt fresh eyes tracking his every move. With these combined, it was almost too easy. "Chosen Io?" The leather worker nearly fell over when he opened his tent. His face split into a gap-toothed grin. "I just heard of your promotion. Cheers! How can I help you?" It was a reaction that had repeated itself many times that afternoon. The first thing Dorian did was eyeball the man's tent. Not bad. Minor, collapsible furniture, a rug, a large chest, a little posher than his and Kaya's living spaces. The man looked older. Clearly, he had some savings. By an eyeball, Dorian got a sense for just how much he could squeeze out of the man. He licked his lips. Using basic business tactics like price discrimination here was tantamount to cheating. "Many thanks. What may I call you, sir?" The man preened. "Huh, no need for the formalities. Ha, chosen. I go by So-I." "So-I?" Dorian smiled at the name. If he wanted to really hammer home the deal, he'd inquire of the man's work, pay a compliment or two, maybe. But his arms were already getting sore. The sun was halfway down, and he had 25 elixirs left to sell, so he launched straight into his pitch. Not 3 minutes later, he walked away whistling 5 lira richer. Then he had up a new tent, one of the mid-sized ones. The small ones weren't worth squeezing from, and went at it again. This time he got 8 more. He moved on to the next with a shark-like smile. His basic pitch was simple. He spoke to tribesmen scared to their boots from a Vordor attack and sold them a brand-new, upgraded healing elixir. He usually stuck on a few more adjectives to it to really sweeten it. He was selling lifeboats to occupants of a leaking ship. Personalizing the pitches sealed the deal. Different groups got different messaging. He came up with a dozen angles on the spot. For the fathers, he leaned hard into the family angle. Could he bear it if he chose to be stingy and forego the elixir, only to have it cost his daughter her life? He might as well have been selling lifelines. For the hunters, it was the combat angle with a dash of pride thrown in. The rations were never enough and always went to the higher-ups first. Now they had a chance to buy a newfangled elixir, fresh out the cauldron, something even the chief didn't yet have access to. And did he mention it was 50% more effective? Just for today, he added, they ran a special promotion. It was buy 2, get 1 free. The hunters, who were also fathers, might as well have given Dorian their wallets. 2 hours later, and with a smattering of cooks, artisans, smiths, hunters, and others done, he stalked back to Hu's shop and plunked a crate on the floor, now filled with coins instead of elixirs. Hu looked up. His eyes grew 3 sizes. 94 lira, said Dorian with a small, cheeky grin. I overshot. What do you think? It was actually nearly 120, but I squirreled away a few. Who doesn't need to know about that? Then some very weird noises came out of Hu's mouth. His breaths came heavy. The first coherent sound he made was, "Huh?" He ran up to it and pressed a hand to it, as if to make sure it was real. His moan was almost orgasmic. When Hu looked at him again, there were tears in his eyes. "Oh, it's beautiful," he sniveled, wiping his nose. His head, and only his head, swiveled to Dorian. He salivated. This, you did this? How?" "I don't know. People seem to want healing, and they liked that it was new and such." He scratched the back of his neck. "I always had a knack for fast-talking anyway." Hu blinked slowly. "And you can sell more?" "This is just the start," said Dorian, shrugging. "Once we meet up with the other tribes, or even the oases, I bet I could double it in an hour." "Double?" Hu leapt up. With one arm he cradled the crate like it was his baby. His eyes shined so much they were practically torches. They were trained on Dorian like he was a scrumptious, fully cooked egg. Dorian paled a little. I may have overshot more than just my sails, and underestimated Who's miserliness. You got this much, with just a cracked pot and a darned healing elixir. He was nearly frothing now as he whirled on Dorian, who shivered so much he was nearly vibrating. Dorian was a little worried he might explode. "You are full of surprises, aren't you?" rasped Who. His smile was ravenous. "Ho, ho! I changed my mind." From now on you get full reign, kid. Keep the lira flowing and whatever you want, cauldron, recipe, ingredient, it's yours." 23. Death and Rebirth. It took him half an hour to extricate himself. At first, Who was ready to chain him down to a chair, slap a ladle in his hand, and force him to brew until he'd finished squeezing every last lira out of Dorian. Dorian, on the other hand, paled at the thought of spending all night brewing when he still had a trove of treasures left to burn through. After a slew of excuses and placations, he was still an apprentice, still a beginner in regard to cauldron brewing, still lacked experience and training, among other cold realities. Whose hot-headed frenzy cooled down. He came to his senses enough to let Dorian return home. But not before he demanded Dorian return tomorrow at the same time, at which point he promised to saddle Dorian with all the brewing he could handle. "Boy," said Who, flashing his yellow-toothed smile, "you are going to make me, that is us, very rich." That was a whole nother headache. He sighed ruefully. In his efforts, he'd incidentally transgressed a useful rule of his. Never make yourself too useful, lest you be saddled with ever more work. He'd wriggle his way out of Who's grasp later. At least he got his lab access for now, with a side of alchemy autonomy to boot. This opened up another world of possibilities. Now it was late. The mellow sun trudged beyond the horizon, and most everyone was enjoying dry, stringy rations indoors. As he walked back to his tent, though, a noise disturbed the calm quiet of the dusk. It was a fitful, hacking, low groan of a sound, like a beached whale slowly dying. Dorian stilled. It came from behind a hill to his left. Naturally, Dorian went to investigate. What he came across wasn't so different from his mental image. It was Kuruk. He knelt in the sand, his massive back shuddering, and that low keening left him again. To his right was a steel cage as big as his torso, and in it perched a small cadre of star-crows. They were made of purple and black and twinkling white, like they were spawn of Altera's very night sky. In flight, they'd blend in like brushstrokes on the tapestry of the night. These must be the crows. Fascinating. Visually, it was almost comical to see them side by side. Kuruk could crush each of them with 2 fingers. With an awkward fall, he'd commit genocide. They all chittered softly, crowding up to the side of the cage. Kuruk turned to them, mumbling, and unlatched the door. Curiously, though, none fled. Instead, they looked up at him reluctantly. One trilled a sad note. Dorian heard in the sound a question. "No, Pink Eyes," he said. Another trilled the same. "No, Fuzzy." He shook the cage lightly, trying to dislodge them. Flapping, a few tumbled out. "You need to go," he said, his deep voice trembling. "It's not safe for you anymore." Still they stared at him, imploring. The rest of the nest, a batch of a half-dozen in all, were now collected in the sand. "Shoo!" growled Kuruk, waving his meaty hand. "Fly off! Listen to Peaches. She's got the best direction of you lot. Seek the water, the sinkholes. You will find them." Dorian knew he should go. It was probably a very good idea to go, but the scene tickled at him too much. Can they understand him? Really? They seemed at least to have gotten the gist of Kuruk's intent. One of them, the leader, it seemed, tapped Kuruk's palm with its beak. A goodbye of sorts. Then, one by one, they each turned away and took to the sky. Kuruk sniffed, and a strangled gasp left his throat. Dorian was faintly bemused. Then Kuruk's frame shifted to one side, and he saw the mound in the sand, the collection of bones arranged in a ring. The stone, a crude facsimile of a tombstone at the center, engraved with the indistinct outline of a feather. Not a tomb for a human, but a bird. At the center, Kuruk had lit a small stick of incense. Now, as he pressed his head to it, the new angle presented Dorian a clear view of his arms. They'd only barely scabbed over. Fresh slashes of red ran along them. Dorian put two and two together and stilled. So his father's threats weren't idle after all. The moaning grew louder. Kuruk wiped at his nose. Tears streaked down his cheeks. All of a sudden, Dorian felt rather awkward. As slowly and carefully as he could, he started to step away, which was, of course, when Kuruk's head whipped around like a hawk's, and two red-rimmed eyes found Dorian's in an instant. Crud. For a moment, they just looked at each other. The first emotion to cross Kuruk's face was embarrassment. His face was flushed with it. He stood upright, wiping the tears from his eyes with the back of a hand. He was still raw with grief. He stank of it. Then something hotter took its place. "You," he growled. His face crunched in, twisting demonically. "Me," said Dorian affably. "Fancy seeing you here. I seem to have stumbled on a private affair. My condolences. I'll leave you to it." "You!" "Me," said Dorian again, this time resignedly. Drat, this is going to become a real thing, isn't it? I should have left when I had the chance. As Kuruk stood, his whole body seemed to bloat, inflating. His fists clenched into two giant meat clubs. He looked like he didn't know what to say, or maybe he was too choked up to speak. "You shouldn't be here," he wheezed. His eyes were bloodshot. "Right," Dorian started slowly edging away. Then Kuruk's face reddened a shade further as a thought came to him. You lied to me," Kuruk spat. "You were pretending. All that time you were pretending to me. You made me look a fool." His eyes flashed madly. "You said that wench fancied me." "Did I?" Dorian scratched his head. He grinned his most placating grin. "I'm sure it's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out, yeah? No need for—" "You made me look stupid! Slow!" yelled Kuruk. He took 2 menacing steps forward. "In front of my father!" He stabbed a finger at the grave. He... A strangled noise. "This is all your fault," Kuruk snarled. Dorian held up 2 palms guilelessly. Somehow he sensed he'd lost this battle before he'd even started to speak. He gave it another stab. "Hey, isn't the emotionally mature thing to do to not blame the closest and easiest target? Your Da seems like a prick. He was the one who did the deed, right?" He winced. Sorry for your loss, but don't take it out on me." That didn't help. Kuruk was a volcano on the verge of eruption. A guttural wail came out from deep in him. Swearing, Dorian tensed and took a step back, settling into a fighting posture. Could he take Kuruk head on? The boy was a physical freak, and doubtless his endurance was leaps beyond Hento's, but something told Dorian he wasn't the shrewdest tactician. Then, weirdly, Kuruk huffed out, and it was like all his rage leaked out of him. He glanced back to the tomb. "Not now. Not here," he said. His voice was shattered into 1,000 pieces, cracking on every word. His gaze drifted listlessly. "Leave, freak. I will not punish you tonight." "You got it, big man," said Dorian, the way a trainer might speak to a spooked lion. He backed up slowly. I'm leaving. Kuruk gulped. His chest heaved with every breath. "Don't think this is over." "There's something wrong with you." Dorian stilled. "Pardon?" "You aren't right," growled Kuruk, eyes narrowing. "Something changed. You're different. Since 2 days ago. Now they say you got heaven talent, like the chief. Then they say you got to be Master Hu's apprentice. Then the Ugok clan attacked. You did something. It is not natural." Dorian wasn't surprised he'd get this reaction eventually. What was surprising was who it came from. "What do you mean?" he said evenly. He kept his eyes wide, curious. "You made a deal with a devil," rumbled Kuruk. It was a statement, not a question. He blinked fast as he looked down to Dorian, and for a second, Dorian saw in those black pupils an emotion near dread. "Leave!" he yelled. So Dorian did, frowning as he went. Nothing would come of it, probably. At least, not anything immediate. Dorian filed the encounter away into a back cabinet of his mind. There was always unrest when a new star rose too fast or shone too bright. Something told him this wasn't the last he'd hear of this. Doubtless some chosen and trainees had their jealous grievances too. He'd deal with it if it came. Soon the power disparity would render them beneath his notice anyway. As he neared his tent, he sensed a new aura emanating from within. Each bloodline not only altered the nature of the host's chi, it also brought bloodline-exclusive techniques, perks, and physique benefits. This bloodline was a mystery, which made it intriguing. Then he walked through the tent flaps to find Kaya literally on fire. They weren't real fires, but chi fires. They flickered translucent as ghosts in the light, but the heat emanating from them felt quite real. The fear of being burnt alive was probably quite real too. She ran around, screaming. She knocked over a jar, sloshed water all over her, and rolled around on the sand until the fires were snuffed out. Her hair was singed. Her clothes sported long black burns. She smelled like she'd been smoked on a grill. Coughing up a lung, she crawled up to her feet. Dorian cocked his head. You okay, sis?" She threw him a thumbs up. "Just testing it out," she got out between fits of coughs. "Control issues." Likely it was just a matter of control. As she patted herself down, Dorian took stock of the aura changes. Wild, fluctuating, fierce, and primal. It spiked like a heartbeat, untamed. It'd take some time before she could cease burning herself, probably. It'd take some more before she could wield it reliably in combat. Nope, still no clue what it is. He leaned toward a boar species now, but all sorts of spirit beasts dabbled in fire. The other annoyance of not knowing the species was that they had no manuals to guide them. Kaya would need to make her own techniques and blaze her own trail. With his help, it might be a blessing in disguise. Then he took a closer look at her, and his eyes widened a fraction. At first he hadn't noticed on account of the smoke and the flames and the rolling, but there were clear differences to her now. Her features had all been sharpened, slightly but noticeably. If he ran a finger down her jawline, he might cut himself. Where mere hours before she'd been lightly muscled and lithe, new muscles lined her lanky frame. Now she looked less like a princess than an Amazon. "Impressed, Arya?" she said with a cat-like grin. "Come on out." She stalked by him out the door flaps, stretching her arms. "You haven't seen anything yet." 24. Fight and Flight. It was like Kaya was a kid again, and the world was her sandbox. A very big, hilly, bone-studded sandbox. She leapt around, catapulting and whooping. "Look!" she yelled as she bent down, coiling like a spring, and bounced into another leap. The sand at her feet shot out in a blast, and she flew 20 feet in the air. Twisting into a somersault, she landed nimbly into a crouch. Her smile was full of vicious joy, a predator at play. Dorian nodded. Usually this effect was only possible with a vigor physique, but a bloodline granted her the beginnings of one. She'd steadily inherit the attributes of her bloodline, even in the origin realm, granting her a pseudo-vigor physique. When she stepped into the vigor realm, she'd already be granted a high-class physique. No need for any treasures or special rituals like the rest of the mortal lot. The bloodline was already paying dividends. Strangely, seeing Kaya made him more curious about Hentos. If he had superb speed or explosiveness, he hadn't shown it. Strength, likewise, didn't seem to be his forte, and frost pythons were hardly paragons of speed anyway. Perhaps it was his dexterity, or his contortions, or his reaction speed his physique granted. He had a suspicion Hento hadn't had a chance to play all his cards in their duel. The young master had had more time to get his traits under control and to mask them. Kaya, meanwhile, was still an embodiment of unchecked aggression. Now she'd progressed to trying out, or rather showing off, basic techniques with her chi. "And watch this," she called as she settled into a stance. She whipped around into a ray. The technique blossomed and skidded into the sand in an instant, burrowing a hole which glowed deep red like hot coals. There was scarcely any time between the start of her motion and the shot's springing out. Her activation time's been halved, and the technique was edged with her new aura, explosive, nearly unhinged. Much more explosive. "Whoa!" Dorian gasped. To play up the effect, he let his jaw drop a little. "Awesome!" "I am, aren't I?" she grinned. "You might be even stronger than Hento now." She wrinkled her nose. "That prissy moron? Psh, I was always stronger than him. I don't care if he's got 1,000 bloodlines." Then Dorian's expression turned awkward. He pointed up to her. "Sis, your hair—" "Huh?" At which point she looked up, realized half her head was ablaze, and went back to a round of screaming and fire extinguisher rolling. "You really need to work on your control." I know, she groused as she sat back up and patted out the last of the fires. She was still smiling as she looked up. "But it is stunning, isn't it?" "When you're not setting yourself on fire, yeah." She set her jaw. "Spoil sport. Fine, that's it. I won't come back in until I've got it under control." Standing, she settled back into another try at a technique. "Hi-ya!" This time she threw a flash palm laced with wild aura, lost control of it, and sent it skittering at his head. He ducked, and it went over, colliding into the sand. The move nearly set their home on fire. It did set her hair on fire, but by now she was a veteran of the duck and roll routine. Then, from the distance, "Whichever nitwit is practicing martial arts at this hour, go fuck yourself." Dorian winced. It was getting pretty loud. "Fuck you, you inbred piss guzzler!" Kaya roared back. "Fuck you, you cactus fucking bitch!" wafted over the reply from a cluster of tents. Grrr! As she stomped over, fists wreathed in chi, eyes burning in rage, Dorian pulled at her arm. What? He blinked. Was it the bloodline, or was she always this hot-headed? It is getting late, he said. His eyes flickered to the spot where the palm landed a mere few yards from where his bedsheets lay. She followed his gaze and paused, looking guilty. Maybe you could stand to practice a little farther out, he hedged. Tch, fine. Then she glanced in the direction where the voice came from. But not before I tear that asshole a new asshole. She stalked off in a fit of rage, and he went back inside. He had his own toys to check out. He still wasn't ready for something as intensive as alchemy. It'd take at least a half day to regain that level of multitasking, but some studying and modifications were well within his grasp. The cloud-treading steps, eh? He said, dusting off the cover. It was probably a tome Tuketu had stumbled upon ages ago, found inscrutable and stuffed into an empty spot in his ring for safekeeping. It was a qigong technique, a rarity at the lower levels. If it was a good or even half-decent one, it'd be rarer than mithril. Most movement techniques were gods-awful. At this level, fighters had no conception of good footwork, which was really just good movement, which was really just good positioning. But low-level fighters preferred the flashy and the offensive. Footwork, a fundamental, was the first to gather dust. The title didn't give him much hope. Cloud-treading steps was perhaps the most generic name he'd ever seen. He'd probably seen 30 arts with the same name. He flipped it open and scanned the pages. And slowly, as he worked his way through, grew more and more pleasantly surprised. The art's mechanism was intriguing. Rather than the octopus mating ritual that most techniques entailed, this had no footwork patterns at all. Rather than boost speed and stepping patterns, it lightened the user's body weight. At the highest level, it claimed to allow the user to step on air itself and frolic among the clouds. Then he flipped to the actual details of the technique, and its grand promises ground to a screeching halt. It burned through chi far too fast. Its lightening was a passive effect, toggled on. At his rate, even if he executed the technique to perfection, he'd burn through all he had in 30 seconds. It'd need some rejiggering. Unlike with the Fist of the Rising Sun, this was too flawed a technique to include in his arsenal at its base form. As he set to analyzing it, breaking down its structure and plugging its holes, though, he stopped again. Weird. The more he dug into it, the more it seemed like a derivative technique. It was like an artist hearing a description of a great painting and trying to reproduce it, blindfolded. It had the outline of something greater, but none of the execution. Some parts cohered like well-oiled joints. Others seemed like they were glued on crooked. The implications came to him in a jolt. He sucked in a quick breath. This was not an uncommon way for techniques to form, but he'd never have expected it of this realm. If he guessed right, the transcriber of this tome found a much older, coherent, but incomplete tome. Perhaps pages were lost to time or sections to erosion. Then they'd thrown in their own additions, taping over the gaps. What are this technique's origins? At a glance, they seemed sophisticated enough to be descended from the middle realms, perhaps even higher. If that was true, it changed everything. His heart sped up just thinking about it. Something was off about this realm. He'd known it from the start, and that sense only furthered when the revelation of the chief's and Hento's bloodlines. For a lower realm, Altera was ridden with treasure. Now this? Had some cabal of rogue gods left a host of inheritances here, or was it something else? Whatever the case, if he was right, what he held had the makings of a god-tier technique. All he needed to do now was to draw out its essence. He set himself to it with fervor. The next several hours passed in a blur as he extracted, milked, and reworked the technique for all it was worth. He rerouted the chi flows, discarded extraneous motions, and brought out the essence of the thing. There was a unique satisfaction to it, like cleaning up a trash-laden, filthy house. It was painstaking work, but as he peeled back the veneer of muck, something charming took shape, something divine. By the time he finished, panting and sweating, he'd burned up half the night. Kaya sat to his right, patiently cycling, eyes closed. He was so caught up in mental remodeling he hadn't even noticed her enter. True to her word, she'd gotten her aura under control. Now it simmered at a slow boil, nearly invisible. She'd had her fun. He savored his new creation in his mind, grinning. He'd have his, too. The warm night wind was a caress. It was dead night, a night that drowned in quiet. Out here there was no movement save for the smoldering of a few low torches. The world seemed to hold its breath as he walked out into the open. "This had better work," he said. He was tired, and yet he also tingled with energy. This was what he loved about these speed runs. That is, nearing God tier, if I've done my job right. He pulled himself back a little. This fragment was only one introductory technique, nowhere near a true martial art. Likely he'd never encounter this art's most potent parts. But even so, if he was right, the cloud-treading steps would unlock entirely new heights. Literally. He took a step. Level up, cloud-treading steps modified, level 1. Level up, cloud-treading steps modified, level 2. He was no stranger to other gravities, but it was especially strange to have his mass altered drastically in an instant. All his body's heuristics for distance and balance and timing had to be adjusted. One step took him nearly 10 feet up. One leap had him spinning into a somersault, arms flailing for balance. When he fell like a feather, softly, meandering his way down gravity's rainbow. He had enough time to right himself and land on 2 feet. Delightful! He tried again, this time keeping in mind the full mechanics, and bounded up a step. Now came the hard part. In a way, this was his own invention. It hadn't been in the technique as written in the tome, but calling it an invention was folly. It was as though he'd seen a lock's hole and simply filled in a key that conformed to its shape. Here, that key was a burst of chi which played off the air itself, just like the technique's original intent promised. At this rate of burn, he'd last another half hour, maybe. Plenty enough to fully test this thing out. He quirked a corner of his lips. It's only day 2, and I've discovered flight. Then, just as he was deliberating what to do with it, a low roar drifted over the far distance. Ordinarily, he might not have heard it, but in this perfect stillness, in this silent night, it reached him the way even a small ripple disturbs the surface of a still pond. His eyes snapped to attention. Whatever made the noise was too far to be seen, at least at this elevation and at this distance. He now had a means of correcting for both, didn't he? With his newfangled technique, it wouldn't be much effort to check it out. A little midnight excursion might be in order. He shook out his limbs, loosening them, and smiled. Let's see just how fast these steps can go. 25. Sinkhole. It felt like he was stepping on invisible mid-air trampolines. Up and up he went, buoyed by chi until he was 10, 20, 40 feet off the ground. He took a second to stabilize himself and feel out his new scant weight. From here, the tents looked like small flaps, almost blended fully into the sands, a landscape drenched in purple. The currents tugged him to and fro, never fully off-balancing, but disconcerting, like he was being jostled about in a crowd. Once he felt sure of his steps, he went higher, stepping toward the sound. Soon he neared the cloud layer. From up here, the landscape looked like the blackened, bumpy skin of a gargantuan beast. The bones looked like sparse white hairs. He saw the source of the sound as two swirling smudges in the distance, so small they looked like motes of dust. Their backdrop was a circle of dark, pure blue. Up close, it must be huge. Was this a sinkhole, as he'd heard so much about? Curious, he stepped out to investigate. The cloud-treading steps went faster than even he'd expected. As he gathered more and more chi in his feet to shove off, each bound was a jetting propulsion. The faster he went, the more he felt the drag. Air resistance became physical, a muffling force. As he hurtled, there was the constant whip of cleaved air in his ears, but he was no cratering meteor. He was far too light for that. His journey was near silent, eerily silent. He passed over land barren save for cacti and studs of bone. After a few dozen bounds, the smudges resolved into hard lines, and the sounds ballooned from whispers to roars. He kicked to a mid-air halt a few 100 feet off, quiet and out of sight, and observed. Up close, the sinkhole was even more grandiose, like an uncut gemstone. Its inner edges were lined by kelp and other small, floating underwater flowers splashed in dark, warbled colors. Its waters were startlingly clear, yet its depths were unknowable, cloaked in shadow. How deep did it go? As far as he or anyone knew, there was no answer. He'd heard rumors that sinkholes were all connected in some vast underground network. Supposedly, great spirit serpents would surface in one sinkhole one day, then at another thousands of miles off the next week. Each was a font of underwater herbs, sunken treasures, and an abundance of chi. To a tribe like the Rust tribe, even the water itself was so dense with chi it counted as a spiritual treasure. Could it be a natural phenomenon? Dorian was left scratching his head at that. If he had to guess, it was embroiled in the same reasons there were so many bones in this land. It was a mystery for a later time, a time when he had the strength to solve it. Each sinkhole brimmed over with spirit beasts. Only a robust network of sinkholes, 100 strong, could support the sheer density of beasts in the desert, after all. The water itself was priceless here. Humans occupied the 8 largest sinkholes in the West. The rest, smaller and more populous, humans didn't dare touch. These were the domain of an oligarchy of beasts, or, on occasion, beast kings. Some kings breached the profound realm. And that was to say nothing of the creatures within the sinkhole. They seldom rose to the surface, but beings of great power plied those depths. This minor sinkhole offered nothing near such a power. Instead, he saw small clusters of spirit beasts in slumber at the edges. The small, perpetually open eyes of end spiders poked out from the sands, their bodies almost fully buried and out of sight. A small herd of sand wolves lounged at a far edge. What looked to be a gold-maned beast, a sphinx, perhaps, nursed its young at the end opposite Dorian. None of them paid him any attention. None of them paid any attention to the spectacle that had first drawn Dorian either. Below, a desert worm was locked in fierce combat with a megapede. Worms seldom met with humans. It was the first time Dorian could recall seeing one in the flesh in this life. They typically preyed on greater beasts, burrowing through the sands to strike at unsuspecting victims. It looked like an earthworm scaled up 1,000-fold, clad in armor forged of the hardest steels of the earth, crusted over with glossy plates, with a vortex of swirling shark teeth as its maw. It had latched on to the megapede with a passion, tearing through hard flesh. Gray blood stained the sand, hissing. The megapede might have been caught off guard, but it was putting up a fierce fight. It had latched its own man-sized mandibles onto a segment of the worm, as though determined to break it in two. From it dripped poisons of legendary corrosiveness, which even Vigor Realm fighters feared. He doubted either had cleared the Profound Realm, but these two must be nearing peak vigor. The battle grew pitched, boiling over with chi. A blast left-aspected, sheer black chi pummeled the worm. Screeching, it responded in kind with a flick of a tail edged in a technique of heavy earthen chi. A few dozen of the megapede's 1,000-odd legs were crushed to spasming trifles. In a way, it was the most high-level fight Dorian had seen in this life. But in another, it was just another day. Beasts fought and killed each other as routine in these parts. Soon, the struggle lost his interest. It was a nice diversion, but he doubted he could gain much from it. Instead, he shifted his eyes to the sinkhole once more. This one, a minor variant, could have fit a small mountain, and supposedly the Azcan oasis was built around a major sinkhole. Naturally, the oases were the richest of all the desert civilizations. If they were holding a tournament, Dorian could only imagine the sort of treasures in play. He felt his chi crossing a 3/4 spent. This scouting mission and this test of his modified cloud-treading steps was complete. He took one last long glance before he left. Soon, he promised the sinkhole, staring down its fathomless depths. Soon your secrets will be mine. When he returned, there was a box at the tent flap. It was made of smooth, suave, matte black material. It flexed as he picked it up. He shifted the cap off, and there lay a set of combat robes, dark, seamless as the skin of an eel. He grinned. So, Hento kept his promise. He replaced the cover, stuffed the box into his interspatial ring, and made his way into the tent. Kaya was asleep under furs. Sleep tugged at his eyes. He felt a prickle of annoyance. It'd take a few more nights to get used to this silly habit of the weak. Forget the power disparity. The mere fact that half of these mortals' time was sacrificed to doing nothing and lying still was a crippling disadvantage by itself. If he recalled right, the hours he'd need to sleep would halve at the Vigor Realm. The sooner, the better. Groaning, he plopped himself down. Rust tribe, huh? He pressed a finger to his cheek. It felt small before, but now he'd gotten a clear glimpse of the desert's true power hierarchies. It felt smaller than ever. A true speck. He'd settle down for a little while, perhaps up to a year even, extract all he could here. But one of the keys to any good speed run was not to get precious about ties to any place. He'd go out cycling. He grabbed 2 silver heart pills from his ring, swallowed them, and drew in the energies of the universe as well as he could, fending off sleep until its effects ran through and he was more than halfway through Origin Level 3. He fell asleep, dreaming of higher places. The next day started weirdly normally. Death did not rain from the sky. Tuketu had sent no assassins to kill him in his sleep. Kaya made Vordor meat broth for them, a celebratory meal after fully assimilating her new bloodline. She was positively buzzing the whole time. Dorian half expected an ambush the second he stepped out the tent flaps. Nothing. As he and Kaya strode over to the training grounds, he expected to be stopped, perhaps by Kuruk and an angry mob of disgruntled trainees. Nothing. Perhaps the last 2 days had been so full of surprises he'd gone paranoid. Normal felt abnormal. Even when he made it to the day's practice, no great disaster struck. The weirdest thing was Tuketu. He didn't seem a whit miffed to see Dorian or Kaya. He even made a point on congratulating her on her new bloodline as she came up. "The bloodline is the Felsic Boar. I traded 2 spirit stones for it the last time we docked at the Zolan Oasis. It couldn't have gone to a worthier host. Congratulations." Dorian was a little bewildered as Tuketu turned to him. He scoured the man's eyes for any trace of malice, but found none. Bewildering. Either he's decided to forgive my impudence in favor of rebuilding bonds with the tribe's latest assets, or he's playing this for sort of long-con revenge plot. My instincts lean the latter. Chief Rust might have been the one with Python bloodline, but there was something distinctly snake-like about the way Tuketu spoke, the way his eyes glinted. Hento seemed suitably chastened by yesterday's events, but he didn't seem the type to hold hate deep in him and let it fester. He was pale, but he still shot Dorian a weak smile, almost like he hadn't been utterly humiliated the day before. The same couldn't be said of Kuruk, who looked equally as hollow as Hento did. Clearly he wasn't over last night. When he looked at Dorian, though, Dorian got the distinct sense he wished to strangle Dorian in his own entrails. Then Tuketu brought up a new face. The face in question seemed bewildered to be here. "Muata," said Tuketu with a smile. "Of late our tribe has found itself short on chosen and hunters. Our standards have had to adjust accordingly. Welcome, new chosen Muata." He gave Muata a slap on the back. The boy still looked stunned. He looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry from Tuketu's introduction. Tuketu was a strange one, at once cunning and unflinchingly honest. Dorian still wasn't fully sure what to make of the man, which meant he was always at least a little on edge around him. Then Tuketu flashed his hand. On it was another interspatial ring. Dorian blinked. How many did he have? From it, he passed Muata 100-year ginseng as his introduction gift, a noticeable step down from Dorian's. That was that. It was another training day, another kata learned. This time, Eclipse, a kata which was best practiced at night under the moons and the stars. When Dorian leveled it up thrice in 2 goes, Tuketu was equally as generous as yesterday, perhaps more even. He gifted Dorian 2 100-year ginsengs as reward. Sure, it aroused fits of jealousy in the other chosen, but that was no real revenge, was it? At this point, Dorian was fully expecting them to be laced with megapede venom. The shocking part was that they weren't. To Dorian's surprise, the rest of the training passed without much incident. It was structured much like the last day. Dorian was paired with Muata, which ended exactly as expected. He made progress on the techniques. He made progress on his cultivation. At this rate, he'd cross level 4 within a day. All was well. Even as he finished up the day, he was a little befuddled. Perhaps some days were just easy. As training concluded an hour later and he left, half of his own accord, half dragged along by a Kaya over-eager to show him some new gimmick she'd found in her bloodline, he saw Tuketu had taken Kuruk aside. He couldn't hear the words nor read Tuketu's lips. The man's mouth moved unnaturally little when he spoke, but Kuruk's deflated posture conveyed the message amply. Then, seemingly in response to a word, his head snapped up. His eyes swerved to latch onto Dorian. And there, plain in those dark, dumb eyes, was a rage Dorian had never seen from the boy. Dorian snorted. "So this is what you're playing at, Tuketu? Using me as a foil?" His eyes narrowed as he turned back around, still walking. A smirk crossed his face. "Very well. I might just play along." For now, though, he had more interesting matters to attend to. It was a new day. He felt refreshed, his chi vigorous, his mental strength fully renewed. He cracked his knuckles. It was time to milk Who's lab for all the pills it could muster. 26. Pill Bonanza. When Dorian arrived, he was greeted by an island of calm amid Who's usual dumpster of a shop. At the back left corner, past rows of shelves stocked full of potions, pills, and random trinkets, was a lab workstation. A polished cauldron, a table, ladles, prepped ingredients, and books, all arrayed in a neat little pile. "Lo," said Who, beckoning him over with a wide smile. "I've been waiting for you. Impatiently, might I add," he chortled. Then he gestured to the workspace. "Well, have at it. Go wild." Dorian walked over, amused. "Is that all, sir?" Who nodded as he waddled over and picked a thin stick of chalk off the desk. "Record any of your funny little edits to my recipes, will you?" Who gave him a wink and a pat. "I'd like to join in on the fun, too. But for now," he swept his arm out grandly, "you have free rein. Last time I gave you no guidance. It turned out grand, didn't it? You got the elixir first try, you clever bird. Perhaps a hands-off approach is in order, eh?" Shuffling over, he tapped a scrap of paper nailed to the table. On it was a list of elixirs written out in careful script Dorian very much doubted was Who's. "This is a list of all the elixirs I need to deliver to the chief by the end of the week," intoned Who. He winked. "At first, I didn't trust your grubby little hands on any of my harder brews. This stuff goes out to the higher-ups. But after last week," he rubbed his chin, smiling, "I might have underestimated your knack for this kind of thing. Why don't you give 'em a crack?" Dorian paled. "Sir, I only managed the elixir of minor healing 'cause it was simple. I don't think I can handle these. Don't make me devote my precious time to handling your chores." "You sell yourself too short," crowed Who. He licked his lips. "That's it. On top of your brewing, I want you to wipe out a third of this list by week's end." He gave Dorian 2 more meaty slaps on the back. Just 2 days ago, they would have sent him careening face first into the sand. "Well, hop to it. Chop, chop." He gyrated around, stumbled to a fluffed-up seat, sank his coconut body into it, snatched up a bowl of green noodles, and took to it with a turtle's pace. His eyes lingered on Dorian, though. Who watched him like a poacher who'd stumbled upon a new, flamboyant species. Who threw him a cheerful thumbs up. Hells! As Dorian turned to face his tools, he chewed on his lip and glanced down the list. A headache was already threatening on the horizon. Leave it to Who to offload his work to a second-day newbie. Brewing this would suck up a good chunk of his total brewing time. On the one hand, he could blow up a few cauldrons, fake incompetence, and be let off the hook for everything except the already lucrative elixirs of minor healing. On the other hand, the amount of money he'd gain with full freedom to brew was astronomical, and that was just the amount he planned to embezzle off Who. That I can't give up. He let out a small, exasperated huff. Fine, I'll get to the grunt work later. For now. Rolling his eyes, he flipped open a few recipe books and scanned through. He scoured for anything of note. Now that he had full access, at least full access to the stuff he'd been given here, he was sure Who kept the really valuable ingredients in some chest hidden out of sight. He had a much wider toolbox to work with. All he had to do was wield it right. "Say, Master," said Dorian, feigning absent-mindedness, "who in the tribe is richest? It's the hunters and the elders, right?" Who looked up from his soup. Oh, yes, indeed. Last time 3/4 of my sales came from them, said Dorian. There's more civilians to squeeze, yeah, but maybe it's better to focus on bait for the big fish. He hummed, scratching his head. Delicious thinking. Hu sat up. He opened his mouth, eyes vibrant, then closed it a half-second later and put a finger to his lips. Bah! He waved a careless hand. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but soon it won't be just our elders you can pitch to. Huh? Hu shifted guiltily, looking around to make sure they were alone. Well, all right. Don't blab of this to anyone, but our biannual migration starts soon. Oh? In 2 weeks, we're off to a conference of the Western tribes, said Hu in a hushed tone. If we set up shop there with a host of newfangled brews, he shivered with eagerness. If you set up shop there, well, we'll be rolling in lira, boy. Rolling, Dorian blinked. Really? Far more than this backwater tribe can muster. Hu hesitated. Then he wagged a finger at Dorian. Trust me, boy, I know these things. Don't be fooled by my humble stature now. Years ago, I was an esteemed alchemist of the Zolan Oasis, I'll have you know. Then, how'd you end up here? Never mind that, said Hu, blushing. He shook a hand. Back to work. He suddenly found his bowl of soup very interesting. Shrugging, Dorian went back to the tomes. He'd already picked out a few pills and elixirs from his cursory scan. None to do with healing, all to do with advancement. The 3 Suns elixir purported to ease the bottleneck to the vigor realm. The cleansing spirit pill was an elixir that drew out and expelled the body's impurities. A few more choice picks would complete this batch nicely. He picked out 2 chi-boosting pills in the same vein as the silver heart pills, though made with more common ingredients and possessed of significantly less potency. His gripes with Hu's setup aside, he squinted at the man who moved on to throwing his legs onto a nearby desk and reading a novel. At least his negligence and laziness meant Dorian now had an embarrassment of choices. As Dorian went through the recipes, he had 2 criteria. First, he selected the lucrative ones. Second, he went for things that could help him. It ended up being a small slew of chi-boosting and talent-upgrading pills with some body-cleansing, spirit-strengthening, and antidotes mixed in. Elixirs made up only 2 of the 10 he'd picked out. After all, to chug an elixir discreetly was tough. To sneak in a pill while Hu was buried deep in a book with his own belly obstructing his line of sight? A lot easier. As Dorian took stock of the chest of ingredients he'd been given, he smiled. Sure, there wasn't any of the weapons-grade stuff here. There was a limit to his so-called free reign, it seemed, but this collection of herbs and spirit beast parts would more than suffice. Rubbing his hands, he got to work. He spent the first hour sorting out recipe inefficiencies and correcting for potency. 30 minutes later, he finished his first small batch of chi-boosting pills, swallowed 2, started cycling, and kept brewing. Hu, meanwhile, was so engrossed in his novel, he probably wouldn't have noticed an earthquake. 2 hours later, with sweat beading his brow, Dorian finished up 2 3 Suns elixirs. At his stage, these were a bastard to brew, and was another notch up his way to Origin Level 4. He wiped away his sweat. A pity these would be a lot harder to embezzle right away. After all, loading it onto a flask and then drinking it was a lot less subtle. Then he turned around to find Hu sound asleep. For a second, he was speechless. A minute later, he'd chugged down a full flask of the elixir, his eyes on Hu the whole time. Who, meanwhile, didn't stir a whit. This day was too easy, wasn't it? Grinning, he went after the next few brews. He brewed and brewed and brewed. He was so deeply engrossed in it he lost track of time. Soon sweat beaded not only his brow but the whole of him, drenching him through all his garments. As he popped another pill absently, he tingled all over. This was the mother lode. Alchemy was not only a transmutation of raw ingredients, it was also the transmutation of a shitty life to a bearable one, and soon, he planned, even better. If cultivation was a journey on a long, unpaved, craggy, twisting road, he'd just swapped out his old mule ride for a purebred stallion. Finally, he finished another few hours later. Likely it was night. He squinted out the door flaps, where the purple haze of twilight drifted lazily through the opening. Likely it was quite late. Who had woken up from his nap a half-hour ago and was now halfway through his novel. The scene seemed quite emotional. He wiped away tears, sniffling. "Master!" called Dorian as he walked over. He was full to the brim with chi, on the verge of a breakthrough now, but he didn't dare attempt it here. He'd stuffed his leggings with a selection of the day's pills. He'd taken just enough to avoid suspicion. "Growl!" was the sound Who made as he sat up in an instant, a bit of drool still leaking from his lips. He blinked the redness and wetness from his eyes, then looked at Dorian and his nicely framed batches of pills, all prepped and at the ready on the table. For a second, he seemed like he'd forgotten where he was. Then, right, brewing, apprentice, yes." Still mumbling, he propped himself up and waddled over. His eyes widened as he took in the sight of Dorian's work. "Huh?" "I burned a few," said Dorian sheepishly, pointing to a small hill of ashen pills. "But I did my best on the list. That is, I did about 1/20th of it. Can't appear too useful, after all, just enough to keep your trust." Maybe it was the novel getting him all emotional. That was probably it. But now Who seemed near tears. As he flitted from the list to the pills to Dorian, he seemed almost like he was about to give Dorian a big ol' hug. Dorian hastily edged a few feet away, just in case. Hiccuped Who, sniffling. "Why haven't I gotten an apprentice before? This—" He wiped his nose. "You really brewed them. Saints! Well done, well done!" "Just the easiest ones," mumbled Dorian. "Crap, did I overshoot again?" Who was still inspecting the pills and him, disbelieving. "I've spent half the day drinking soup and reading," he said, "and I still got new pills, and I didn't need to pay a lira. It's remarkable." I'd take some lira," said Dorian weakly. "Bah, don't be silly," said Who with a knowing head pat. "Dear boy, I've paid you in experience." "And dozens of lira worth of embezzled ingredients." Dorian threw up an appreciative smile, but inside his smile took on a more sinister tone. "I suppose there is an upside. The more work he heaps on me, the more ingredients I'll use, the more pills can go mysteriously missing." "I'll bring you up at tomorrow's elders' meeting," said Who happily. "That'll get us started on selling this new and improved batch, eh? I can hardly wait." He took a step in, and Dorian realized belatedly that he'd misjudged the distance. He could do nothing but wince and wheeze as Who wrapped him in a big, one-armed hug. "With you by my side, no purse string will be safe." He cackled. "We'll be rich, boy. Filthy, stinking rich." 27. Interlude 1. The sun sank below the horizon, red as a drop of fresh blood. Tuketu tracked its progress expectantly, his hands clasped behind his back straight as a board. For the best part of half an hour he'd stood there, unmoving, letting the redness wash over him and all about him. His eyes were stern and narrowed. The chief was late. On the horizon there was a dot. It grew larger as the minutes passed, blotting and expanding until shapes could be seen, shadowed at this angle, backlit crimson. It was a team of hunters returning from a trip. The chief was at the forefront. Half of him was the sunset's fresh blood. Half of him was stained a darker color. Dried blood, older stuff, not his. He made a few gestures, and the rest of the hunters dispersed, dragging along the corpses of a few sand wolves. Tuketu crossed his arms. There'd be fresh meat tonight. It was a small consolation. It took another minute for the chief to reach his tent. If he had any reaction to Tuketu's presence, he didn't show it. "Tuketu," he said, his voice smooth as ever. "You're here." The chief was a precise man who kept precise times. The sandwolves must have put up an extraordinary resistance to keep him so. "So I am," said Tuketu with a smile. He gestured to the door flaps. "I was beginning to doubt if you would be, old friend. Shall we?" The chief nodded. He did not apologize for his lateness. He never apologized. Besides, the tribe ran on an unwritten rule. The chief was never late. Everyone else was simply early. They went in. Chief Rust wore a vest of harsh animal hide. It bore the brunt of the blood, and he shed it like a snake shed its second skin. Then he cracked the bones along his back in one slow stretch. His head swiveled to meet Tuketu's. "You know why I've called you here," he said, his voice clipped. "I don't," Tuketu smiled. "I've long since given up pretending to know you, but I can hazard a likely guess." He rubbed his chin. "This concerns the Io boy, doesn't it?" "Among our newest chosen," grunted the chief. He settled down on a chair of aged bone. "Promoted with Tocho's recommendation. He's had nothing but praise for the boy. And you know Tocho, he hoards compliments like who hoards trinkets." With one hand he poured out a drink. "So," said Tuketu. "Io is now also the apprentice of the alchemist," said the chief. He took a small gulp, wiped his mouth off with a cloth. It looked comical in his blood-stained hands. "Who could hardly stop gushing about him last elders' meeting? It's only been a week, yet he's taken quite a liking to the boy." "Who's taken quite a liking to money?" said Tuketu dryly. "Regardless, in the days since, the boy's emptied half the tribe's pockets," shot the chief. His eyes were cold, icy blue. "The elders crow over his latest concoctions." "It sounds like you've got a fair assessment," said Tuketu. A smile tugged at a corner of his lips. "A newfound genius, risen from obscurity, a boon to the tribe. It's the classic tale. I commend him for it." Then Tuketu leaned in. "So you've done your research on him. Why am I here?" "What do you think of him?" said the chief slowly. His aura was tamped down. Tuketu only felt it as a brush of frost on his skin. In any other conversation, the chief would have let it loose, but he respected Tuketu too much for that. "You've got Tocho's testimony. You've got whose," said Tuketu, shrugging. "What would mine add?" "Tocho is a blunt object," sighed Chief Rust. "Who is a moron? You, I trust to tell me the unvarnished truth." Rust took another sip. "I am concerned," he growled, "by the sudden and the drastic. In the span of a week, Io has gone from beneath my notice to among the most valuable men Rust tribe has." He steepled his fingers.
He has snared my attention. Yours too, by the look of it. It is remarkable. Too remarkable. I do not dabble in superstitions. There is a rumor he is demon-possessed. Inventing fantasies to explain the extraordinary is a fool's pastime. The ways of fate are mysterious, chance doubly so. We appear to have birthed a savant, which begs a question. His voice dropped a half-register. His hand swirled the cup. The liquid broke against the glass's sides like waves on a boulder. Who is he, truly? Tuketu laughed. If I judge him harshly, will you take dire action? A double-edged sword, said the chief, nearly snarling, is not a weapon. It is a liability. The sharper it is, the more hesitant I am to sharpen it further. He paused. You have done quite some work on that front. These past few days you've rewarded him more than you have your own son. Tuketu shrugged again. The boy deserved it more. Simple as that. He has cleared Origin Level 5, said the chief. His eyes flashed. In the span of a week. The same feat took me a year. You were not aided by a generous alchemist's dragon's hoard of pills, snickered Tuketu. He cocked his head. Well, I've shown my hand. I like him. Why? I like his heart. Rust's side-on glance could have sheared metal. You and hearts. I hope your assessment rests on stabler legs than just this. Tuketu thought for a moment. Not at all. His bravery is only one factor, said the chief, frowning. You focus on it too much. I am concerned about his loyalty. You like his heart. Can that heart be changed? By our enemies, perhaps? By greed? At this, Tuketu shrugged. He strolled up to the chief's desk and snatched up his own goblet. Without asking, he tipped some drink into it. Rust didn't stop him. I guarantee nothing, said Tuketu. What I see is a talent the tribe would be foolish not to groom. A heaven-sent talent, given our circumstances. He sipped. You and I know better than anyone that our need for warriors is great. He thought for a moment. Nothing suggests to me he'll turn traitor. Nothing suggests a ruthless disposition. He gave his sister a prime bone. He does seem to care for her. He seems, at the moment, like a boy who's come into great powers and wishes to make the most of them. Tuketu downed the glass. Remarkable, yes, but his reaction is nothing extraordinary. Rust had stopped blinking. He's no designs to rise above his station. You needn't worry about that. Tuketu grinned. For now, at least, he's just a boy. A boy with a ballooning ego. So his demeanor has shifted. He's more willing to throw his weight around. He's young, naive. It's hardly a surprise, and it'll hardly last forever. See to it, snapped Rust, that it does not. Then he stilled. Why are you defending him? Tuketu rolled his eyes. I've told you, old friend, like his heart. Is that so difficult to believe? Rust looked at him levelly. Tuketu shrugged. It's a great failing of men that we allow bias to blind us to merit. Favoritism is the killer of nations. Nepotism its herald. In our tribe it is a sin I refuse to abide. Among all others, he's proven himself worthy. It's simple. You choose strange ways to show your approval. One can earn your favor and think he'd drawn your ire. I can hardly show bias, can I? If anyone wishes a reward from me, they'll need to earn it. Sometimes speaking to Rust felt like speaking to a sheer cliff. But now a corner of his mouth twitched up, breaking the facade. You haven't changed, have you, after all these years, said Rust softly. He stood, resting both knuckles on the desk. Even when you trained me all those decades ago, you still play the equal opportunity ass. So I do.
Rust raised an eyebrow, and Tuketu sighed. My methods are often convoluted. You know that. I wear masks. At the bottom of it all, though, you know where my loyalties lie. He held Rust's gaze. I trust my judgment. I am devoted to the tribe. You've asked my assessment. You have it. Rust didn't bother to stare him down. Instead, he too downed the rest of his drink and sat for a few seconds in silence. It was not an oppressive silence, but a calculative one. He was settling down on a thought, on a course of action. We migrate soon, he sighed. Very well. I trust you to mold him into a blade of the tribe. His gaze intensified. This time he let a smidge of his bloodline flare out. Make certain that it is a blade with one edge. 28. Loose tongues. Dorian greeted the rising sun with a kata. He spilled through the daybreak kata like fresh sunlight, light, fast, melting from one form to the next. His body hummed in tune with the universe. He breathed rare air. His head felt as though it were made of light, and puffs and clouds and a chorus of cherubic voices, all drawn in a harmonic hymn. Chi warmed his insides in a coursing river. Gritting his teeth, he hunched his back, exhaled, and drew it through the length of his body. His core pulsed with new energy like a wild beast shackled, made tame. This time it gelled in a way it hadn't a day before. Something clicked. Level up. Daybreak. Level 6. Satisfied, he let his sweaty arms fall slowly to his sides and opened his eyes. A deep warmth filled his chest, and it wasn't from the technique. He stood shirtless atop a dune, his eyes level with the sun on the horizon. This was merely the latest in a string of upgrades he'd run through in the past few days. Stretching out his arms, he grinned. Decent for a week's work. What is wrong with you? He turned. There stood Kaya at the dune's bottom, arms crossed, 2 dark rings smudged under her eyes. Her smile was playful. She chewed lightly on a lip. Her bloodline now felt like a low background hum, nearly invisible to the senses, nearly fully under control. I slept before you, she sniffed. That was past midnight, and here you are up practicing before the sun's risen? Dorian grinned. I'm just grateful, he said. My entire life I was always the hopeless nobody. Then I got a gift. I just want to make the most of it. I still can't get over it, yawned Kaya. She drew back her arms, hunching into a deep stretch that half the tribe would have killed to see. 2 weeks ago, I had to drag you up dune runs. Now look at you. She rubbed her eyes to get a better look at him. At this rate, you'll pass me up next week. If I play my hand right, it'll take less than that. Jealous? Dorian grinned. Of your ugly mug? You wish, snorted Kaya. Then she frowned a little. In seriousness, some are. I've heard some rumors. She paused. Kuruk's one nasty brute, and he's got a whole bunch riled up with him. If I were you, I'd be careful. I'm not worried, said Dorian. He's all talk. Besides, if a mob comes, I've got you to keep me safe, right? Kaya looked at him in mild exasperation and wrinkled her nose. Put on a shirt and come in. She scanned down his bare chest, unimpressed. You might have gotten a bunch of fancy new titles, but you're still a bag of bones. Ouch. He put a hand over his chest in mock hurt. He followed her through the flaps. A pleasant, savory scent greeted him as he went in. A stew? She must have been at it for the best part of a half hour. By the precision of the burns, he wagered she'd used her own chi for it, too. Presenting Chef Kaya's world-famous meat stew. She did a big bow, grinning ear to ear. Dig in. He felt himself salivating just looking at it. It was truly sad, but such was life in a tribe that had considered salt a luxury spice. Then he eyed the burn marks, and his expression turned funny. World famous or world infamous? Huh? He pointed to 2 charcoal streaks running down a meat slab. Is this a stew or a spit roast? Ow! Eat your burnt stew like a good boy, snapped Kaya, tugging him by the ear. What's the occasion? He said as he picked up the bowl with one hand. The other massaged his smarting earlobe. Broke through to Origin Level 6 last night, she said proudly. I was bumming pills off you all week. Least I can do is treat you. She wagged a finger. Besides, that's not just any meat. That's prime worm flank. Dorian looked up. How'd you get that? Twirling a strand of hair, she blushed. I might have flirted with the chef's son, then stolen a chunk from their stores. Dorian choked a little. Isn't the punishment for that kind of thing flogging? Hey now, snapped Kaya, turning red. Where's the gratitude, you little brat? Eat the evidence fast enough and he won't find out. Nodding fast, he did. The next several minutes were filled with slurping and scraping. By the way, don't get used to it, said Kaya, ruffling his hair affectionately. I hear you and the alchemist are selling cartloads of stuff. Next time we dock at the Oasis, you're treating me. Got it? He nodded through a mouthful of soup. What levels did you get to anyway? She grumbled. Feels like every 5 seconds you're up another one. Let's see. Dorian wiped some meat from his mouth. I'm at 5 for most of the kata, 9 for Ray, 5 for Flash Palm, 6 for Cloud Treading Steps. I hate you, Kaya groaned. Go on. And 4 for Tongue of Flame, he said. She started. Really? That fast? It's my favorite of the bunch, said Dorian with an enigmatic smile. I think I'll base my style off it. Just feels right, you know? The Tongue of Flame was the rope-like attack Hento had tried throwing at Dorian to little effect. Its key was in binding a limb of the enemy, scalding the skin off it as it did, and constricting them like a serpent, cocooning them in a personal fiery hell. In fighting, broadly speaking, all techniques and arts could be split into 2 main camps, control arts and striking arts. The control fighters loved to bind, nail down, and squeeze. Strikers went for hit damage. Though he was well-versed in both, obviously, Dorian always had a soft spot for control, the first art he'd ever learned, which had borne him all the way past the spirit realm, dealt with grappling. Besides, the last run was all striking. Variety was the spice of life. Downing the last of the meat, Dorian stood. Evidence disposed of, he said dryly. His eyes flickered back to the door. It was early morning, which meant another round of Tuketu's daily mind games sessions he insisted on calling hunter training. Shall we? As Dorian and Kaya strode over, the tribe was barely rousing from its collective slumber. A few tribesmen, early risers, saw them as they came and waved. A handsome, lanky boy tending to a low campfire looked at the 2 of them like a frightened rabbit. Scratch that, not the 2 of them, just Kaya. She waved to him with a sun-bright smile, and he buried his face, flushing. Chef's son, she explained with a wink. When they rounded a corner to the training grounds, however, a peculiar sight greeted them. Half the chosen were huddled together at a far end. Kuruk was at its center. He spoke, red-faced, his veins bulging on his neck like tree roots. All around him, ripples of nods spread out. Then Kuruk registered Dorian in the distance. He bared his teeth. Gee, I wonder what they're talking about, said Kaya, rolling her eyes. Sharing recipes for their favorite pies? Yeah, sure. Kaya snorted. With your bones as ingredients, maybe. Before anything could come of it, though, Tuketu raised a fist. "Attention!" The Chosen lined up into the usual grid, shoulder to shoulder. "Good morning, Chosen. As you are doubtlessly aware, matters in our tribe are moving fast," he said. This time his voice was light and without pretension. "We've a dearth among both your ranks and the hunters, and despite Chosen Io's best efforts," here he gave Dorian a nod, "we still lack the resources to return to our peak strength." He sighed. "To the worthiest go the spoils. By now all of you know that everything you receive from me is earned, never given. Today is no exception." As he spoke, he stalked along the lines like a hungry wolf. "Next week, the chief has decreed a promotion ceremony. The tribe is raising a new wave of hunters. They shall spring from among your ranks." He stopped 5 steps in front of them, his muscled arms clasped behind his back. "For the next week, then, it is time for those who seek the mantle of Rust Tribe's true protectors to step forth, to rise up one more time, and to prove yourselves worthy of the title." Here he paused. "We aim to form a new hunter squadron. That is a team of 6. As of yet, I am only confident that 2 among you will pass this round." He gestured with a hand and a smile. "And they've stood together, too. How convenient. Kaya and Io. Of all the Chosen, you have proven yourselves most. The race is yours to lose. The rest of you will need to prove yourselves to me in the coming week." Dorian pretended to beam with excitement. Internally, though, he cringed as a dozen pairs of eyes switched onto him. Yet another of Tuketu's games. He was very literally damning with his faint praise. In one compliment, he pitted Dorian and Kaya against the rest of the Chosen. But Dorian in particular drew glares, and they were scalding. There was a thought that seemed on everyone's minds. Nobody seemed to want to voice it. Except Kuruk, who marched out of formation to the very front. He was so red he could have been an artery. "Father!" he roared. "This is not fair at all! That freak—" He jabbed a crooked finger at Dorian. Dorian waved and smiled. "He has only been here 1 week. Now he will become a hunter ahead of the rest of us?" He beat his chest. "I have bled for the tribe. I have worked day and night for 1 year. I even gave up my—" He swallowed. He breathed out like a huffing bull. "He does not deserve it," he snarled. "Not a whit." Isn't this an interesting sight? Dorian looked at him with lingering curiosity. He'd felt the discontent building in the Chosen for the whole of the week. It always did when something new disrupted a natural, prevailing order, especially when that new thing came in such a small, obnoxious package. He scanned the rest of the Chosen. He hadn't a single ally among them. If looks were any indication, he'd now made enemies of all of them. He stifled a sigh. This was an inconvenience he'd put off addressing, but he supposed now was as good a time as any. So he was a loner. His use of relationships was purely transactional. Turning half the newest batch of Chosen against him was still a huge inconvenience and totally unnecessary. At this point, Tuketu would usually hop in and throw in some damage control, but this time the man was quiet as a grave. Instead, he studied Dorian with laser intensity. So this is a test, too? As Dorian stepped up, he shot Tuketu a meaningful glance. Then he looked Kuruk's panting, furious form in the eyes and said 2 words, words which froze him in place and pricked a hole in all of Hu's hot air. "You're right," he said softly. 29. Stick and carrot. "You're right." Confusion, anger, suspicion. Silence. Dorian spread his hands, swallowing, and threw on a wide-eyed look. What can I say? Most all of you worked really hard. Most all of you are deserving. You feel I've skipped over you. You feel slighted. I get it. I'd feel that way too. He went along the crowd, left to right, making eye contact with each person as he did. He saw their faces, saw the uncertainty in them, the angst bubbling under the surface. Some were outright pissed. At this stage he could afford to burn a few bridges, but he was also no moron. The tribe's support itself was a resource. To gain it, he'd need to walk a tightrope. It's unfair, said Dorian, nodding, shifting his look to pained. Some of you've trained years. None of you've got the treasures or pills I earned. He paused on the word to let it sit. He'd massaged their rage, but it was also a reminder that he was given nothing. Subtle but important. He shook his head. I wish it didn't need to be this way either. Then turn it down, snarled Kuruk, fists clenched, teeth clenched tighter. Dorian bit his lip. If you were me, would you? Tch. I got an idea that'll settle it for all of us, he said with a small smile. An idea that'll make things fair. He looked to Tuketu for approval. Master, if I may? Tuketu looked amused. Go ahead, he said. State your proposal, and I'll consider it. Anyone who has a grievance with me can take it up with me right here, said Dorian simply. If you feel what I have is unfairly earned, beat me, and it's yours. What? Said Kuruk with a frown. All my possessions, all I've earned in the past week. I'll offer you all the same deal Master Tuketu offered to me. He shrugged as he tapped his interspatial ring. That's fair, right? There was a stunned silence. Is it? Said Tuketu, hiding his mouth with a gloved hand. You've gained quite some strength since our deal. Of our current crop of chosen, perhaps 3 have a chance against you. Hardly fair. I don't think I was clear, said Dorian. He swept the crowd with his gaze slowly. I don't mean one of you. I mean all those with a grievance. At once. A smattering of gasps, a pause. That caught Tuketu's attention. He raised one eyebrow. Treasures or not, if all of you at once can't beat me, you can hardly have a claim to my spot, right? Interesting, Tuketu smirked. I'll allow it. He'd hardly finished before another voice rose. You unholy... Kuruk's voice strangled at Tuketu's sharp look. Good. I will fight you. You get freak powers for a week and you think you are special? He snarled. I know who you are. I have beaten you into dust 100 times. What is one more? Ha! Me too, laughed a long-haired teen. He took Kuruk's side and regarded Dorian with shrewd eyes. This is rank arrogance. You can't beat all of us. Your power's got into your head. Then he turned back to the rest of the chosen. Most still seemed hesitant. Well, brothers, this is our chance. He jabbed at Dorian's ring. Imagine the treasures he's got. Treasures we should have got. Dorian cocked his head and waited. There weren't enough chosen to form a true mob, but he saw the mentality all the same. The dominoes tipping, shifting from uncertainty to certainty, a hardening. I'll fight, rasped a hairy chosen. Count me in. I got a grievance too. You're a cheating whelp, spat another. I'll set things right. Soon 3/4 of all the chosen had joined in. They made for an imposing bunch, all stacked together, arms folded. Some already brimmed with chi, bloodlust overflowing. Tension held the air still. Anyone else? Said Dorian softly. After a beat. Me, said a shaky voice, and Muata, trembling, walked over. He didn't meet Dorian's eyes. Tuketu clapped his hands. "A good crop! The rest of you back off, and we'll begin." The rest turned out to be just 2 other chosen and Kaya. Kaya had 3 deep furrows across her brows. She looked like she wanted to say something, to protest. Mere days ago, she certainly would have done it. Now she opened her mouth, then closed it and backed up, looking alarmed and concerned, but also curious. Dorian bowed low to the group. "Please, give me pointers," he said, smiling without a hint of pretension. His logic was simple. He needed to do 2 things. First, give them both an outlet for the tension and a way out. And second, to show that the difference between them was so vast that they should never dream of challenging him again. He needed to be perceived like an avalanche, a natural phenomenon, so overwhelming and absolute it was pointless to levy jealousy at it. Dorian flexed his arms and cycled his chi in a warm-up, a preliminary gesture. We exist in different realms. By now, the rest of the Chosen had cleared all the way out. Tuketu raised his chin and lifted a hand high. His voice rose higher. "Begin!" Roaring battle cries, the Chosen charged. It was one horde of them, and the attack that followed came in a bunch, too. Rays, tongues, palms, a wall of chi with only the narrowest of spaces between. Kuruk led the bunch. The whole of him steamed with chi. He was like a charging bull, but twice as muscled and wielding fists of fire. Dorian saw the wall, registered each blow, each shot, each man, held it in his mind, and slowly breathed out. His chi cycled in the familiar pattern of the cloud-treading steps. When he moved like a warm summer breeze. 4 steps, zigzag, took him straight into the mouth of the firestorm. He contorted, spun, shifted, and kicked off, reveling in his feather-light body. He found the spaces where chi was not and filled them like water in a mold. Heat grazed his skin, but that was all. The flash passed by in a half-second as he weaved and stepped through the eye of the storm, untouched. If it shocked Kuruk, his face, purple with rage, showed no indication. He roared gutturally and lunged, bearing the full heft of his body aloft like a human wrecking ball, grabbing for Dorian in one explosive thrust. Dorian snagged his ankle with a rope, twisted out of the way, and pulled in one fluid motion. Kuruk fell like a pendulum with its string cut mid-swing. Yelling in confusion, he bowled into a file of his compatriots, who fell in a mess of gawking limbs. Dorian kept walking forth, calm as ever. Now 8 strings of fire stuck out from his hands, strengthening, lengthening, smooth and bright as tongues of the sun. He bared his teeth. What followed was not a fight. It was effortless. It looked like a dance. It was what a fight should never be. Unbroken, pretty, fluid, as though it were choreographed. Dorian dodged strikes before they were thrown, and each step shunted him left to right, back and forth, faster than all by far. He looked like a coursing river flowing around still boulders. They leapt and yelled and chucked their attacks, and still he kept up the dance. His footwork was lighter than air. Slow, so damned slow. The battlefield was a maelstrom of light and sound and chi. Voices cried out, not his own, friendly fire. Nearly a dozen Chosen firing off full-strength shots was still a sight to behold. Fires erupted, died down, and erupted again, a fireworks show brought to ground level. Techniques collided with each other. Palms met tongues and blasted out in myriad directions. A pity none of it landed. Only after a minute of all-out strikes and 2 downed chosen did the rest pause, panting heavily. The fires burned to nothing. They had nothing to catch on to. Dorian stood in the center of it all. "Demon," gasped Kuruk. His face was washed with sweat. The lull didn't last for long. Once more they lunged, and once more he dodged. It must have felt like trying to grab onto a mirage, he imagined. It was a state that could only be reached because of the ludicrous skill gap. It was a demonstration, a beatdown without force. By the second wave, the wind had gone out of all of them. They were all hunched over, breathing with all their lungs. "Are we done?" He sighed. There was a new awe in some of them as they looked at him now, a strain of fear, a disbelief. It was morphing to uncertainty by the second. Kuruk staggered up again. He shuddered like a malfunctioning machine. His chi was probably more than half gone, but still he put up a brave front. "Give it up," said Dorian softly. In response, Kuruk lunged. Dorian sighed once more. He settled into the stance of a technique. Martial arts were, at their essence, an art. Which brush should he choose? He settled on a ray and tongue combination. Then he went to work on his canvas. It was gentle. It was absolute. It was a mesmerizing display of chi. Beat by beat the strikes came, a lash of red, thrown like a whip, then binding onto a leg, immobilizing him for a full-on ray before slinking away again. As he reared back, grabbing for his eyes, a tongue tripped him back and a ray checked him in the gut. It was like taking scissors to a marionette. Cuts opened all along Kuruk's body until he was more blood than skin, then more burns than blood. At last Kuruk stood upright, a gash on his forehead so wide the seeping blood blocked off his sight. He didn't seem to have the energy to brush it off anymore. He heaved long, hard breaths, his legs quivering like a newborn's. Blood and sweat caked him like armor. He fell like an old, tall tree. Slowly, then all at once, as his weight caught up to him, the sands did not admit a crash, only a thump. That was that. The rest of the chosen froze. "Are we done?" said Dorian sadly, shaking his head, his untouched, unmarked head. It was like he'd cut the heart of the resistance right out of them. Each face was pale as bone. None of them had taken a punch, not externally. The punch hit deeper, harder, in places where light didn't shine. Muata fell to his knees, trembling. "I give!" He heaved, his face scrunched like a fist. There were tears in his eyes. To his left, the long-haired boy swallowed and bowed his head. I give." The dominoes fell the other way. Another surrendered, then another. One by one, the fear and the resignation took them, forced the words from their lips. At last, only Dorian stood. But it was not over. One man still wasn't done. Kuruk was up on one knee. He'd cleared the blood from his eyes, but he was still a fossilized wreck. The only thing he managed was to open his mouth and speak a word. "Demon!" He tried to get to his knees, fell over, and was reduced to hacking coughs once more. "It's unnatural," he croaked as he coughed blood. To the side, his father's gaze was cold as ice. Tuketu hadn't moved a step in once. Dorian's estimation of him held true. This accusation, at least, seemed to hold some weight in the crowd, so Dorian sighed again. "If I was demon-possessed, wouldn't your father have done something? The chief personally vetted me. Are you calling his judgment into question?" Not even Kuruk had an answer to that. Or perhaps he did, but he couldn't get it out through his shudders. "Face it," said Dorian. "You've lost." He looked at Kuruk, then at the rest of the Chosen. Most of their heads were still bowed in shame. "I'm sorry this had to happen," said Dorian again, almost mournfully. "But I'm not, of course. It needed to happen this way. I need to prove myself so far above you that the thought of resistance does not even enter your mind. We are all members of Rust Tribe. We fight with each other. In battle, we defend each other's backs. How can we fight the beasts or the Ugok while we can't trust each other?" The downed heads looked up slowly. "I offered today's spar to try to put an end to our issues. You've had your shot at me. I hope this'll be the end of it," said Dorian. "I don't ask for your friendship. I only hope for your kinship as a fellow tribesman." There was the stick. Now for the carrot. First, he walked up to Kuruk's broken form and pulled out an elixir of minor healing. With one hand, he pressed it to the boy's lips. "Drink," he said. When Kuruk spat it out with a groan, he shrugged and spilled its contents directly on Kuruk's wounds. It was a waste of elixir, true, but he covered the most major of the injuries in a few splashes. "What are you doing?" growled Kuruk. He wiped the blood from his eyes and sat up, fuming. "Elixir of minor healing," said Dorian. "Think of it as an apology, I guess, or a peace offering. Whatever was between us before, I've forgotten it. After today, I'm over it. I don't hate you, Kuruk. If we're to be teammates in future, I hope you'll come to think the same of me." He dropped the rest of the elixir by Kuruk's side. The boy stared at it, confounded, then turned his gaze to Dorian. But Dorian had moved on. He walked over to the rest of the Chosen and tapped his interspatial ring. A plethora of pills fell out. That got their attention. "Here are a batch of chi-boosting pills, freshly made of a new, potent formula. It's my way of making amends." He held it aloft. A swath of eyes latched onto them. "I hope today ends any bad blood between us. If you consider our grievance resolved, please accept it." 30. Moving fast. Smoke puffed up from the sands, wreathing the kneeling Chosen. To the side, Tuketu watched with a knowing smirk. Nobody moved. Dorian kept his hand held out, angling his palm to the light. Sunlight glazed the pills in a golden halo. Still, nobody moved. Dorian frowned. Had he miscalculated? There was a distinct strain of hesitancy as he surveyed the gathered Chosen. In theory, he'd beaten them beyond the point of humiliation. He'd beaten them so absolutely it was like an avalanche, a natural disaster, a force it was futile to resist or resent. So why would nobody take his olive branch? Perhaps he'd overdone it. Perhaps he'd struck too fiercely. Then, just as he opened his mouth to speak, a figure staggered up. It was Muata. He was a picture of remorse. As he shambled up, he held out a hand. His face warbled like a rippling pond. "This one has wronged you, Senior," he said softly. "This one has no grievance." "Then please accept this offering," said Dorian with a smile. He pressed the pill to Muata's palm and said, "All's forgiven. We start anew, Brother Muata." At this, a few Chosen looked to each other hesitantly. Dorian kept up his earnest look. Muata had broken some invisible dam. A scrawny Chosen, one of the Elder's sons, if Dorian recalled right, got to his feet with a gulp and walked over. To his right, another stood and ambled over. "I have no grievance," whispered the scrawny Chosen. "Neither I. I have eyes, but I can't see the sinkhole's depths. Forgive me, Senior." Dorian hid a smile. As expected, the rest toppled with ease. Bedraggled Chosen dragged themselves up, looking suitably chastened, and he accepted them like a shepherd welcoming a lost flock. As he passed out pills and shook hands with the Chosen, he saw Tuketu out of the corner of his eye. The man made no comment. Was he concerned for his son? He made no move to help up Kuruk, who was now sorrily nursing the cuts on him. He looked at the elixir Dorian had left him as though it were filled with viper venom. Then Tuketu broke into a warm smile. To Dorian, he only said one thing. "Congratulations, Chosen Io. For the promotion ceremony next week, you've earned your spot as the first hunter." Not even Kuruk raised his voice. This time, there was not a word of protest. "Where'd you learn to do that?" Kaya was incredulous all the way back. "All those moves?" Dorian blinked. "Picked it up in training. Weren't you there?" "No, not those. I knew you could do those. The speech, how you played it." "Huh? Crap. That was actually cool," she said, frowning. "How's that possible? You aren't cool. I'm cool." Dorian gave her a side-eyed look. He was saved from replying by a loud, low rumbling noise. He and Kaya both stilled to listen. It seemed to rattle the whole tribe, blanketing it in sound. Dorian felt it in his bones. A horn had blown, but not the high-alert horn. This one was of less urgency, but no less important. It called for a mandatory tribe meeting. Now. Kaya frowned. "What's it this time?" Dorian shrugged. He knew, of course, or at least he was nearly certain. But he feigned ignorance as they diverted from their paths, heading now for the tribe's center. All around, heads poked out of tents and tribesmen dropped their tasks, looking to the source of the sound. By the time they reached the center, more than half the tribe was there, looking anxious. The last time this happened, a quarter of their number had perished after all, but this time the aura was different. Chief Rust stood flanked by a dozen elders, looking very serious. His robes were light and clean, functional as ever, but possessed of an understated elegance. It was unnaturally smooth and unwrinkled, catching the light at odd angles. As he surveyed the crowd, his aura trickled out, dampening conversation, drawing eyes to him. To his side, Tuketu inspected his fingernails, unfazed. Soon the bulk of the tribe had arrived, shuffling about in uneasy silence. Rust could have been forged of stone for how much he moved. Suddenly, Kaya looked a little shifty. "What do you think it's about?" she whispered. "Dunno. Could it be about all the stealing?" She looked a little guilty. "Maybe he found out." "He's not assembling the whole tribe to punish you for lifting some meat," said Dorian. "Well, Now she looked really guilty. "It wasn't just some meat." "What?" "Hey," she said evasively, tugging at her arm. "It's not my fault people leave things lying around. What do they expect, that someone won't take it?" She bit her lips nervously. "Kaya, what's Elder Juzin got to do with her wedding ring anyway?" she mumbled. She'd moved to twirling her hair absently. "Her husband's been dead 3 decades, and she's got a face like a deformed raisin. Least this way one of us can look good wearing it." Rust spoke up before he could respond. "Tomorrow at dawn we migrate," he said. His voice carried effortlessly as a calm breeze over the crowd. His dagger-like gaze swept each of them. "It is our first migration in 6 months. It will cover the course of 1 month." A slight groan went over the crowd. It wasn't unexpected, just painful. Uprooting themselves once every while was the way of the tribe, after all. There was a window of calm in between the spirit-beast migratory patterns in which Rust Tribe and the rest of the human tribes staked their ground. They had perhaps 2 more months before Sphinx and End-Spider migrations forced migration anyway. There was no doubt Ugok maneuvers had significantly sped up the timeline. The only question was, where to?
and on what route? "First, we restock at a nearby sinkhole," said the chief. "This is the most dangerous part of the journey, necessary for replenishing our stores, but it will, for an hours-long period, put us into spirit beast territory." He paused. "I have timed the breach precisely. We should face no issues. The hunters and chosen shall protect the rest. It is the basic responsibility of each tribesman to gather a spirit herb and a jugs full of spirit water. Gatherers and healers shall receive more specific instructions." At this, Dorian tapped his cheek, eyes narrowing. Spirit herbs, eh? No doubt this is a useful chance. "Then we march for the Midsummer Festival." A few gasps and intakes of breath. From all around came a smattering of whispers. The chief let them simmer. Dorian nodded. It was as he'd expected. Who had all but named it a week prior? The Midsummer Festival, an annual event where all the local tribes gathered for a day of drunken revelries and a night of sober reckonings. He frowned. His memories turned a little fuzzy here, but something odd happened on the night of midsummer when the two moons, white and red, eclipsed one another. "The Ugok situation has forced us to accelerate our timelines." Chief Rust lowered his voice. "At the festival, we meet up with a cadre of allies. We shall form a caravan and make for the Azcan Oasis. The oases at the fringes of the desert are already under siege. Only united, tribes and oases all, can we vanquish the Ugok with certainty." He raised a hand in a high gesture. "Remember that we are, above all, one tribe. If we are to live, we do it together." Dorian nearly snorted. He'd been part of tribes with close-knit bonds. Rust Tribe was not one of them. Chief Rust made no effort at communal outreach, nor did he spend any time on a cult of personality. He seldom showed his face in public at all. He was chief for his power and precision, not his person. In good times, or as good as things got around here, he made for an efficient leader. In times like these, his words rang half hollow. He likely knew it, too. "We are done here. Pack, prepare. We leave at daybreak." That was that. He turned, nodded to his elders, and walked away, leaving the rest of the tribe in a panicked clamor. He spent the rest of the day brewing with Hu, helping him fill the ranks of his stock potions and brewing up obscure and exotic recipes. "Rust Tribe's well-poor apprentice, well-poor," chortled Hu as he took a bite of fruit. He reclined on a massive bag of fluff as Dorian sprinkled in a dash of saltpeter to his brew. "A bunch of these other elders aren't really from here. They're like me." What Dorian thought was, "They're 3 years short of a heart attack?" What Dorian said was, "They're Oasis expats?" "Precisely." Hu sat up. "Lots of 'em are loaded, much more than I. Lots of 'em got kicked out because they're loaded. They'll buy all sorts of outlandish nonsense." He squinted at a recipe. "Like this? Tearjerker's pill. Perfect. Let me assure you, boy, they don't have far to cultivate at their age. They'd rather spend their ill-gotten gains on curiosities, things that tickle 'em. That's where we come in." Dorian thought for a second as he stirred. Now, he supposed, was a natural time to shoo in some covert investigation. "So, the oases seem kind of cool. How do you join one of them anyway?" he said casually. "Eh?" Hu said. Then he snorted. One snort turned to 3, then a full-belly chuckle. "What's funny?" "You join? Apprentice, your head's by the moons. Don't you worry your pretty little noggin about that. Stir." "Well, they're just big old fortresses around a sinkhole, aren't they?" said Dorian. "Seems like they got a lot of room. Can't they fit more people?"
who treated Dorian to a smug smile. "Oh, apprentice, your silliness is adorable." He took another bite. "All right, I'll explain this once." Leaning forward, he wiped some juice from his mouth. "Only 1/20th of the people in the desert live in an oasis. Want to know why? Each sinkhole can only support so many people, true, but that's not the main thing." His eyes glinted in the weak afternoon light. "The main thing is the beasts. They can feel the sinkhole's pull, see? It's treasures, and they want bites of them. Living in the oasis means fending off attacks year-round, so each person there is critical. Can't just sneak into one, you know. They keep exact records, and it's futile besides." "Why?" "What are you, Origin 5, 6? Said Who, eyeballing him. "Permanent oasis residents must be in the marrow stage of the vigor realm. Some are higher. In our whole tribe, only the chief Tuketu and I qualify. If we were oasis members, we'd each need to rotate shifts to defend the oasis. It's mandatory, even for us alchemists. They don't give a whit about our tender sensitivities." Who scowled. "Each citizen's drawn from the best of the desert. It's cutthroat as hell's, boy. Even if you're born in an oasis, you're kicked if you can't make marrow by 18. Who swallowed the rest of the fruit and wagged a stern finger at Dorian. "You want no part of it, trust me. What you should want is to stay here, brewing that is, with me." Dorian feigned surprise and returned to his stirring, but inside plots started to bubble up once more. So, an upper class of elites. If there's any group that loves to hoard their treasures, it's them. Tuketu claimed he traded for the bone and the silver heart pills from them, didn't he? As Dorian finished the brew and started filling flasks with elixir, his mind was still elsewhere. He needed a worthy bloodline, didn't he? He had a place to search, to aim for. For now, though, he'd quietly amass his wealth and his resources. He finished bottling up, bade Who good night, and set back off for his tent, humming a tune. As he scanned the tribe's tents, they seemed smaller than ever. Things were moving fast. Soon they'd be moving fast literally, but he was moving faster still. With this latest piece falling into place, his future seemed cleared of fog, brighter than ever. He allowed himself an animal grin. In the near future and far, sinkholes, festivals, gatherings, tournaments. He was almost drowning in opportunities. If he played things right soon, perhaps sooner than even he'd anticipated, this tribe would be nothing more than a stepping stone. 31. Closing in. That dawn, they packed the bulk of their belongings into 2 trunks, which they then stashed in Dorian's new interspatial ring. "Thank heavens," said Kaya, laughing as she dragged out a sled from out of a corner of the tent. It was a mess of wood, which looked like it had been designed and nailed together by a slightly stupid child. Half its wheels were missing, and the other half were misshapen, groaning with each pull. It looked like it was held together by only spit and prayers. Now Kaya smashed it to bits with a single stroke. "Screw that," she said. "I'm done lugging shit." She waved toward the sled with a cheeky grin. "Suck it in, pack mule." "Mule," said Dorian, rolling his eyes as he pressed a hand to it and willed it into the ring. It went easily. "It doesn't feel any heavier when I put stuff in. It's not stored in the ring." "Oh?" Kaya cocked her head at him. "Then where does it go?" "An in-between space, a pocket dimension orthogonal to our own." "Dunno," he said out loud. "Why'd you keep asking me?" Kaya brushed some dust off her hands and went to take down the rest of the tent. "Who knows with you," she said, yanking out a pole. "You know, not long ago, I could just about tell every thought that went through that little brain of yours. Now I haven't got a clue." Dorian caught a pile of rigging she lobbed to him. "Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I'm growing up." "Maybe." She gave him a glance as he packed in the rest. Together, they set off to join the caravan. They left at dawn, greeting the rising sun. Dorian cycled as he walked, discreetly practicing kata, letting chi flow through his veins. It was a task impossible unless you'd achieved high mastery of them and done some modifications besides. He hummed with energy. It ran through him like a current, and he couldn't keep from smiling. He could feel the boundary of Origin Level 6 fast approaching. Most hunters didn't exceed Level 8. The climb only got steeper each level, and especially each realm, but he was happy with his pace. Of course, if he'd been born a young master in one of the richer lower realms, he'd have been Vigor Realm out of infancy, but that was by the by. They strode in an arching pattern, a big blob formation. At the forefront were a troop of hunters and the chief. Other hunters brought up the rear. Some helped the needy, the old, or the high status with their belongings. He caught a glimpse of Hu near the front, strolling leisurely as two hunters dragged along a massive load of his belongings. There was good reason for the caution. They were headed fast into unfamiliar territory, dangerous territory. The closer they got toward a sinkhole, the more things changed. The first indication was the terrain. Even just an hour's march in, its normal biome seemed to scale up, growing more chaotic. Where usually the desert's dunes were smooth as silk cloth, now tracks littered the sands. The cacti sticking out of the ground seemed wider, too, fatter, well-fed. In the skies, Vordor circled about in lazy arcs. Chief Rust frowned at the sight of one of them. He held up a fist. The tribe came to a sudden halt. "Hunters!" he warned. At the word, the entire front guard cycled, suddenly on edge. Dorian glanced up. The thing was thin, flying in irregular, haggard patterns. Usually Vordors only went for freshly dead carcasses, but a desperate Vordor might resort to killing, too. This one seemed desperate enough. Its beak shuddered with saliva. There was a sharp edge to its movements, spasming like it was undergoing a living rigor mortis. Its eyes caught the pale light of the sun and burned furious white. It screeched, a long shuddering up and down sound. It seemed on the verge of attack and yet settled on that edge, unwilling yet to commit. Its circles came lower, its shrieks louder. Dorian looked at it with mild curiosity. It wasn't a Vigor Realm beast, probably in the higher levels of origin. Nothing the chief couldn't solo himself, much less his hunter squadron. If it got too low, he expected violent action. Then it swooped so close he could make out each feather on its tarp of a wing, and he was proven right. But not by any Rust tribesman. As it dove, it passed by a cactus. An unusually fat cactus, but on cursory inspection, Dorian hadn't noticed anything special about it. Then its spikes shifted up all at once, angling toward the Vordor as though they could see it. Dorian blinked, rubbing his eyes, and watched as the Vordor dipped lower and lower, and the spikes tracked it spot for spot, bristling like harpoons. Are they about to... A giant puff of mist burst out from the cactus, a mass of fog. A fraction of a second later, 100 streaks of white speared through the fog. They whistled like baby demons. The Vordor barely had a second to react before they sank into it in 50-odd places. The Vordor screeched. Black blood splattered out. It tried to lift off and shake the spikes free, beating its free wing with passion, but it wouldn't budge. Tuketu barked something. The hunters stepped back, readying techniques. Tensed, waiting. Now desperation took hold of the Vordor, spurred its movement to jagged hurdles. It yanked with all its might. It clawed at the spikes to no avail. It screeched again, one shrill note laced with unbridled panic. "Stay back!" roared Tuketu, eyes fixed on the struggling Vordor. "It's a worm-trap cactus, one of many nasty critters that pop up the nearer we get to a sinkhole. It masquerades as a normal cactus until it lulls its victims close, then strikes." His voice rose. "Look at its hooks! See the black creeping along them!" Indeed, the once white spear strings were filling with black, which flowed toward the cactus body as though along a tube. It was sucking the thing dry and keeping it trapped all the while. Then the spikes started to pull. The Vordor was dragged off balance. It tried to right itself, but the spikes reeled it in, insistent and with a vice grip on its wing. The more the cactus drained, the more the fight seemed to go out of the Vordor. It was like a heavy fatigue had settled on the creature, slowing the beats of its wings, brushing closed the lids of its eyes. It was visibly shriveling. In less than a minute, it had halved in size. It was being sucked to nothing. It's not draining just the blood. It's draining the life essence, too. "Relax," said Tuketu, righting himself. Seconds later, the Vordor hung limp. "Their range is only 10 yards, said Tuketu. He looked serious, but his stern face betrayed not an ounce of fear. "Follow our lead and do not stray, tribesmen. We'll lead you clear of such creatures." He tapped his nose. "The presence of the worm trap means we're getting close." His voice lowered. "This may not be the last time we encounter a spirit beast. The next one may find us a more appetizing target. Stay alert." Then he turned and started back on the march. Dorian shared an uneasy glance with Kaya and kept up with the crowd. 10 minutes of silent, furtive walking later, a familiar face popped out. "Greetings," said Hento Rust, smiling ear to ear. "If it isn't my favorite chosen." "Hi," said Dorian, smiling back. "What do you want?" If Hento was taken aback, he didn't show it. "You've got a ring. You're not carrying anything. Why don't you join me at the front of the vanguard?" Dorian blinked. "No, thanks. Where's this coming from?" Hento swallowed. "Uncle Tuketu seems to think I need to prove my bravery, whatever that means. Such an elitist, relative concept. What one man mistakes for a lack of bravery, another sees as tactical withdrawal." "The vanguard?" interrupted Dorian. "Huh? Oh, yes. I think it'd be a splendid idea to make a good show of being at the front. Make old Tuketu swallow his words, eh? Plus the ladies love a gallant hunter." "Maybe. What do I have to do with it?" Dorian kept scanning around. Sounds trickled in from afar. Clashes of beasts, distant roars, thuds. "Well," Hento scratched the back of his neck, looking a mite embarrassed. "You've got nothing else to do, right? Come with me. It's no fun going it alone. Besides, what if a beast horde comes along and all the hunters rush off to defend the commoners? I'd be alone out there." "You're scared." Hento blushed. You've an acid tongue, don't you? I wouldn't put it quite like that." "You're trying to prove your bravery, right? You don't need me. If anything, I'd hinder you." Dorian gave him an encouraging shove. Shove off. "Go it alone. Best of luck." Hento looked back at him like a kicked puppy. "Excuse me." Kaya stalked over like an angry mother lioness. Hento squeaked a little and stumbled back. He ran his eyes down her newly muscled form. "What do you want?" she rasped. Over the last few days, she'd grown a few inches. Now, at a steady 6'+, she craned down at Hento in disdain. Nothing," he stammered, blushing. I'm simply bidding dear Iowa a happy hello. Lovely to meet you as always, Kaya, dear. I'm off." He scrambled back, turned, and dashed into the crowd. "What's up with him?" snorted Kaya. She yawned, stretching out her arms. Where before she'd had some softness to her, now it was all cut, lean fighter's muscle. She looked like a beast of prey. "You've changed, sis," said Dorian with a shrug. "So has he." Morning passed like a fever dream. Afternoon swept in, and still the tribe walked, shifting to heightened states of alertness. Every crack held a double meaning. Every thump was a cause for alarm. They must be an hour off from the sinkhole, perhaps less. The gatherers, led by the head gatherer, Chief Rust's wife, were readying their kits and their sacks. It'd be a clean extraction, no more than a quarter of an hour. They'd fetch the spirit water, harvest a swath of spirit herbs, enough to last the tribe half a year, and then clear out of spirit beast territory for good, bound with a plentiful treasury to meet up with the rest of the tribes. Each one of them was on a knife's edge. The dunes had become not only imposing, but sinister. What hid behind each mound? As the sun lowered, it cast long shadows over the dunes. An idle mind could make dark furs out of a shadow, or eyes in the dark out of a glint. Even Dorian was surveying his surroundings, calm but cautious. He and Kaya were placed in a healthy spot near the middle. There were no surprises to be found there. At the least, they'd be third in line to be victims. Dorian squinted. Next in line was some sort of perception technique. Relying on these poor eyes was no different from blindness. Was it his imagination, or were the shadows ahead shifting? In the distance he caught vague contours which melded into the darkness, fading in and out, an impression of a mirage, a smudge of gray on the black of the dunes, melding with the shadows. Scratch that, not one, several. They roiled like waves. Dorian squinted. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? He could almost mistake them for the ribbed backs of beasts, rising and falling, yet making no sound all the while, silent as a slow wind. He settled into a combat stance, frowning, and he wasn't the only one who'd noticed. Tuketu held up a fist. The tribe halted as one. Then Tuketu made a fast, severe gesture, a signal for the hunters to be at the ready, immediately. All of them cycled at once. Nobody dared try a chi technique, not here where bright flashes might draw very unwanted attention, not unless they were certain of the threat. For a few heart-thumping seconds they watched, waiting. The smudges resolved to lines. Whatever was out there was real, and it came in big numbers. A pack, a big one. It was still hundreds of feet off, but Dorian could make out features as they flitted about in the shadow. A snout, legs bulging with muscle, mouthfuls of amber, jagged teeth. The silence, the speed, the bodies, the camouflage all pointed to one thing. The low growls that followed, sent like war horns, only confirmed Dorian's guess. In response, he bared some teeth of his own. The sinkhole wasn't far off, and he itched to snatch up some treasures of his own, but to get there, he'd need to wade through fire. The first test? The most vicious scavengers of the desert, the sand wolves. 32. New blood won. Tuketu barked a command. Instantly, the hunters leapt into formation at the front, arranging themselves into a human spearhead. Each cycled as they did, alert, tensed for action. Nobody threw a strike. The air was charged with chi, pent up and begging for release. Sandwolves washed over the dunes like a surging tide of shadow. Their feet were nearly soundless on the ground. The only sounds marking their arrivals were gravel growls and gnashing teeth. The hunters settled into square stances, flexing their chi in formation. "Hold," said Tuketu, his eyes locked onto the tip of the wolf wave as it drew closer. The closer it got, the more it seemed a massive wall of fur and flesh and muscle, swallowing ground with unnerving ease. "Hold." Now Dorian heard them clearly, the gushing breaths, the muted pitter-patter of paws. Their eyes were wild as they came. They were known for their claws, gnarled but sharp as crescent moons. At a second away from impact, Tuketu yelled, "Go!" The entire hunter line detonated a string of fully charged flash palms. In one blinding collision, sheer light met sheer dark. Yowls screeched out. The smell of roasted skin surged through the air, and the line of sandwolves broke on the spear formation like a wave crashing on shore. Their pouncing forms, so sleek in the air they betrayed not a hint of drag, were torn asunder, twisted up, battered back. The wolves at the forefront, blasted away, rammed straight into the charging pairs behind them. For a second, all was chaos, a confusion of colors and screams and flailing limbs. Then the dust settled. Man and Sandwolf found themselves thrown into the mess side by side, both their ranks broken. They tore into each other with fury. Up front, Dorian saw Kaya charge bullishly into the fray. She wore her chi like a battering ram, a custom bloodline technique she'd invented just this week. She stress-tested it with relish. The sandwolves before her, a scant few levels into the origin realm, were flattened in mere moments. Kuruk charged alongside her, tearing off his bloodied bandages as he did. He still seemed pale from the aftermath of yesterday, but his expression was fierce as ever. Dorian marveled at the sight. Dumb as he was, boy was the perfect fodder soldier. His brawn-brain ratio would have made him ripe underling material. If only he didn't hate Dorian's guts. Dorian surveyed the rest of the battle. Rust and Tuketu took on the biggest of the wolves. Rust rained sleet upon the lot of them, summoning spears of ice which blotted out the sky. They caught the waning afternoon light and burned sheer orange, a crystalline starscape in miniature. To his right, Tuketu was set ablaze. He ripped into what appeared to be the alpha of the pack, a great vigor realm brute of a beast bearing a crimson mark on its head. With a few blinding flashes, it was driven back, yowling. It was as Dorian had suspected. The fight was no existential threat. He hung back and observed with mild interest. Soon, blood soaked the sands. Unlike with the Vordors, this was red blood, likely not poisonous. Then Dorian saw Hento. The boy was huddled at the edge of the rest of the civilians, looking very pale. In theory, Chosen were expected to join the fray. Dorian would need to throw up some offense soon himself, make a big show of it to pretend like he cared. Hento, on the other hand, looked like he had no intention of moving from his spot. Dorian smirked. Trembling arms, half-open mouth, heavy breathing. He'd seen 100 cases like this before. Milquetoast terror. He wasn't sure if Kuruk was a lost cause, but now that he thought about it, Hento might prove a useful asset in future, if only he got over his crippling silliness. He mulled it over for a half-second before sauntering over, amused. What the hells? Can't hurt. "You got your wish," he said, throwing up a fake pumped-up grin, the kind a red-blooded young man might sport in the heat of battle. "I'll join you in battle. To arms, young Master Hento. The left flank needs help. Let's defend the tribe together." Battle? Hento had graduated from trembling to near hysterics. He swallowed and looked at the fight. A wolf fell to bits in a spray of blood. He cried out, cringing. "I can't." He breathed in and out. He drooped with shame. I'm not like you, or like Kaya, or even that blasted Kuruk. Dear, go without me," he sniffled. "I'm not a fighter." "Nonsense," snapped Dorian. "Come with me." "I can't," cried Hento again. "Why not?" His eyes shifted around. He clutched at himself like he was in danger of falling apart by the second. "I'm scared," he whispered at last. It seemed to take something out of him to admit it. He scrunched his eyes shut. "It's always like this. I think I can, but I never can. It is beyond the bounds of my temperament. Go without me. As I am, I'm naught but dead weight." All around them, the battle raged. The wolves rallied now, holding back the hunter's assault. Hento choked back a sob. Dorian rolled his eyes. In response, he just raised an eyebrow. "How's being scared an excuse?" Hento's eyes jerked back open. "Huh?" "Who isn't scared?" said Dorian, looking at him funny. "Everyone is. I'm scared right now, but I'ma still go out and fight." "You are?" Hento's brows were steadily migrating upward. "Of course." "Not." Fear of a fight was a psychological reaction Dorian had long since conquered, though admittedly it had taken him a few lifetimes to do it. "Did you think you're the only one?" He seemed at a loss for words. "That's how it works," said Dorian, shouting now to make himself heard over an explosion. "That's how it always is before every fight. You can't just wait till you're not scared to start. You gotta jump into it." He looked around at the raging battle. "The fear's always greatest just before you start. Make yourself go. That's bravery too. Come on." Hento took another deep breath. "You're right," he croaked. "Is a life lived cowering really a life? No. I will fight." "Good." Dorian held out an expectant hand. Hento stared at it. Behind them, two sandwolves tore into a hunter. His screams rang across the battlefield. Hento just stood there. His eyes were red-rimmed and wide. His lips trembled slightly. "Well," said Dorian, impatient. "I can't move." Dorian grabbed him by the hips and hoisted him straight up. "Eee!" screeched Hento in protest. Then Dorian licked his thumb, felt the direction of the air, whirled around like a champion javelin thrower, and launched Hento screaming and kicking right into the fray, a brood of 3 low-level origin wolves about to break through the perimeter. Dusting off his hands cheerily, Dorian dove after him. The rest of the wolves were killed off without much of a fuss. They sustained only 2 hunter casualties, with more wounded, some heavily so. For an attack of this caliber, it was a smashing success. Hento suffered a small scratch to the arm by the end of it, but held it, hissing, as though the limb needed amputation. As the tribe regrouped, Dorian caught him chatting up one of the wide-eyed gatherer girls with a charming grin, gesturing to it. When he saw Dorian, he threw a thumbs up and mouthed a quick, "Thank you." Dorian rolled his eyes. Kaya returned with only a few more scratches on her, looking as though a careless painter had splattered her with red paint. Her grin was filled with atavism. "Fuck yeah!" She mashed her fists together. Bloodline aggression leaked out of her in untamed waves. "Let's do it again." "Maybe lay off, sis. You've had enough for a night," said Dorian dryly as he chucked her a spare tunic from his ring. Soon the wounded were patched and healed up. The dead were cremated by Tuketu's own fiery chi, smoking into the setting sun. The other tribesmen had regained their courage. The gatherers in particular were primed and at the ready, toolkits by their sides. Dorian squinted at the horizon. The once-distant roars of spirit beasts grew more insistent, more real. "Stay alert," were Chief Rust's only 2 grim words. The tribe regrouped. On they marched. Not half an hour later, and they were getting close. There was a hum of chi in the air. Power soaked his skin like humidity. Dorian amped up. This was the first real treasure trove he'd found since arriving on this sorry plain. In theory, sinkholes were this land's best sources, weren't they? This was a minor one, but he still expected to reap quite a reward. Another sign of their closeness was the fauna. In the distance, he saw eyes peeking out of the sand. End spiders, he knew, whose massive bodies hid under the surface like icebergs. They ignored the tribesmen. After a few hundred more steps, he made out the blurry shapes of sphinxes loafing on the sands. Far out, the dunes seemed to shift, admitting the presence of massive bodies burrowing beneath the sands. Worms, which sometimes dug deeper to the sinkhole's edges to suckle its chi-infused waters. The sounds struck him most. Screeches, roars deep as a canyon, groans so great they seemed tectonic. All of them were centered around one thing. The sinkhole appeared at last as they cleared a series of dunes, vast and tranquil as the moon's. The waters were still shockingly transparent. It was the very same sinkhole he'd dashed to mere days ago. The pulses of chi grew stronger and stronger until he felt them crashing and receding all over him, sending goosebumps up his skin. The near edge of the sinkhole, barely underwater, was studded with all kinds of aquatic herbs, ripe for harvest. It was enough to make an alchemist salivate. But what caught Dorian's eye was the commotion on the other end of the sinkhole. Rust Tribe had arrived at a strangely empty shore. All the action, all the gruesome sounds stemmed from the far edge, where a black cloud blotted out a third of the horizon. It was a thundercloud brought to ground level, if thunderclouds spat purple and red and black lightning. Chi of all kinds blazed through the black, briefly illuminating the warring forms of beasts whose statures were unthinkable in the Izod desert. Beneath tussled the shadows of familiar spirit beasts. A murder of Vordor circled high above, patient, waiting for the battle to clear, for the flesh to pass to them. Rust frowned and halted the tribe. He looked to Tuketu and began an intense dialogue. Dorian wasn't listening. He'd sensed something else. Beneath all the spectacle and flash, there was an undercurrent stronger than them all. Stronger than the auras which buffeted Dorian even here, stronger than the storm of chi hidden in the chaos. If Dorian wasn't mistaken, there were beasts battling there above even the Vigor realm. "What the hells?" gasped Kaya. They were battling for the source of the undercurrent. Dorian's mouth went a little dry as he felt it, sussing out its nature. A terrible and awesome suspicion bubbled up in him, rooting him to the ground. His heart thumped like a jackhammer in his chest. A crazy grin threatened his lips. He almost burst into laughter then and there. In every good speed run, there was a strong element of luck. Dorian's closest runs had luck galore. Thus far, his luck had seesawed back and forth, more back than forth if he was frank. But if this was what he thought it was, landing in this realm might have been the luckiest thing to happen to him after all. He buzzed, electric. Puzzle pieces slowly came together in his mind. The graveyard of beasts, the bones, the sinkhole network, it all pointed to far greater things than this piddling realm should have been capable of. The undercurrent that seeped over to him was full-on proof. It was in discord with the very realm itself. It was something that not only should not have existed in this realm, it shouldn't have been possible in any of the lower realms. A prime bone, but not just any bone. This lineage was special. This was a bone that hummed to the same tune of sheer power as the sinkhole itself. Its harmony rang far deeper, too, resonating to its very farthest depths. Now Dorian was certain. It was a bone of a god.
33. New Blood 2. Rust's whispers to Tuketu grew more urgent. Tuketu's frown grew more lined. After a pregnant pause, he gave a slow nod, and Rust whirled back to face the crowd. "Gatherers, come!" he yelled out. 36, garbed in dark smocks, pressed forward with their bags and kits at the ready. "Deploy," he said, gesturing to the sinkhole. The head gatherer nodded in affirmation, and wordlessly they shuffled forth, seeking out the pockets of chi. The farther you went, the more valuable the herbs, but the real gems also entailed a level of risk Rust Tribe was not equipped to handle. They couldn't afford to disturb a full-grown worm, much less whatever tread those depths. So instead, the gatherers fanned out over the edge, dipping in less than 10 feet with techniques, nets, and poles in an effort to pry out the lesser spirit herbs growing in the sinkhole's sides. Rust's aura was discreet but primed. The hunters, too, were on high alert. This was one of the tribe's most vulnerable moments. It'd gather them sizable bargaining chips for the festival, sure, but it'd all be for naught if one of the greater beasts took an interest in them at a bad time. None seemed forthcoming. All the action brewed around that storm cloud on the other side. The battle still raged. It showed no signs of slowing. Rust stared at it coldly, showing as little as always, but the very fact of his staring betrayed his thoughts. Dorian was sure Rust could feel it too. He probably hadn't a clue it was a god's bone or even a prime bone, but the majestic undertones that floated across the sinkhole were undeniable. There was great treasure there, treasure he was missing out on. But Rust was no lone wolf. He was a chief, and with it came his responsibilities to his tribe and people. He could not survive without Rust Tribe, nor the inverse. The same was true of Tuketu. To head into that storm was reckless. But Dorian was chief of nothing, which meant he had no such restrictions. All the better. He licked his lips and took a few confident strides forward, only for an insistent hand to grab his arm, stopping him in his tracks. "Ah!" "Nope," said Kaya. Her face was stern. "What are you doing? You are not heading over there." "Where?" She pointed to the storm and nailed him with a glare. Dorian rolled his eyes. "How'd you even—" "'Cause I know you, and you're dumb." She wagged a finger at him. "No way. You'll get shredded, moron. Think." He shrugged her arm free. Or I'll come back with a treasure that'll bring honor to the tribe." "I'll make this simple for you," said Kaya, looking serious. She leaned in. "I'm the one with the muscles. You aren't. I've got a hold of you, and I've decided, God knows why I bother, to save you from yourself. The end." Dorian thought fast, gnashing his teeth. I can fly." Kaya blinked. "What?" "Look." He scanned around. Tuketu and Rust were focused on the horizons, scanning for dangers. The rest of the hunters were doing the same. The coast was clear for a small, brief demonstration. So Dorian kicked off the air in 3 small steps with the cloud-treading steps, enough to take him 2 body lengths above Kaya before dropping back to the sand, landing on all 4s. "See?" He grinned. She just gaped at him. "How? Wait." Dorian could see the dots connecting in her mind in real time. She was sharper than she pretended. "That chi, cloud-treading steps? But aren't they supposed to—" "I modified it," said Dorian. "Trust me, I can move real fast in these if I need to. I just need to sneak in, grab some good stuff on the side, and dash off while the big beasts are fighting each other. I can do it, I swear." Not strictly accurate, of course. He was settling for no side attractions. If he was to act, it'd be for the main event. Kaya sucked in a breath. Her brow furrowed and her face scrunched like a lost puppy's.
He'd gotten her thinking. He took the chance to wrench free of her grasp before sprinting in the chief's direction. "Hey!" Kaya's growls rang out behind him, but he simply opened his mouth in response. "Chief Rust! Chief Rust!" The chief slowly turned on him. His nose was wrinkled with just a touch of incredulity. Dorian could pluck the thoughts from his head. Did he just address me by name? In this situation? "Yes," he said slowly. His jaw worked as he did. His eyes narrowed to slits. Dorian bristled all over, shivering with not entirely faked excitement. "Send me," he implored, eyes wide. "I learned the cloud-treading steps from Master Tuketu's ring. I can sneak in and snatch a treasure and be gone before they're any the wiser." Rust was silent. He let his gaze rest on Dorian like an anchor. Dorian could imagine the calculus running through the man's mind, the risk-reward. On one end, it was a low percentage move. On the other, whatever it was that lay across the sinkhole was possibly a once-in-a-lifetime treasure, those you did not give up under nearly any circumstances. And, besides, Dorian knew he was getting too big too fast. Rust hadn't counted on his making inroads this quick. Perhaps it wasn't an awful thing if the greatest potential challenge to his power... Rust's jaw worked like a steam engine. After a long pause, "Fine." Dorian's eyes lit up. "A strike force shall accompany you," he said sternly. He turned. "Tuketu!" Tuketu sauntered over, looking weirdly relaxed given the circumstances. "Pick out 4 hunters. They should—" "Pardon," said Dorian softly. Rust's cheek twitched. The air thickened, grew hard to breathe, and a weight settled over Dorian's shoulders. "Speak," said the chief. His eyes were black holes. "I'm very sorry, but I feel a strike force would only draw undue attention, Chief," said Dorian smoothly. "This mission, it should be small, discreet. A cluster of several high-level Origin Realm fighters might draw unwanted attention, but someone like me, alone? I'd be in and out in a flash." He pulled out his rote, eager youngster expression, complete with puppy dog eyes. Granted, this body never had stellar looks to begin with. Yet another thing he'd have to remedy once he found the time, but you worked with what you got. "Very well." "Me too." Dorian whirled around. Kaya stood there, hands on her hips. She looked deadly serious. "I'll help guard him. I'm low enough realm to escape notice too. If anything goes wrong, I'll pull him out of trouble." Frowning, Dorian opened his mouth. Kaya put her hand to it. "Shut up," she snapped. "If you're going, then so am I. Deal with it." For a second, Dorian thought to protest more. Then he thought about it a moment longer and shut up. Rust looked to her with a frown, no doubt juggling the risks of losing 2 assets to the clan in one swoop. But a pulse of chi drifted over, this time more insistent. Its aura, majestic, imperious, was a siren's song. Rust gritted his teeth. "Fine." He looked to the sky, seeking out the setting sun. "You have an hour in sum. Be there and back. Past then, we leave without you." Drawing up his sleeves, he looked Dorian dead in the eyes. "If you can retrieve a treasure of true import, you'll have done a great service to the tribe. I will personally mark the deed." He punctuated the words by grasping Dorian hard on the arm. His hand felt like a steel band. When he let go, his face was grave. "The light is fading. Go fast." Cracking a grin, Dorian nodded. He made to leave. Then one last distraction plopped before them. "Wait!" cried Hento. His eyes glistened. "Are you all going on an expedition? Oh, I've not had my fill of gallantry for the day. No, sir. Take me—" He choked on his words mid-sentence. It was a little like seeing a man walk face first into a wall. This wall was his father's stare. It was a look to freeze blood. Hento swallowed. He stuck his tongue out at his father. He was the only person in the tribe who could have done it without getting that tongue cut off. Rust still looked murderous. "Bah, perhaps I can stomach hanging back," sighed Hento. Then he whirled to Kaya. Judging by his smug smile, he'd recovered his lost confidence. Had he found it after the Sandwolf fight? He hasn't managed to convince himself he's some tribe hero after that, has he? Dorian fought the urge to bury his head in his palms. "Come back safe, will you, dear?" he purred. His eyes traced a line down her body. "Who knows? Bring back some treasure, and maybe I'll reward you personally." Kaya sprung at him out of nowhere. Hento yelped and fell flat on his ass. To his side, his father's aura flared suddenly. Bending down until they were eye level, Kaya left two blisteringly hot fists right before his face. Hento whimpered a little. Then, laughing, she snuffed them out and strutted back to Dorian's side. "Grow a pair of balls first, eh?" she spat. Then she snatched Dorian by the elbow. "Looks like it's you and I against the world. Typical." She flashed him a grin, saluted the chief, and took off without warning with him in tow. Yelping, stumbling, he followed. They went by foot around the perimeter of the sinkhole, and, all the while, Dorian's mind crackled with ideas. He wasn't fully lying with his rationale against bringing extra men. It would attract a lot more attention, but a key part of it was he didn't need Rust's men getting their grubby hands on his treasure. What to do, he pondered as he went. He had no clue what was forthcoming, but with one look at that festering cloud of chi and destruction, he had a suspicion he wasn't coming out unblemished, low-key or not. Besides, one key detriment to his decision was that he didn't have fodder to chuck at oncoming beasts if things went astray. A timely boot to the back of a hunter or two would have bought him a nice half-minute if he got in the path of a rampaging megapede. Now, though, he glanced at Kaya, who ran like the wind alongside him, her teeth bared. Well, perhaps her insistence wouldn't be for naught after all. A stab of anguish rose out of some dank corner of his mind, an echo of the old Io that he squashed in an instant. "Oh, don't be like that, you ghost of a twerp. Of course I hope it won't happen, but it's nice to have some insurance just in case." A last consideration. Was it worth offending the chief? He'd come up with an excuse, of course, perhaps nab a side treasure while he imbibed the main bone. But to assimilate such a rare bloodline rather than retrieve it for the tribe would bring sure consequences. I'll weather them as they come. This is worth far too much. They were nearing the edge of the thing. The roars came like gale-force winds now. A mass of chaotic auras, overlapping one another, flowed through the center of the storm. Sand and dust choked the air, firming a giant black miasma which hovered over all. Chi techniques struck out like thunderbolts, silhouetting massive, deformed shapes against the backdrop of the dusts before the darkness dropped again. Dorian breathed in deep. The cloud was less than 20 feet off now, and each aura washed over him, visceral, humming with enough power to make his measly level seem like a rounding error in comparison. Above all, he felt the call of the prime bone, clear as bells chiming. He sensed it, waiting, caught in the warring titanic auras. Above, the Vordors circled, waiting for the dead to settle. Kaya skidded to a stop just as he did. She frowned at the storm. This close, it felt like they were drowning in all the auras. The reality of mortality must have hit stark. Her face didn't change. He knew she was scared, but she'd sooner die than admit it. She'd always been that way. "Are you sure about this?" she asked. "It's not too late to turn back." "I'm sure," said Dorian. He let his heartbeat run wild, pumping his limbs full of fresh vigor. This bloodline, if the next half hour went just right, the next 100 years would be very pleasant indeed. Grinning, he gestured into the gaping black. "After you!" 34. New Blood 3. Kaya went in first. Dorian could decipher a few general things about the black miasma before him, and he sensed auras all around. A few strikes marked places where fighting was fiercest, but the haze still swept over everything. He could barely see his fingers, and so he let her brave the minefield first. Tracking her aura, he followed. The sounds were deafening and total. To stay in here, blinded, nose under an assault of acrid scents, ears ringing, guided only by chi intuition, was a unique experience, like a blind man feeling his way up a mountain. It was uniquely disturbing for Kaya, no doubt. Still, she forged bravely ahead, making a winding route for the places densest with treasure, the places where chi soaked the air like mist. Chi flashed like a thunderbolt, painting the mists bluish-white. In that slice of a second, Dorian paused. Ahead, where the auras overlapped thickest, a giant mass of bodies, claws, tails, teeth, scaly, many-eyed heads clashed in fiery war. But above them and farther in was where the chi attack had come from. Two titans of aura towered above the rest. To his eyes, two shadows fell over all others. The aura aroused a primal instinct in him, a fear that stemmed from the depths of this mortal coil. Dorian wrangled it down in an instant. "You are nothing, a figment of biology, a shadow with no substance. I feel you. I know your nature. I spurn you at the gates of myself." He let it dissolve like a fire with nothing to burn. Head cleared, he turned his eyes to the beasts before him. Long, coiling necks, ending at heads distinctively draconian. One beast was larger than the other, its mouth opening like a flower with massive, jagged teeth for petals. Both dragon variants, likely more massive than anything he'd yet seen in this world. Profound realm beasts, no doubt about it. Dorian breathed out slowly. 2 in one spot. This might prove trickier than he'd expected. Watching them come together was like seeing two mountain ranges collide. With his origin-level senses, all he felt was a great ocean of chi spread across the air before him, too vast for his body's comprehension. He took a split second to marvel at it. It was a nice perk of reincarnation as a god king. He never really felt awe. But when reduced to the size of an ant, even the mundane looked epic. The closer he got, the more viscerally Dorian felt his surroundings. The death especially made an impression. Where before he'd only seen a scattered few Vigor Realm beasts in this realm, now every step took him into the innards of one. There must have been tens crushed to death out here. Left and right were sphinxes bleeding out, massacres of sandwolves, scattered carapaces of megapedes sticking like tombstones out of the bloodied sands. Ahead, Kaya's steps had turned hesitant, jerking with her nervousness. They were getting close to the epicenter now. They could both feel it. All around, lesser treasures lay. Vigor Realm beast cores on dead bodies, an assortment of valued parts, even scavenged rare herbs whose owners lay dying or dead were scattered across the battlefield. The rest of the beasts seemed content to contest these. They roared and warred, scrounging for cores, keeping clear of the carnage in the center where the two profound titans held sole dominion. Then Kaya stopped dead. Dorian nearly bumped into her. "What?" he shouted, trying to make himself heard over the bangs. "That's far enough!" The aura grew more oppressive, the Prime Bone's aura especially. It weighed on the soul like old trauma. "Let's snag a core and get back." "A little farther," said Dorian, frowning. Of course he wouldn't settle for a mere core. Whatever Kaya was about to say was drowned out by the flashbang of chi. But it was a flashbang of a different color. Black, like the liquid in tar pits, but blacker even than the sands. It made the dark fog and smoke seem light by contrast. It was a black that the light bent around as though afraid to touch it. And it was headed straight in their direction. Kaya was frozen. Hissing, Dorian tackled her with all his strength and a boost of the cloud-treading steps. They tumbled into the sands as the pitch chi whipped by. Where it touched, the sands sublimed to acrid smoke, hissing violently. Profound realm technique. And it hadn't even been aimed at them. It was a splashback. The intended target reared up, crying out and clawing at itself. Dorian was close enough he could see it even without a chi attack's illumination. Up this close, every gargantuan footstep shook the sands. They'd made it to a dead zone. Here no vigor beasts dared trespass. It was within splashing territory of the two profound realm beasts, but the beasts themselves fought a few dozen feet closer in. So long as they evaded technique splashbacks, they could hang here in an uneasy equilibrium, an unsafe haven, but as safe as it got in this mess. Once he went farther in, there was no coming back, at least not coming back without hellfire raining down upon them. If there was ever a time to plan, it was now. "We're too close," said Kaya. This time she wasn't able to keep her voice from trembling. "We're almost there," said Dorian absently. In his mind, he charted the flow of the profound beast's battle, searching for an opening, spinning up a plan. "Almost there?" Kaya's eyes were saucers. "You want to get that?" She pointed to a spot between the two beasts where the prime bone hummed its quiet, ancient melody. "Yes," said Dorian, scrunching his brows. "Shush! I'm trying to think."